Tonight we listen to a city before it was stone, before laws, before emperors, before memory hardened into myth. We follow a river through shadowed valleys, where fear shaped belief and survival demanded order. Rome does not yet exist, but the need for it already does, waiting quietly in the dark. If this kind of storytelling brings you inner peace, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where in the world are you listening from, and what time it is for you right now. It's always strangely comforting to know who else is out there closing their eyes to the same story. So settle in, let the world grow quiet, and let's dream together for a while. The river moves first. It does not hurry. It does not announce itself. It bends through reeds and low ground, carrying silt from forgotten mountains, whispering to stones that have never known walls. At night it reflects no lights, only the cold stars and the shapes of clouds drifting without concern for human fate. This land does not feel chosen. It feels uncertain. Too wet to be safe, too open to defend. The ground softens underfoot, yielding easily, remembering floods long after they recede. The river swells without warning, then withdraws as if nothing has happened, leaving behind both nourishment and ruin. Other hills nearby rise cleaner and firmer, easier to fortify. Other peoples have already taken them, carving out clear boundaries, lifting stone upon stone with confidence. Yet here, life keeps returning. Small fires appear at dusk, flickering against the dark, then vanish by morning. Huts of wood and mud rise, sag, and rot back into the soil. Tools are fashioned, lost, remade. Generations pass without names surviving them. Memory here is short. Survival demands attention too constant for preservation. People come not because this place is generous, but because it is possible, because the river feeds, because the hills watch, because the land does not reject them outright. The river teaches patience before it teaches power. It must be crossed carefully. It must be read, listened to, respected. It rewards attentiveness and punishes certainty. Those who live beside it learn to measure time not in seasons alone, but in floods remembered and avoided. The water shapes habit, and habit slowly shapes belief. There is no city yet, no centre, no boundary that lasts. Movement defines life here more than permanence. People gather, then disperse. They return because leaving never fully solves what brought them. The land presses them back, quietly insisting. Fear lives close to the surface. The night carries sounds without explanation. Storms arrive abruptly, tearing at roofs that were never meant to endure. Illness comes without pattern. Death feels sudden and familiar at the same time. In such a place, meaning becomes as necessary as shelter. To live here without explanation would be unbearable. So belief begins, not as doctrine, but as instinct. The Romans will later say destiny lived here. But destiny, at the beginning, feels like necessity wearing a mask. It feels like choosing the least impossible option. It feels like returning to the same ground again and again, because nowhere else allows even this much hope. They will tell stories of gods walking this soil, of signs hidden in birds and lightning, of messages written into the sky itself, not because the gods were visible, but because fear demanded interpretation. To survive here, one had to believe the land noticed effort, that endurance mattered, that suffering was seen by something greater than chance. Religion here is not comfort. It is negotiation. Ritual emerges slowly, shaped by repetition. Certain days are avoided, certain gestures repeated, certain places approached with care. The sacred is not distant, it is embedded in routine, in how one crosses the river, in where one builds, in when one waits. The land teaches restraint before ambition. It does not reward excess, It does not tolerate carelessness for long. Those who remain learn moderation, then discipline. They learn that strength here is not dominance, but persistence. That survival depends less on conquest than on adaptation. This is not yet Rome. It is a threshold, a place where nothing glorious has happened, but where patterns are forming, where repetition begins to harden into expectation, where endurance quietly earns authority. No walls rise yet, but boundaries are being imagined. No laws exist yet, but habits are becoming rules. The waiting itself matters. This land trains those who live upon it. It selects not for brilliance, but for resilience. It does not promise safety, only the chance to continue. And continuation, repeated long enough, begins to resemble purpose. The river keeps flowing. It carries memory without intention. It witnesses arrival and departure without judgment. It remains while everything else changes. Long before names are spoken here, long before stories are written, the river holds the shape of what will come. Somewhere in the dark, beneath stars that do not care who survives, the water moves steadily onward. Patient, indifferent, unforgettable. The land exists before the story does. Before walls, before memory learned to hold itself together, there is only ground, soft in places, stubborn in others, and a river that refuses to behave. The Tiber does not rush like a conqueror. It wanders. It floods without warning, then retreats as if nothing happened, leaving behind fertile mud and quiet resentment. To live beside it is to accept that stability is temporary, and that survival belongs to those who adapt rather than resist. Morning arrives slowly here. Mist gathers low over the water, blurring edges, hiding distance. Hills emerge one by one, their slopes uneven, their crests watchful, but never commanding. These hills are not proud. They do not dominate the land. They merely endure it. From their heights, one can see movement along the river, animals, travellers, sometimes enemies, but never far enough to feel safe. People settle anyway, not because the land is generous, but because it is possible, because the river feeds, because the soil, once the water retreats, yields crops strong enough to justify the risk, because paths cross here, and where paths cross, opportunity and danger arrive together. These early people do not think in terms of destiny. They think in seasons, in hunger, in whether the river will spare them this year. They build lightly, wood, mud, reeds, nothing meant to last longer than a generation. Fire is used carefully. Smoke is kept thin. To draw attention is to invite trouble, and trouble here arrives easily. There is no single tribe that owns this land, only groups that tolerate one another as long as survival requires it. To the north, the Etruscans already shape stone and ceremony, their cities older, their confidence visible. To the east, the Sabines hold higher ground, harder to reach, easier to defend. Along the coast, traders move goods and ideas with the sea's quiet indifference. This place, low, exposed, undecided, sits between all of them. It is not chosen. It is endured. At night, sound replaces sight. Insects hum. Water shifts. Animals move through grass that has not yet learned to fear humans. Fires glow faintly on the hills, each one a small declaration, someone is still here. The people listen closely, because listening is safer than speaking. They learn which sounds belong to the land, and which mean that another group has come too close. Religion, such as it is, grows out of fear rather than wonder. The river is watched. The sky is red. Birds matter not because they are beautiful, but because they seem to know something. Lightning is not admired, it is interpreted. The gods, if they exist, are not kind figures. They are forces that must be acknowledged, appeased, survived. Later generations will say that fate lived here, but fate, at the beginning, feels like necessity wearing a mask. What draws people back, again and again, is not comfort, but position. The river is a road before roads exist. Salt moves along it. Timber follows. Stories pass from mouth to mouth, changing shape as they go. Where the river bends near the hills, crossing becomes easier. Where crossing is easier, people gather. Where people gather, conflict eventually arrives. The land does not protect its inhabitants, so they learn to protect themselves, and then to protect what they have taken. Authority is temporary. Leadership shifts with age, strength, memory of past winters survived. Disputes are settled quickly, because lingering conflict is a luxury no one can afford. Violence is not glorified, but it is accepted. It is simply another tool, used when words fail or hunger speaks louder. Still, something begins to take shape. Not a city, not yet, but a habit of staying, of rebuilding after floods, of returning after fire. Each generation leaves little behind, but the act of remaining itself becomes a tradition. The land tests them, and they do not leave. Over time, endurance begins to resemble purpose. No one calls this place Rome. No one imagines marble or empire. But the hills remember footsteps. The river remembers blood and grain alike. And the land, uncomfortable and exposed, waits quietly, watching who is willing to stay long enough to give it a name. The story begins not with builders, but with what is left behind. A child's cry does not carry far near the river. Water absorbs sound. Reeds swallow it. The land does not rush to comfort weakness. It watches instead. In Rome's first remembered story, this indifference matters more than any god. 2 infants are set adrift on the Tiber, not as an accident, but as a decision. Fear makes the choice. Power feels threatened. The river becomes a solution. If the children are meant to live, the land will allow it. If not, the water will take responsibility. This is how the Romans explained survival. Not mercy, but endurance. The basket does not sink. It catches on roots, on mud, on chance. The river, unpredictable as ever, does not destroy. It delivers. The children are not rescued by hands immediately. First, they are exposed, hungry, helpless, alive only because the world has not yet decided otherwise. The wolf enters the story here, not as a gentle creature, and not as a monster. The Romans imagine her as necessity given shape, hunger recognizing hunger. A wild thing feeding what civilization has rejected. It is a powerful image, and the Romans keep it carefully. Their city, they are saying, was not raised by kindness. It was raised by what survives without permission. Later generations will ask whether the wolf was real. That question misses the point. What matters is what the story teaches. That Rome was not chosen by noble ancestry, but by exposure. That its founders were not protected, but tested. To be Roman, the myth suggests, is to be thrown into uncertainty and live anyway. The twins grow. They learn the land from below, not above. They do not inherit authority. They take it. Shepherds raise them, not rulers. Men who move with seasons, who understand territory through use, not ownership. From them, the boys learn how to read silence, how to respond quickly, how to meet violence without ceremony. When they learn who they are, the story does not soften. Their lineage is royal, yes, but royalty has already tried to kill them. Power from the beginning is something that discards its own when afraid. So the brothers return, not to reclaim a throne, but to create something else. They stand on the hills by the river, the same hills where huts have risen and fallen, where no city has lasted long enough to be remembered. They argue, not over whether to build, but over who will decide. Signs are read in the sky, birds are counted, the gods are consulted, because choice needs justification. This moment matters. Rome places its origin not in agreement, but in rivalry. Two brothers, one future. Authority must belong to one voice. The story does not pretend otherwise. It does not imagine harmony as a natural state. It imagines conflict restrained only by outcome. Romulus acts. Remus mocks. The wall, low, symbolic, unfinished, is crossed, and the line is drawn not in earth, but in consequence. The myth refuses to look away. The first boundary of Rome is defended with blood. Not foreign blood, not enemy blood, blood that shares a childhood, blood that mirrors the killer's own. The act is not celebrated in the telling, it is stated, cleanly, as if to say this is the cost of making something last. Here the Romans reveal something unsettling about themselves. They do not erase the crime, they preserve it. They allow their city to begin with an act that cannot be undone. Power is established before law, order before justice. The wall matters more than the bond. The future demands a sacrifice, and the sacrifice is intimacy. Romulus does not weep in the story. He builds. That, too, is instructive. Rome is imagined as something that must continue even when its origin wounds it. The city is more important than the individual, even when the individual is family. This belief will echo across centuries, long after the myth stops being questioned. The wolf fades from the story once the city begins. Wild necessity gives way to human decision. But the lesson remains. Rome will always remember itself as abandoned first, saved second, and founded through violence. The river flows past the new wall unchanged, and the land, which has seen many people come and go, watches again. To see what kind of city grows from such a beginning. The wall is low. It is not yet stone, not yet permanent, more suggestion than barrier. Earth piled carefully. A line traced where none existed before. It does not keep enemies out. It announces intent. This, Romulus claims, is where the city begins. Boundaries matter here. In a land where floods erase marks and seasons undo effort, to draw a line is an act of defiance. The wall says, this will remain, even if nothing else does. Remus laughs, not cruelly, not with hatred. He steps over the boundary easily, almost playfully, as if to expose the weakness of the gesture. A city, he implies, cannot be protected by dirt and promise. Authority cannot be declared simply because one wishes it so. The moment is brief. The consequence is not. Romulus strikes. The act is sudden, irreversible. No omen interrupts it. No god descends to stay the hand. The myth does not cushion the blow. A brother falls at the edge of what was meant to protect others. This is Rome's first remembered crime, and it is not hidden. The Romans do not explain it away as accident. They do not soften it with excuse. They preserve it as origin. Their city begins not with law, but with force. Not with agreement, but with dominance. The boundary is proven real only because it is defended. Power, here, arrives before justice. Romulus does not flee the act. He does not undo the wall. He continues building. The city absorbs the violence without pause, as if the act itself has sealed something into place. The message is unspoken but clear. Order requires obedience, and obedience sometimes requires blood. This belief will echo far beyond this hill. The story does not linger on grief. It does not ask what Remus felt in his final moment. The myth is not interested in the victim's inner life. It is interested in consequence. In what survives. What survives is the city. The Romans later insist that this crime was necessary, that without it, Rome would not have learned what it needed to learn. They do not celebrate the killing, but they accept it. In doing so, they reveal a deep discomfort with weakness. Mercy is admired, but only after control is established. Here, violence is not chaos, it is foundation. The land does not respond. The river does not change course. Birds continue to cross the sky indifferent to human drama. Nature offers no judgment. That silence matters. It tells the listener that the weight of the act belongs entirely to human memory. Romulus becomes king, not by lineage alone, but by survival. His authority is born from the act no one can undo. To challenge him would be to reopen the wound, to question the city's right to exist. And so the wall stands, and the crime settles into story. Rome learned something dangerous in this moment. That strength, once demonstrated, rarely needs justification. That those who cross boundaries risk becoming examples. That the city, once imagined, will demand loyalty beyond personal bonds. This is not a lesson unique to Rome, but Rome chooses to remember it. The myth does not instruct citizens to kill their brothers. It instructs them to place the city above all else. Family, friendship, mercy, these survive only as long as they do not threaten order. Centuries later, Romans will still speak of this moment. Not always aloud. Sometimes in marble, sometimes in law, sometimes in silence. The city will expand, absorb, conquer. It will call its violence necessary. It will insist that stability justifies the cost. And when future crimes are committed in the name of Rome, they will feel familiar. The wall will grow taller, the laws more complex, the excuses more refined, but the logic remains unchanged. The first boundary was crossed, the first punishment delivered. The city learned that it could survive its own sin. Romulus rules alone now. The wolf is gone. The brother is gone. What remains is a city that understands from its first breath that power creates order, and order demands obedience. The river continues past the hill, carrying no memory of the act. But Rome remembers. The city stands, but it is unfinished in the most important way. Walls can be raised by one man, authority can be seized. But a city cannot live on strength alone. Stone and earth do not breathe. They do not fill streets. They do not remember. Rome needs people. Romulus understands this, even if the story does not give him words for it. His city sits exposed on the hills, marked now by blood and intention. It has a king. It has boundaries. What it lacks is the one thing power cannot command into existence: belonging. The surrounding peoples watch carefully. A new settlement rises where many have failed. Some see danger. Others see opportunity. Few see kinship. Rome has no ancient lineage to boast of, no shared ancestry that binds its inhabitants together. It is a place invented too quickly to feel sacred. So Romulus makes a choice that defines Rome as deeply as the wall did. He opens the city. Not cautiously, not selectively. He declares an asylum on the Capitoline Hill, a space where those with nowhere else to go may enter without fear of rejection. The rule is simple. If you arrive, you are Roman now. The word asylum does not mean safety in the way later ages will understand it. It means suspension, a pause in judgment. Crimes committed elsewhere are not questioned here. Origins are not inspected. The city does not ask who you were, only whether you will stay. They come slowly at first. Men without land, runaways, exiles. Debtors escaping obligation, criminals avoiding consequence, survivors of feuds that left no home to return to. Each arrives carrying a past Rome does not demand to know. This is not generosity. It is strategy. Rome does not have the luxury of purity. It cannot afford to choose its citizens carefully. It must become something different, a place defined not by blood, but by participation. Loyalty matters more than origin. Presence matters more than reputation. The city fills unevenly. Huts cluster, voices multiply, the air grows louder, rougher, customs collide, languages mix, no shared tradition smooths the edges, disputes are common, violence flares, order is enforced quickly, sometimes brutally. But the city grows. What binds these people together is not love of Rome, it is necessity. They are all unwanted somewhere else. Rome becomes valuable not because it is gentle, but because it accepts what others refuse. This creates a city shaped by hunger and ambition rather than heritage. A place where survival outranks honour. Where loyalty is earned through shared risk, not inherited privilege. Rome does not ask its people to remember a glorious past. It asks them to build a future, because they have no other choice. The Romans will later speak of themselves as practical. This is where that identity begins. There is no illusion of equality here. Power still rests at the top. Romulus rules. Authority flows downward. But the people beneath him are bound by something stronger than shared ancestry. They are bound by shared exclusion. The city learns to absorb difference without dissolving, not by understanding it, but by demanding obedience to a single order. You may come from anywhere, you may have been anything. But here, the rules are Rome's. This lesson will endure. Rome will grow not by erasing difference, but by containing it, by taking what is foreign and forcing it into Roman shape. The asylum is the first expression of this instinct. Later it will be called citizenship. Later still, empire. But here it is raw and unstable. The land watches as the hills grow crowded. Smoke thickens. Paths harden under constant use. The river carries more than fish now. It carries waste, tools, fragments of a life being assembled too quickly to feel safe. Rome is no longer just a place where people endure. It is a place where they are remade. The cost of this openness is tension. A city of outsiders has no shared memory to restrain itself. Violence simmers just beneath routine. Authority must remain visible, unquestioned. The wall is not only protection from outside, it is a reminder within. Rome does not pretend to be harmonious, it pretends to be necessary, and that pretense works. The unwanted stay. They build. They defend the city because the city is the only thing defending them. In time they stop thinking of themselves as refugees and begin thinking of themselves as Romans. The transformation is quiet, dangerous, effective. Rome, born from abandonment, becomes a refuge, not because it is kind, but because it is useful. The land that once merely tolerated survival now hosts something new, a city that feeds on those with nowhere else to belong. The city grows louder, but it is still incomplete. Men fill the hills now, voices rough with many accents, hands shaped by labour and flight. They build, they argue, they defend the walls with a hunger that comes from having nowhere else to stand. Rome has strength, it has numbers, it has resolve. What it does not have is a future. There are no families yet, no children playing between huts, no continuity beyond the next season. A city of men can survive for a while, but it cannot endure. Everyone understands this, even if no one speaks it aloud. The neighbouring peoples understand it too. The Sabines watch from their higher ground. They trade when it suits them, keep distance when it does not. Their daughters remain among them. Marriage, after all, is not just union, it is alliance. And Rome, new and unpredictable, has not yet earned trust. Romulus asks. The story insists on this detail. Envoys are sent. Words are offered. Requests made. Rome seeks legitimacy through connection, not conquest. The answer is refusal. Not hostile, just final. Rome is not yet worthy of kinship. The myth pauses here, as if to let the silence settle. Then the festival is announced. Games are invited. Neighbours are welcomed into the city under the pretense of celebration. Music fills the air. Ritual masks the tension. For a brief moment, Rome pretends it is simply another community honouring the gods. And then, at a signal, the women are taken. The story does not soften this act. It does not excuse it. It does not deny the fear, the chaos, the breaking of trust. The city commits another crime in its own telling, and again it chooses to remember. But here the meaning deepens. The women are not taken as prizes. They are not treated as spoils to be discarded. They are kept, married, integrated. Rome does not see them as trophies. It sees them as bridges. The violence is real, but it is not aimless. It is a desperate solution to an existential problem. This does not make it just. It makes it revealing. Rome, from its beginning, is willing to violate custom to survive, to risk hatred now in exchange for stability later. The act is brutal, but the intention is permanence. The city is no longer merely absorbing the unwanted, it is forcing connection where none is offered. The aftermath is quiet, but tense. The women resist. Grief lingers. Anger hardens into memory. The men wait for retaliation, because retaliation is deserved. It comes, as expected, from the Sabines. Armies move, weapons rise. The city prepares to defend what it has stolen. Then the women step forward. They enter the space between armies, no longer daughters of one people or wives of another, but something new and unstable. Their bodies carry the cost of Rome's survival. Their voices carry its future. They do not argue strategy. They do not appeal to honour. They appeal to consequence. If the fighting continues, they say, they lose either way. Fathers or husbands will die. Children will be orphaned before they are born. The city will drown in the blood of its own making. This moment matters more than the violence that preceded it. Rome's survival turns not on conquest, but on mediation. The women, taken without consent, now exercise the most decisive authority in the city's earliest crisis. They force peace not by command, but by inevitability, by reminding both sides that the future already exists, whether they accept it or not. The Sabines lower their weapons. The two peoples merge. Rome does not erase this story either. It allows its origin to include women not as symbols, but as agents, not as rewards, but as stabilizers. The city is founded through force, but it is sustained through restraint, through those who bear the cost of violence without wielding it. This too becomes part of Rome's character. Women will rarely rule Rome. They will rarely command legions or hold office. But again and again they will anchor households, negotiate loyalty, absorb loss, and soften the sharpest edges of power without being credited for it. The Sabine women are not remembered for submission. They are remembered for interruption. They stop Rome from becoming nothing more than a fortress of men. They force it to become a society. The city gains something it cannot conquer: continuity. Children are born, names repeat. Memory begins to stretch forward instead of collapsing inward. Rome stops being a refuge for the unwanted and starts becoming a home, uneasy, violent, but lasting. The land receives this transformation without comment. The hills remain, the river flows, the city changes. Rome survives again, not because it is strong, but because someone stepped between its strength and its destruction. Rome is no longer fragile, but it is still uncertain. The city has survived its beginnings: abandonment, blood, hunger, and forced union. It now stands with people enough to fill its hills and memory enough to bind them together. What it lacks is shape. Survival has carried Rome this far. To last, it must learn control. The kings arrive not as legends, but as teachers. The stories remember 7 of them, though memory compresses time and smooths edges. What matters is not their number, but their function. Each king gives Rome something it does not yet know how to create on its own. Not glory, structure. Romulus rules first, and briefly. His strength founded the city, but strength alone cannot govern it. After him, Rome turns outward, to men shaped by older civilizations, especially the Etruscans to the north. From them, Rome borrows without shame. Kingship, here, is not inherited certainty. It is a role tested by usefulness. Religion is organised first. Not belief, but ritual. The gods are given schedules, places, boundaries. Temples rise not for beauty, but for order. The calendar is shaped around sacrifice and observance, dividing time into manageable portions. The divine becomes predictable, not gentle, but legible. This matters more than faith. A city that can schedule its gods can schedule its people. Then come the visible works. Roads pressed into earth, drains cut through low ground, water redirected, controlled, commanded. The marsh between hills is slowly transformed into a shared centre, a place where people gather, argue, trade and judge. The forum is not born in ceremony, it emerges from necessity. Stone replaces wood. Permanence replaces improvisation. The kings do not erase Rome's violence, they channel it. The army becomes disciplined. Shields align. Movement becomes repetition. War stops being personal and becomes procedural. Victory is no longer about rage, but endurance. The people learn to stand together, not because they trust one another, but because the formation demands it. Law begins to take shape, not yet written, but spoken with authority. Custom hardens into expectation. Judgment is delivered publicly, so it can be remembered. Power becomes less arbitrary, though never gentle. Rome is learning something subtle. Control feels safer than freedom. Under the kings, the city grows taller and heavier. Walls rise properly now. Gates define entry. Rome begins to look like a place meant to last. And with that appearance comes anxiety. Because kings change. Some rule cautiously, others with ambition barely restrained. The city accepts both, as long as order holds. But memory is sharpening. People begin to notice patterns. Power centralizes. Decisions narrow. The king's will stretches longer than the city's patience. The last king arrives like a warning ignored too long. Tarquinius Superbus, remembered not for what he builds, but for how he rules. Arrogance replaces restraint. Fear replaces consent. Power no longer justifies itself through usefulness. It assumes obedience. The city tightens under him. Justice bends. Violence becomes personal again. The king's household spills into public life. Rome, which learned order to escape chaos, now feels trapped by it. The people recognise the danger too late. A city taught to obey struggles to remember how to resist. The breaking point does not come from policy. It comes from violation. When royal power reaches into the private body, when it takes without consequence, the illusion collapses. Authority loses legitimacy, silence turns into resolve. The people remember something older than kingship, that Rome existed before the crown. The kings are expelled, not replaced, removed. This matters deeply to Roman memory. They do not say kings failed, they say kings became intolerable. Rule itself is not rejected, concentration is. The city keeps what the kings taught it: roads, rituals, armies, law. What it discards is the idea that one man should hold all of it. Rome does not forget this lesson. For centuries the word king will taste bitter in Roman mouths. Power will be divided. Authority fragmented. Leadership shared, argued over, feared. Not because Rome loves equality, but because it remembers what unchecked rule becomes. The kings gave Rome its tools, they also gave it its warning. As the crown is cast out, The city stands changed, organised, disciplined, wary. Strong enough now to survive without a single ruler, but shaped forever by those who once held absolute power. Rome has learned how to rule. Now it must learn how to rule itself. The crown leaves Rome quietly. There is no single battle, no burning palace, no final speech echoing through the hills. Power slips away in fragments, confidence first, then obedience, then fear. When the last king goes, he does not look back. The city does not call after him. What remains is absence. Rome has removed something it depended on longer than it wants to admit. Kings gave order. Kings decided. Kings absorbed blame. Now the people stand beneath open sky, with no single voice to tell them what comes next. The silence is heavy. They gather not as subjects, but as citizens unsure how to exist without a master. The forum fills slowly. Faces familiar. Voices cautious. The memory of tyranny is still close enough to sting. No one wants another king. No one wants chaos either. This is the tension Rome will live inside for centuries. Never again, they say. Never one man. Never a crown. But refusal alone is not a system. Rome does something careful, almost fearful. It divides power, not to make it fair, but to make it fragile. Authority is split so that no single hand can close around it for long. 2 leaders instead of 1. Short terms instead of lifetime rule. Each watching the other, each limited by the other's presence. Trust is replaced with structure. These new leaders are not kings. The word is avoided deliberately, as if naming it might invite its return. They are magistrates, temporary stewards of the state. When their time ends, they step aside. At least, that is the intention. The people believe this will protect them. It protects them imperfectly. Rome's new system is built on fear remembered, not optimism imagined. Every rule is shaped by anxiety. Every office exists to prevent abuse, rather than inspire virtue. Power is allowed, but only briefly. Authority is granted, but always with suspicion. This creates a city constantly watching itself. The law becomes central, not because it is moral, but because it is impersonal. Decisions are meant to outlast the men who make them. Tradition hardens into ritual. The past becomes instruction. Rome does not move forward freely. It advances while looking backward, measuring every step against what it fears becoming again. The people accept this restraint because they have seen the alternative. Yet even as Rome rejects kingship, it cannot erase hierarchy. Wealth still matters. Ancestry still whispers authority. Some voices carry further than others. The Republic is born not as equality, but as balance, uneven, tense, always adjusting. What Rome swears against is not power. It swears against permanence. The idea that no one should rule long enough to forget they are being watched becomes sacred. The memory of the last king turns into a warning told to children, repeated in ritual, carved into political instinct. Ambition is not denied. It is managed, redirected, limited by procedure. This restraint gives Rome strength. The city becomes adaptable. Leaders come and go. Defeat does not collapse the state. Victory does not belong to one man alone. Rome learns to survive individual failure, because no individual is allowed to become indispensable. But something else grows alongside this resilience. Suspicion. No leader is fully trusted. Success invites fear. Popularity feels dangerous. The city that expelled its king now worries constantly about kings in disguise. Every extraordinary action is measured not by necessity, but by precedent. Rome begins to live with a quiet paranoia. This will save it many times. it will also wound it. For now, though, the oath holds, never again becomes a promise whispered through institutions rather than shouted in streets. The Republic settles into place, not with celebration, but with vigilance. The crown is gone, but its shadow remains, shaping every decision. Rome stands as something new in the ancient world, a state ruled by rules, not by lineage alone. It is fragile, argumentative, slow. It requires constant participation. It demands restraint from those who want more. And for a time, that is enough. The city breathes differently now. Less awe, more tension. Power is no longer distant. It is shared, contested, feared. The kings taught Rome how to rule. Their removal teaches Rome how to doubt. And in that doubt the Republic begins, uneasy, watchful, determined not to forget why it exists. Morning breaks over a divided authority. The city wakes to routine sounds, vendors calling softly, footsteps on packed earth, the distant echo of tools striking stone. Nothing in the streets suggests uncertainty. Yet above these ordinary rhythms hangs a quiet tension, invisible but constant. Rome is now governed by two men instead of one, and neither is allowed to forget the other exists. The consuls take office together. They are elected for a single year, an interval so brief it barely allows certainty. Power is handed to them with ceremony, then immediately restrained. Each consul holds the same authority, the same symbols, the same capacity to command, and each can block the other. No decision is final unless both allow it to stand. This is not trust. It is fear refined into structure. The Romans do not imagine that virtue will restrain ambition. They assume the opposite. So they design a system where ambition collides with ambition, where movement requires consent, where power slows itself by design. The memory of kingship lingers in every gesture. The people watch closely. The Senate listens carefully. Every order is weighed not just for wisdom, but for intention. The question is never simply what is being done, but who benefits if it continues. The consuls learn quickly that authority here is exhausting. To command is to negotiate. To lead is to explain. Every action risks suspicion. Popularity invites scrutiny. Success feels dangerous if it lasts too long. The city that once endured a single ruler now fractures power so completely that no one can feel secure within it. This tension is intentional. Rome believes that discomfort is safer than complacency, that a state constantly adjusting is less likely to fall asleep. The Republic is not built for elegance, it is built for survival. In times of peace, the system grinds slowly. Debate stretches. Decisions hesitate. But when danger comes, Rome adapts without abandoning its fear. Extraordinary authority is granted, but only temporarily. A single leader may command absolutely in crisis, but only until the crisis ends. Then, the power dissolves back into the collective, as if never meant to linger. Even necessity is treated with suspicion. The people accept this because they understand what is being protected. Not comfort, not speed, but the fragile idea that no one man should ever become Rome itself. The consuls embody this paradox. They wear the marks of power, the attendants, the symbols, the public honour, but they move within invisible boundaries tighter than any wall. Each step forward is measured, each success is shared or diminished. Glory is possible, but it must be brief. Rome is learning to rule through limitation. Yet beneath this careful balance, inequality persists. Not all citizens stand equal before the consuls. Wealth whispers louder than poverty. Old families hold memory like a weapon. The Republic claims shared governance, but access to power is narrow and guarded. This contradiction does not break Rome. It fuels it. Conflict becomes routine. Disagreement sharpens political instinct. The city grows accustomed to internal struggle without collapse. Rome learns that stability does not require harmony, it requires endurance. The consuls change each year. Faces rotate. Styles shift. But the fear remains constant. Fear of concentration. Fear of permanence. Fear that someone might become too necessary. This fear becomes Rome's quiet companion. It prevents swift tyranny. It also prevents swift justice. It keeps the city alert and restless. The Republic moves forward not with confidence, but with caution practiced into habit. Over time, the people begin to believe this tension is strength, and in many ways, it is. Rome survives defeats that would shatter simpler states. It absorbs loss without surrender. It replaces leaders without collapsing identity. The system holds, not because it is perfect, but because it expects failure and prepares for it. Yet the cost is subtle. Trust erodes. Ambition seeks shortcuts. When power is always constrained, those who crave it learn to bend rules instead of break them. The fear that once protected the Republic begins to hollow it. Slowly, invisibly. For now, though, Rome stands balanced on its own anxiety. 2 consuls. 1 fear. The city believes that as long as power is shared, it will never again be ruled by one man's will. It believes vigilance is enough. It believes memory will protect it. Rome has sworn never again, and for a time it keeps the oath by watching itself more closely than any enemy ever could. The Republic promises balance, but the ground beneath it is uneven. By day, Rome appears united. Citizens gather in the forum. Magistrates speak. Laws are announced as if they belong to everyone equally. The rituals of shared rule continue with careful precision. From a distance, the city looks stable. Up close, it strains. Wealth pools quietly in old hands. Land accumulates. Names repeat in public office. Beneath the language of citizenship, distinctions harden. Some Romans are born into protection. Others earn their survival year by year. One harvest, one campaign, one debt at a time. Debt is the fault line. Small farmers leave their fields to fight Rome's wars. They return to land neglected. Crops failed. Obligations unpaid. Creditors wait patiently. Interest grows. The law allows it. A man who cannot pay may lose not only his land, but his freedom. Chains become legal. Bondage becomes punishment for loyalty. The Republic survives on soldiers who return poorer than they left. The patricians, those who trace lineage back to the earliest families, speak often of tradition. They claim guardianship of the state. They sit comfortably in the Senate, debating stability while others struggle to eat. To them, Rome works as intended. Order holds. The system functions. For the plebeians, it feels different. They crowd the lower hills. They work the fields, build the roads, man the legions. They vote, but their voices scatter easily. Individually, they matter little. Together they are necessary, but necessity does not guarantee dignity. Tension builds slowly, like heat in stone. The plebeians do not rebel immediately. They endure. They complain. They petition. They are ignored. The Republic's mechanisms are not designed to listen downward. Power circulates among those who already hold it. Then something unprecedented happens. The people leave. Not in violence, not in chaos. They withdraw. The plebeians abandon the city and gather outside it, refusing to work, to fight, to sustain the state. The act is quiet but devastating. Rome, suddenly hollowed, realises what it has taken for granted. A city cannot function without those who carry it. This moment, the secession of the plebs, forces Rome to confront itself. The patricians cannot rule empty streets. The Senate cannot debate without labour supporting it. The army cannot march if the poor refuse to fill its ranks. Negotiation follows. Slowly, reluctantly, power concedes. New offices are created, not for the elite, but for protection. Tribunes of the people emerge, granted the authority to intervene, to block injustice, to speak where others are silenced. Their bodies are declared sacred. To harm them is to wound the Republic itself. This is not equality. It is recognition. Rome does not erase class difference. It institutionalizes tension instead. Conflict becomes part of governance. The Republic learns that stability depends not on silence, but on managed opposition. Over time, concessions accumulate. Debt laws soften. Legal protections expand. Marriage between classes becomes possible. The plebeians gain access to offices once closed to them. None of this comes freely. Every advance is argued over, delayed, resented. But Rome adapts. The struggle between poor and powerful does not weaken the city, it trains it. Rome becomes skilled at internal conflict without collapse. It learns to bend without breaking, to yield just enough to preserve the whole. Yet something darker takes root alongside this flexibility. Class resentment hardens into identity. Politics becomes personal. Loyalty shifts from the state to advocates who promise protection. The Republic grows louder, more confrontational. Public life fills with accusation, protest, obstruction. The plebeians gain a voice, but not peace. The patricians retain influence, but not certainty. Rome becomes a city where disagreement is constant and compromise fragile. This tension will fuel expansion, reform, and eventually violence. The Republic's greatest strength, its ability to absorb conflict, will one day strain under its own weight. For now, though, the city survives another test. The poor are not silenced. The powerful are not overthrown. The Republic continues, uneasy, unequal, but intact. Rome learns that domination breeds instability, and concession preserves order. It is a lesson Rome will repeat again and again, because beneath every triumph, every conquest, every law, the same question waits, quietly, patiently. Who benefits and who pays? The city does not answer it fully. It never will. The arguments do not stop. They never do. Rome's streets echo with voices raised not in rebellion, but in frustration. Disputes over land, debt, obligation. Accusations of favouritism, of judgments bent by status rather than truth. The Republic listens, but it listens unevenly. Custom governs much of Roman life, and custom belongs to those who remember it best. Memory becomes power. For the patricians, tradition is inheritance. They know which words matter, which rituals bind, which precedents excuse. For the poor, the law feels like a shadow, present, powerful, but impossible to grasp. A rule spoken can be reshaped. A judgment remembered can be denied. The plebeians demand something radical. Not mercy. Not redistribution. Clarity. They ask that the law be written down. This request unsettles the city more than any protest. To write the law is to fix it, to remove it from private memory and place it before everyone's eyes. It limits interpretation. It binds the powerful as visibly as the weak. Rome resists. Flexibility has always favoured those at the top, but tension builds, and Rome has learned what happens when tension is ignored. Eventually concession comes, not gracefully, but deliberately. The laws are carved. Bronze tablets are raised in public space, their surfaces catching light, their words exposed to sun and rain alike. The 12 tables do not read like poetry. They are blunt, uneven, severe. They speak of property, punishment, debt, family, death. They do not promise fairness. They promise consistency. This matters. For the first time, a Roman can point, not to a man, but to a rule. Judgment becomes less personal, more predictable. The law no longer lives only in the mouths of magistrates. It stands, silent and unyielding, open to anyone who can read or remember. Rome believes this will calm its divisions. It does not. The laws protect property more than people. They preserve hierarchy even as they reveal it. Debt remains harsh. Punishments are public. Inequality is not erased. It is clarified. But clarity changes something fundamental. The people begin to argue not about whether the law exists, but about what it says. Conflict moves from the street into interpretation. Power shifts from lineage to language. Those who understand the law gain leverage. Those who can speak it aloud gain influence. Rome becomes a city of legal consciousness. The 12 tables are not sacred texts, but they are treated with reverence. Children learn them, citizens quote them. The idea takes root that the law stands above individual will. Even magistrates bow to its presence, at least in theory. This belief will outlast the Republic itself. Yet the stone does something else as well. It freezes injustice. What was once flexible becomes permanent. Harsh rules endure long after their necessity fades. The law, once written, resists change. Reform becomes harder than protest. Rome gains stability, but loses softness. The city accepts this trade without ceremony. Order is worth the cost. As years pass, the 12 tables become less a code and more a foundation. New laws layer over them. Exceptions are carved around them. But they remain beneath everything, like bedrock, uneven, unforgiving, essential. Rome has learned to trust something other than people. This trust shapes the Republic's character. Disputes are argued rather than fought. Authority is justified through reference rather than force. The city becomes obsessed with legality. Not justice, legality. That distinction will matter later. For now, the streets grow quieter, not because conflict is gone, but because it has found a new form. Voices move from shouts to speeches. Violence gives way to procedure. The Republic feels steadier, more deliberate. But the stone watches without emotion. The law does not care who suffers beneath it. It does not soften with age. It does not adapt without pressure. It provides structure, not mercy. Rome will thrive on this rigidity. Rome will also be wounded by it. Still, the city has crossed a threshold. Power is no longer only held, it is written. Authority is no longer only performed, it is displayed. The Republic stands not just on tradition, but on text. The laws endure sun and rain alike. And as the bronze darkens with time, Rome begins to believe that what is written can outlast what is ruled. War comes to Rome not as ambition, but as routine. It arrives in seasons like planting and harvest. The Republic does not seek it eagerly, but it never escapes it either. Borders are close, neighbours are watchful. Every hill beyond Rome's walls belongs to someone else who is just as desperate to survive. At first, Rome fights like everyone else. Men gather when needed. They bring their own armour, their own weapons, their own fear. Battles are loud, chaotic, personal. Victory depends on courage and luck. Defeat ends the season early. But Rome remembers defeats longer than victories. Each loss leaves a mark. Each failure becomes instruction. The Republic does not romanticize war, it studies it. Slowly, deliberately, Rome begins to change how it fights, not to be glorious, but to be reliable. The legion emerges from this impulse, not as a single invention, but as an accumulation of adjustments. Smaller units replace unwieldy masses. Formation replaces frenzy. Training replaces impulse. Soldiers learn to move as one body, to hold position even when instinct screams to run. Discipline becomes Rome's true weapon. The legion does not rely on brilliance. It relies on repetition. Drills are endless. Movements are practiced until they become automatic. The soldier is taught not to feel the battle in the moment, but to execute it. Fear is not eliminated, it is contained. This changes everything. Rome no longer needs perfect conditions to win. It can fight in rain, heat, mud, exhaustion. It can lose one battle and return for another. Where other armies break after defeat, Rome reorganises. Loss is not failure. Loss is data. The Republic begins to outlast its enemies rather than overpower them. War becomes a test of endurance, not daring. The legions dig camps every night, even in hostile land. Order follows them wherever they go. The battlefield becomes an extension of the city's habits. This method is exhausting. It demands constant manpower. Citizens are called again and again. Service becomes expectation. A Roman learns early that he will fight, not once, but repeatedly. War stops being interruption. It becomes obligation. The Republic accepts this burden because it believes the alternative is extinction. Enemies surround Rome, Etruscans, Samnites, Latin rivals, each testing its borders, probing its resolve. Rome answers not with decisive annihilation, but with persistence. It returns. It rebuilds. It refuses to disappear. The Legion teaches Rome something crucial. Survival favours those who endure discomfort longer than others. This lesson seeps into the city itself. Politics becomes gruelling. Debate stretches. Compromise grinds slowly. Rome does not rush decisions. It wears opponents down. The same patience that holds a shield wall holds the Republic together. Yet the cost is quiet and cumulative. Farmers leave fields for years at a time. Families stretch thin. The city feeds itself on the labour of those who serve. Honour replaces compensation. Duty replaces rest. Rome survives, but its people grow accustomed to sacrifice as normal. The Legion does not ask why it fights. It asks how long it must hold. Over time, Rome's enemies learn to fear this. They may win battles. They may even sack Roman camps. But Rome returns. Always reorganised. Always learning. Always prepared to continue. This persistence feels inhuman to those who face it. To Rome, it feels necessary. The Republic begins to believe that as long as its legions stand, nothing can truly end it. That defeat is temporary. That survival is guaranteed by method rather than chance. This belief will carry Rome far. It will also blind it. Because endurance, once mastered, becomes expectation, and expectation becomes demand. The state grows comfortable asking its people for endless service. The line between defence and expansion begins to blur. If Rome can fight forever, why should it ever stop? For now, the question remains unspoken. The legions march. Shields lock. Camps rise and vanish. Rome does not yet seek dominance. It seeks security. But security achieved through constant war reshapes the city's instincts. Rome learns to live with conflict as background noise. And in learning to fight forever, it quietly prepares itself to conquer far more than it ever intended. Rome no longer looks inward. The hills are still familiar. The river still faithful in its slow, indifferent way. But beyond them, the land feels closer than it once did. Paths that were once distant now feel exposed. Borders, once vague, begin to harden in Roman thought. Survival has taught the city to watch outward as carefully as it once watched itself. Enemies do not arrive all at once. They are already there. To the north, the Etruscans linger, older, richer, still confident in their customs and kings. To the east and south, the Samnites hold the mountains, hardened by terrain that teaches patience and ambush. Nearby Latin cities, once kin, now feel like rivals competing for the same fragile space. Rome exists in the middle of a crowded world. Every direction offers resistance. Every alliance carries risk. Every border invites testing. Rome does not yet think in terms of empire. It thinks in terms of breathing room. Conflict becomes constant, but uneven. Some wars are brief, ending in negotiated submission. Others drag on for years, marked by stalemate and exhaustion. The Samnite Wars in particular teach Rome humility. Mountain passes neutralize formation. Discipline struggles against terrain. Rome learns that method alone is not enough. So it adapts, again. The legion bends to geography. Tactics change. Flexibility is added to discipline. Rome begins to fight differently depending on who stands before it. Not because it admires its enemies, but because survival demands attention. This adaptability becomes one of Rome's quiet strengths. Defeat no longer carries shame, it carries instruction. Rome absorbs enemy techniques, reshapes them, uses them without apology. What works is Roman. What fails is discarded. Pride does not interfere with endurance. As wars multiply, something subtle shifts. Rome begins to understand that conquest does not require destruction. Cities defeated are not always burned. Some are absorbed. Their elites preserved. Their gods respected. Their soldiers eventually recruited. Rome learns that enemies, if treated carefully, can become assets. Victory becomes layered. A city might lose its independence but keep its identity. It might surrender arms but gain protection. Rome begins to weave a network of obligation across Italy, alliances, treaties, graded citizenships. This is not generosity. It is control through inclusion. The Republic offers security in exchange for loyalty. It promises stability where chaos once ruled. Roads follow armies. Trade follows roads. Rome begins to feel present, even where legions do not stand. Enemies notice. Some resist harder. Others calculate. The landscape of Italy changes not through single conquest, but through accumulation. Rome advances not like a flood, but like a rising tide, slow, persistent, difficult to reverse. War becomes administrative. Commanders negotiate as often as they fight. Victory is measured not only in land taken, but in obligations secured. Rome's borders are no longer lines, they are relationships. Yet constant war leaves marks. Generations grow up knowing nothing else. Service becomes identity. Absence becomes normal. Loss is absorbed into routine. The Republic praises endurance but rarely asks what it costs. At home, tension grows quietly. Land accumulates in fewer hands as small farmers disappear into years of service. Wealth flows unevenly from conquest. Inequality sharpens beneath the surface of success. Rome wins, but not evenly. Still, the city presses forward. By the end of these struggles, Italy is no longer a collection of rivals. It is a hierarchy with Rome at its centre. No nearby power can challenge it directly. No coalition forms quickly enough to matter. For the first time, Rome stands without immediate peer. The Republic looks outward, and finds no equal horizon close enough to fear. This moment feels like safety. It is also temptation. Rome has learned to fight any neighbour, endure any loss, absorb any defeat. The habits of survival have produced confidence. The line between defence and ambition fades quietly, without announcement. Enemies once defined Rome's borders. Now their absence defines Rome's possibilities. The legions stand ready. The alliances hold. The Republic breathes deeply in unfamiliar calm. Beyond Italy, the world remains vast and untested. Rome has survived being surrounded. Now it must decide what to do with open space. Victory settles over Rome slowly. There is no single moment when the Republic realises it has won Italy. No trumpet sounds to announce completion. The wars fade one by one, leaving behind quiet obligations, treaties remembered more than celebrated, borders secured through habit rather than ceremony. Rome stands dominant, but tired. The legions return home carrying more than scars. They bring spoils, stories and expectations. Gold moves through the city in uneven streams. Land changes hands quietly. The Senate speaks of stability. The people feel something else. Conquest has altered the balance. Rome has learned that victory can be absorbed without destruction. Defeated cities are not erased, they are transformed. Citizenship is extended in layers, carefully measured. Some gain full inclusion, others receive partial rights. Many are bound by obligation without equality. This system is effective. It prevents endless rebellion. It spreads Roman influence without constant occupation. Former enemies defend Roman interests because their own survival now depends on it. Roads bind the peninsula. Law follows the roads. Latin becomes familiar far from the hills where it was first spoken. Rome grows by incorporation. But incorporation has a cost. As Rome absorbs others, it also absorbs their burdens. Veterans expect land as reward. Allies expect protection. Citizens expect opportunity. The Republic must now provide not just defence, but distribution. And Rome is not built for generosity. The old balance between citizen and state strains. Small farmers, already stretched by years of service, find themselves competing with wealthier landowners who buy up territory left unattended during war. Estates grow larger. Labour shifts. Slaves taken in conquest begin to replace free hands. The countryside empties slowly. Rome grows richer, but fewer Romans share in that wealth. Victory has given the Republic power it does not yet know how to manage. The institutions built for a city-state now strain beneath the weight of a regional power. Decisions take longer. Consequences spread further. A single decree affects lives far beyond the forum. The Republic responds with habit rather than reform. It trusts what has worked before. Tradition, law, procedure. But victory has changed the scale of everything. Old mechanisms creak under new demands. The Senate debates while inequality deepens. Magistrates rotate while problems remain. Rome has conquered Italy, but Italy has changed Rome. The legions still march, but their purpose shifts subtly. Defence gives way to enforcement. Allies are reminded, not reassured. Rome begins to assume compliance rather than negotiate it. This confidence feels earned. It is also dangerous. The people sense the change. They see generals return with prestige that rivals elected office. They see wealth distort influence. They feel the distance between the promises of citizenship and its reality widening. Yet resistance is muted. Victory has created loyalty as well as resentment. Many owe Rome their survival. Many profit from its dominance. The Republic's success silences some of its critics even as it sharpens their grievances. Rome becomes a city of contrasts. Monuments rise beside poverty. Triumphs are celebrated while debt persists. The state appears invincible even as its foundation grows uneven. The habits of conquest seep into politics. Winning becomes expectation. Compromise feels like weakness. Still, Rome moves forward. It tells itself that these tensions are temporary, that stability will follow success, that the Republic has always endured strain. But victory has changed the question Rome asks of itself. It is no longer whether the Republic can survive its enemies. It is whether it can survive its achievements. Power has created order. Order now demands obedience. And obedience, once expected, reshapes freedom. The city does not yet see the full shape of this transformation. It only feels the weight of it, pressing quietly on daily life. Rome stands stronger than ever, and less certain of itself than before. Beyond Italy, other powers watch. Across the sea, wealth flows differently. Trade builds influence without legions. A rival rises not on land, but on water, patient, distant, calculating. Rome does not yet turn its full attention outward. But the horizon has widened. Victory has opened doors the Republic cannot close. The price has not yet been fully paid, but the account is growing. Night falls on Rome without warning. There is no omen in the sky, no ritual neglected, no sign that the world is about to break. The city sleeps as it always has, uneasy, crowded, confident in its own endurance, The walls stand, the legions are away, Italy feels secure. Then the rumour arrives before the enemy does, a people from the north, tall, restless, unbound by Rome's treaties or habits. The Gauls move quickly, drawn south by opportunity rather than hatred. They do not come with strategy shaped by long war. They come with momentum. Rome is unprepared. The legions are absent, scattered by obligation and assumption. What remains is a city accustomed to winning, suddenly unsure how to defend itself. Resistance forms hastily, breaks just as quickly. The Gauls push forward with little regard for Roman confidence. The defeat is sharp and humiliating. Those who survive retreat toward the city, carrying panic instead of order. The gates close too late. The hills that once felt protective now feel exposed. Rome, which has learned to endure loss on distant fields, now faces danger at its heart. The sack comes swiftly, fire rises, smoke fills the streets, shouts echo through spaces once governed by law and ritual. The city is taken not because it is weak, but because it is surprised. Power that has grown accustomed to control forgets how to react when control disappears. The Gauls roam freely. They take what they want. They destroy what they do not understand. Temples are violated. Homes collapse. The centre of the Republic becomes a place of fear rather than authority. Rome burns, not completely, but enough to scar memory, enough to shatter the illusion that the city is untouchable. Some Romans flee. Others barricade themselves on the Capitoline Hill, clinging to stone and height, while the rest of the city lies exposed below. From this refuge, they watch their world unravel. The gods are silent. Rome waits, not with courage, but with stubbornness. Supplies thin. Time stretches. The Gauls, unfamiliar with prolonged occupation, grow restless. Negotiation replaces destruction. A price is named, gold is weighed, the humiliation cuts deeper than the loss. Rome pays to survive. This moment will not be forgotten. Later, Romans will tell the story differently. They will speak of sudden heroism, of defiance, of a general arriving in time to drive the invaders out. They will polish the ending, because memory demands dignity. But the truth remains beneath the story. Rome was taken, and Rome lived. When the Gauls leave, the city is changed. Ash clings to stone. Silence lingers where noise once filled the streets. The Republic stands again, but wounded, embarrassed, alert. Something hardens in Rome after this. The city rebuilds quickly, almost recklessly. Walls are strengthened, defences multiplied, fear becomes permanent architecture. Rome refuses to let vulnerability linger long enough to become habit. The sack becomes instruction. Never again unguarded. Never again unprepared. Never again assuming safety. Rome does not retreat inward after this trauma. It expands its caution outward. The city learns that threats ignored do not disappear. They return when least expected. The memory of fire shapes policy. Defeat no longer humbles Rome, it provokes it. The Republic reorganises its military obligations. Garrisons increase. Command becomes more vigilant. Rome decides that safety requires presence beyond its borders. The city that burned chooses endurance over reflection. This refusal to collapse becomes legend. Rome tells itself that it did not fall, that it endured where others would have vanished. And in this belief, something powerful takes root, the idea that Rome can survive anything. This confidence is both shield and burden. It allows the Republic to rebuild faster than its neighbours expect. It encourages resilience. It fuels ambition. But it also dulls caution. Rome remembers the fire, not as a warning against expansion, but as proof that expansion is necessary. The city that refused to burn now refuses to feel small. From the ashes, Rome rises more defensive, more disciplined, more resolved. The humiliation is absorbed into identity. What did not destroy the Republic becomes evidence of its destiny. Rome has learned something dangerous and intoxicating, that even when the world breaks into its streets, the city remains. And once a people believes that, they begin to test the limits of what they can endure, and what they can inflict. The horizon feels wider now. Italy lies quiet beneath Roman authority, not silent but ordered. Roads bind hill to valley, coast to interior. Messengers move without fear of ambush. Old rival cities speak the language of treaties rather than threats. The peninsula no longer bristles with resistance, it listens. Rome stands at the centre of this listening. For the first time, the Republic does not wake expecting war on its doorstep. The legions remain active, but their marches feel preventative rather than desperate. Borders are guarded by habit. Allies look inward to Rome for reassurance, guidance, arbitration. The city has no equal nearby. This absence is unsettling. Rome has defined itself against enemies for generations. Conflict shaped its institutions, its discipline, its identity. Now, with no rival close enough to demand attention, the Republic turns its gaze outward and inward at the same time. At home, success reshapes expectation. Citizens assume Rome will prevail in disputes. Allies assume Rome will intervene. Defeat feels improbable. Confidence settles into daily life, subtle but pervasive. The Republic's systems, once designed to prevent domination, now manage dominance instead. Power no longer feels borrowed. It feels earned. This shift is quiet, almost invisible. No law announces it. No speech declares it. But the Senate's debates change in tone. Questions of survival give way to questions of influence. Rome no longer asks whether it can defend itself. It asks what it should allow beyond its borders. The legions feel the change first. They train not for emergency, but readiness. Camps are placed deliberately. Supply lines stretch farther. Rome begins to think in distance, measuring time not in days, but in weeks of march. Geography expands in Roman imagination. Italy becomes a base rather than a boundary. The Republic reassures itself that this is prudence, not ambition. That strength must be maintained to prevent future threats. That peace requires preparation. These arguments feel reasonable, even virtuous. They are also seductive. Power simplifies choice. When no one nearby can resist you, restraint becomes optional. Rome still honours its traditions, still rotates magistrates, still debates fiercely. But the outcome of those debates increasingly favours expansion of influence rather than contraction. The city does not notice when dominance becomes assumption. Allies begin to feel the difference. Rome's guidance hardens into expectation. Assistance becomes obligation. Protection becomes leverage. Those who resist are reminded, gently, at first of what Rome provides, and what it can withdraw. The Republic does not yet call this empire. It calls it responsibility. At home the effects ripple quietly. Wealth from across Italy flows toward the centre. Political careers are built on foreign command. Success abroad amplifies influence at home. The balance between civil authority and military prestige grows delicate. Rome has always feared kings. Now it must learn to fear generals. The old safeguards remain, but they strain under new conditions. Annual terms feel short for distant campaigns. Shared command complicates coordination. Victory demands continuity, but the Republic insists on rotation. Tension grows, not between Rome and its neighbours, but between Rome's ideals and its circumstances. The city stands alone, but not at ease. Beyond the sea, other powers observe this transformation. They hear of Rome's persistence, its adaptability, its refusal to collapse. They measure its reach. They do not yet fear it, but they begin to calculate it. Trade routes whisper of wealth accumulated without fleets, of soldiers loyal to a state rather than a monarch, of a city that absorbs defeat and returns altered, stronger. Rome does not notice the watching. It is focused on itself, on consolidating what it has gained, on managing alliances, on debating how much control is too much. The Republic believes it still has time to choose its future carefully. History rarely allows that luxury. Standing alone changes how people understand themselves. Rome's identity, once forged in resistance, now leans toward inevitability. The city begins to assume that whatever it touches will, eventually, belong to its order. This belief is not spoken aloud. It is felt. Italy is quiet. The legions are ready. The Republic is confident. The horizon lies open, unguarded by equals. Rome stands alone, not because it has driven everyone away, but because it has outgrown the world that once contained it. Beyond the water to the south and west, another power thrives, wealthy, ancient, maritime. Its strength does not march on roads. It sails. Soon, Rome's attention will turn there. And when it does, the Republic will discover what it means to face a rival that does not fear endurance, but mastery of a different kind. The sea changes how Rome thinks. From the hills above the Tiber, water has always meant boundary. Rivers could be crossed. Valleys marched through, mountains endured. But the open sea is different. It does not submit to roads or camps. It does not remember who has passed before. It belongs to no one for long. Rome has never trusted it. Across that water lies another power, older than Rome's dominance in Italy, quieter, richer, patient. Carthage does not announce itself with legions. It speaks through ships, markets, contracts, and harbours filled with movement. Where Rome builds walls, Carthage builds routes. Where Rome disciplines bodies, Carthage manages flow. The two powers do not hate each other. Not yet. They simply exist too close. Carthage's influence spreads like a web across the Western Sea, Sicily, Sardinia, Africa's coast. Its strength is not spectacle, but reach. Goods move where armies cannot. Wealth accumulates without conquest. Power settles invisibly, reinforced by profit rather than fear. Rome watches from the shore uneasy. Italy is secure, but the island just beyond it, Sicily, feels too important to ignore. Grain flows from there. Trade passes through it. Whoever controls the island controls food and movement. Rome senses vulnerability not in attack, but in dependence. Carthage senses it too. Neither side rushes forward. Treaties are signed. Boundaries named. Agreements written carefully, each clause weighed for advantage. Diplomacy holds, but it does not relax. Each power measures the other constantly, waiting for imbalance. The Republic debates. Some senators argue that the sea is not Rome's domain. That land is enough. That Rome's strength lies in what it knows. Others warn that ignorance is dangerous, that leaving the sea to Carthage invites future dependence. Rome does not yet crave mastery of the waves, but it fears exclusion from them. The first clashes are small. A dispute here. A city there. Sicily becomes crowded with tension. Allies shift. Local conflicts pull larger powers toward them. Rome insists it is responding, not provoking. Carthage insists the same. Both believe themselves. The war that follows does not begin with fire and banners. It begins with logistics, with supply lines tested, with unfamiliar terrain. Rome, master of endurance on land, now faces a challenge it has never trained for. The sea does not forgive discipline. Storms scatter ships. Navigation fails. Roman soldiers, used to solid ground, grow sick and fearful. Carthaginian sailors move with confidence, their fleets practised, their commanders patient. Rome loses ships not to enemies, but to water. This humiliation stings more deeply than defeat in battle. The Republic has built its identity on adaptation. Now it must adapt to something it does not understand. So it does what it always does. It studies. It copies. It builds. Captured ships are dismantled and recreated plank by plank. New fleets rise quickly, almost recklessly. Crews are trained with urgency rather than mastery. Rome does not seek elegance, it seeks functionality. The war becomes one of learning curves. Carthage expects Rome to tire, to retreat inland, to accept maritime inferiority as natural. Rome does neither. Losses mount, fleets sink, men drown. Rome keeps building. Endurance, once again, becomes weapon. Battles at sea remain uncertain, but Rome's willingness to continue surprises its rival. What Rome lacks in experience, it replaces with persistence. What it lacks in finesse, it replaces with numbers. The war stretches. Years pass. Costs rise. Citizens grow weary. Sicily becomes a place of constant contest rather than decisive victory. Neither power delivers the final blow. Instead, both bleed slowly. Rome begins to change. To fight Carthage, it must think beyond Italy. Supply lines stretch across water. Commanders gain autonomy far from oversight. Decisions are made faster, more independently. The Republic's structures strain again under distance. But Rome does not retreat. It commits. Eventually, exhaustion tips the balance. Carthage falters first, not because it is weaker, but because Rome refuses to stop. When victory comes, it feels less like triumph and more like survival achieved at terrible cost. Rome emerges changed. It has crossed the sea and returned. The Republic now understands that no space is truly beyond its reach if it is willing to endure enough loss. This realization is quiet, dangerous, intoxicating. Carthage remains, but diminished. The sea, once feared, now feels negotiable. Rome stands at the water's edge, no longer hesitant, no longer content with land alone. A distant enemy has forced the Republic to expand its imagination, and in doing so has reshaped Rome's future. The waves continue to move, indifferent, but Rome is watching them differently now. The warning comes too late. Rome hears of movement in the west, of a Carthaginian commander gathering forces, of alliances shifting quietly in Spain, of preparations that feel deliberate rather than defensive. The Senate debates response with familiar confidence. Distance still feels like protection. The sea still seems the obvious route of attack. Hannibal chooses another. He does not sail toward Rome. He walks. The march begins far from Italy, through lands Rome barely imagines as pathways. Rivers are crossed. Hostile tribes are negotiated with or subdued. The army moves slowly, deliberately, carrying its intention with it. When Hannibal turns toward the Alps, the decision feels almost symbolic, an act meant to defy expectation as much as geography. The mountains resist him. Snow blinds. Cold kills. Animals stumble and fall into ravines. Men freeze where they sleep. Progress is measured not in miles, but in survival. Yet the army continues. Discipline holds through suffering. Fear is managed through movement. Stopping would be worse than pressing on. Rome does not believe the reports. No enemy, it insists, would choose such a route. No commander would willingly sacrifice so much before reaching the battlefield. The Republic waits for a naval threat that never comes. Then the truth arrives. Hannibal descends into Italy. The shock is profound. An enemy stands on Roman soil without warning, without invitation, without permission. Italy, long considered secure, feels suddenly porous. The legions move to intercept, confident in their numbers, their methods, their experience. Hannibal studies them carefully. He does not fight Rome as others have. He does not seek to outlast it. He seeks to unbalance it. His army is diverse: African infantry, Iberian fighters, cavalry trained for speed and deception. He knows Rome's habits. He anticipates its formations. The early battles go badly for Rome. Not catastrophically at first, but decisively enough to unsettle confidence. Roman armies engage, expecting discipline to prevail. Instead, they find themselves surrounded, confused, cut down by tactics they do not recognise. Fear enters Rome quietly. Not panic, yet, but doubt. The Republic has faced enemies before. It has endured defeat, but this enemy feels different. Hannibal does not seek Rome's allies. He seeks Rome's certainty. Cities watch closely. Some remain loyal, others hesitate. Hannibal does not force their decision immediately. He lets Rome's weakness speak for him. Each Roman defeat echoes louder than any promise Carthage could make. The Republic responds as it always has. More legions, new commanders, greater urgency. And then comes Cannae. The field fills with Roman confidence. Numbers promise redemption. The legions advance with determination sharpened by fear. Hannibal waits. He bends. He yields space deliberately, drawing Rome inward, compressing its strength into vulnerability. When the trap closes, it is complete. Roman discipline becomes suffocation. Movement becomes impossible. The legions are cut down where they stand. There is no escape, only collapse. The scale of loss is unimaginable. Senators die beside farmers. Experience offers no protection. Rome bleeds openly. The Republic stands closer to annihilation than it ever has before. Allies waver, enemies sense opportunity. Panic spreads through Italy like smoke. The Senate meets in silence heavy with unspoken dread. Hannibal does not march on Rome itself. He waits, confident that fear will finish what battle has begun. Rome does not surrender. This refusal surprises even itself. The city does not seek decisive battle again. It does not chase glory. Instead, it changes strategy entirely. Hannibal is avoided, not confronted. His movements are shadowed, contained, starved of reinforcement. Rome sacrifices pride for survival. This choice saves it. The war becomes slow, grinding, joyless. Hannibal remains undefeated, but increasingly isolated. Rome rebuilds its strength quietly, methodically, refusing the temptation of confrontation. Endurance replaces heroism. The city learns humility through terror. Hannibal becomes legend while he lives, feared, admired, studied. He stands at Rome's gates metaphorically, not physically. His presence reshapes Roman thinking more deeply than any conqueror ever could. Rome survives him, but it never forgets. The Republic emerges from this trial altered. Confidence returns, but it is tempered. The illusion of invincibility is gone. In its place stands something harder, colder, more deliberate. Rome has looked into the possibility of its own end, and chosen to continue anyway. The gates still stand, but they no longer feel symbolic. They feel earned. After Cannae, Rome grows quiet, not the quiet of peace, but the quiet that follows shock. Streets still fill, markets still open. The machinery of the Republic continues to move, but something essential has been wounded. The certainty that Rome will always prevail has been stripped away, leaving behind a raw awareness of how close the city came to vanishing. Lists of the dead circulate slowly, names familiar, repeated, unfinished. Fathers, sons, magistrates. Veterans who believed experience would protect them. There is no ceremony large enough to contain the loss. Grief becomes private, compressed into routine. Rome does not stop. It absorbs. Hannibal remains in Italy. This is what makes the hour darkest. The enemy is not a memory. He is a presence. His army moves through the countryside, drawing strength from Roman land, testing loyalty, reminding allies that Rome can bleed. Each report sharpens fear without offering relief. Some cities defect, not many, but enough. Enough to suggest that Rome's authority is conditional. That allegiance may be reconsidered when protection fails. The Republic does not punish immediately. It cannot afford to fracture further. Instead, Rome does something unexpected. It refuses to spare. No envoys are sent to negotiate surrender. No ransom is offered for peace. The Senate meets and decides without drama that the war will continue. Not because victory feels likely, but because surrender feels worse. This decision reshapes Rome more deeply than any battle. Extraordinary measures are taken. Age limits for service are lowered. Slaves are armed and promised freedom. Gold is stripped from temples, from private homes, from memory itself, melted into coin and weapon. Mourning is postponed. Survival becomes obligation. Rome mobilizes not its strength, but its will. Hannibal waits for collapse that never comes. He understands Rome's psychology better than most. He knows fear. He knows pressure. But Rome does not behave as a city cornered. It behaves as a city accustomed to endurance. It accepts suffering as the price of continuity. The strategy shifts completely. No more grand battles. No more decisive confrontations. Roman armies shadow Hannibal, harass his supply lines, deny him allies without engaging directly. Victory is redefined, not as triumph, but as denial. The war becomes a long stalemate. Hannibal remains undefeated. Rome remains unbroken. This tension stretches across years. Children grow into soldiers knowing only war. The countryside empties further. Italy becomes a landscape shaped by waiting for the enemy to tire, waiting for advantage to return. At home, the Republic tightens. Fear sharpens discipline. Dissent quiets. Unity is enforced not through inspiration, but necessity. Rome becomes austere, almost severe. Luxury feels obscene. Survival leaves little room for indulgence. The people endure, because endurance has always been Rome's answer. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the balance shifts. Hannibal's allies dwindle. Reinforcements fail to arrive. Carthage hesitates, divided by distance and caution. Rome, meanwhile, adapts its patience into pressure. New commanders rise, not brilliant, but relentless. They do not seek glory, they seek time. The darkest hour stretches, but it does not deepen. Rome begins to believe again, not in easy victory, but in inevitability. The Republic has lost battles before. It has lost cities. It has lost confidence. But it has never lost the habit of continuing. This belief becomes its shield. Hannibal remains a threat, but no longer an ending. He becomes a wound Rome lives with, rather than a blade aimed at its heart. The fear he inspired hardens into resolve. The Republic learns that survival does not require dominance in every moment, only persistence across them. When the pressure finally begins to lift, it does so quietly. Rome does not celebrate yet. It does not boast. It simply breathes again. The darkest hour leaves scars. It teaches Rome restraint, caution, suspicion of easy confidence. It teaches the city that its greatest weapon is not courage, or brilliance, or even strength, but refusal. The refusal to accept finality. The refusal to collapse when logic suggests it should. From this hour forward, Rome will measure itself differently, not by how it wins, but by how much it can endure. The Republic steps out of shadow changed, leaner, harder, more deliberate. It has looked directly at extinction and chosen, stubbornly, to continue. The war is not yet over, but Rome has already decided the outcome it will not accept. The war does not end with a decisive moment. There is no single battle that restores Rome's pride, no sudden reversal that erases years of fear. Victory, when it finally comes, arrives slowly, almost reluctantly, like dawn after a sleepless night. Rome does not overpower its enemy. It outlasts him. Hannibal remains in Italy, undefeated in open battle, yet increasingly alone. The countryside that once fed his army grows hostile. Roman forces shadow him constantly, refusing engagement, denying rest. Roads are watched, supplies vanish, allies hesitate, then withdraw. What was once a daring invasion becomes a prolonged exile. Rome has learned patience the hard way. The Republic shifts its weight elsewhere. While Hannibal waits in Italy, Rome strikes Carthage where it least expects it, not at the gates of Rome, but at the foundations of its power. Armies move across the sea again, this time with confidence earned through failure. The war widens, and with it the pressure. Carthage feels the strain, its resources stretch thin, its leaders argue. Distance dulls urgency. Hannibal's victories, once terrifying, now feel unresolved. Brilliant but incomplete. He has shaken Rome, but he has not broken it. Rome understands this difference intimately. The Republic has never required brilliance to survive. It requires continuation. Year after year, consuls change. Armies are raised. Losses are replaced. Rome treats war not as an ordeal to be endured briefly, but as a condition to be managed indefinitely. This is its true strength. Where Hannibal seeks decision, Rome seeks duration. Where Carthage calculates cost, Rome accepts it. The Republic has taught its people that survival is not an outcome, it is a process. Eventually, the balance tips. Roman forces confront Carthage directly, far from Italy's hills and rivers. The war that began as a threat to Rome's existence ends as a struggle for Carthage's survival. Hannibal is recalled too late, his long campaign reduced to memory and legend. When the final terms are imposed, they are heavy. Carthage is not destroyed, but it is bound. Its fleet is limited, its wealth controlled, its independence constrained by obligation. Rome does not seek vengeance in spectacle, it seeks security in dominance. The victory feels restrained, almost cautious. Rome has learned what desperation looks like. It does not rush to recreate it. At home, the Republic receives the news with relief, rather than celebration. There are triumphs, ceremonies, gratitude to the gods, but beneath it all lies exhaustion. Too many years have passed, too many lives have been spent. Rome survives, but it is not unchanged. The war has taught the Republic something irreversible, that endurance can conquer what courage alone cannot. That patience, applied relentlessly, can outlast genius. That the willingness to suffer longer than one's enemy is a form of power. This lesson becomes doctrine. Rome's confidence returns, but it is different now, less naive, less theatrical. The Republic no longer measures itself by honour won in battle, but by wars it refuses to lose, yet victory carries its own weight. The institutions strained by prolonged conflict do not immediately recover. Generals return with reputations larger than offices. Wealth from conquest flows unevenly. Veterans expect reward. The state owes more than it can easily give. The habits of emergency linger. Rome has survived by bending rules, extending commands, concentrating authority temporarily. These measures recede, but not completely. The Republic remembers how effective they were. Victory has saved Rome. It has also shown it what it is capable of becoming. Hannibal fades into history as Rome's greatest enemy, the one who came closest to ending everything. His name becomes warning and measure. To face such a threat and endure becomes proof of Rome's destiny, its exceptionalism, its right to rule. The city tells itself this story carefully, that endurance is virtue, that survival justifies sacrifice, that victory, earned slowly, is the most righteous of all. The Republic stands stronger than before, its enemies diminished, its reach expanded. The immediate danger has passed, the darkest years recede into memory, but something has shifted beneath the surface. Rome now believes that as long as it endures, it deserves to prevail, and that belief, quiet, absolute, unexamined, will shape every conquest that follows. Greece does not fall the way Carthage did. There is no long siege meant to erase memory, no deliberate burning to ensure absence. What happens instead is quieter, and in some ways more unsettling. Greece fades into Roman control with a dignity that Rome does not quite know how to respond to. This land is older than Rome's confidence. Its cities are worn smooth by thought rather than war. Stones here have listened to arguments about beauty, virtue, order and fate long before Roman law learned to speak clearly. Greece does not greet Rome with defiance so much as fatigue. Its power has already fractured. Its unity exists mostly in memory. Rome arrives not as destroyer, but as inheritor. Legions move through cities whose greatness feels finished, but not forgotten. Temples still stand. Statues still watch. The silence is heavy with what once mattered. Where Carthage resisted and burned, Greece yields and endures. The Republic conquers with efficiency. Battles are fought, rebellions put down, resistance answered firmly, but without the fury Rome unleashed elsewhere. Greece is too admired to be erased, too respected to be annihilated without consequence. Rome does something unexpected. It listens. Roman commanders walk through ruined theatres and intact libraries with a mixture of awe and calculation. They see a culture that conquered without legions, shaped without empire. Greece, defeated politically, remains dominant intellectually. Rome understands power. It also recognises prestige. Instead of destroying Greece, Rome absorbs it. Philosophers are brought west. Sculptures are taken as spoils. Tutors teach Roman children Greek words, Greek histories, Greek ways of thinking. What Rome could not defeat with force, it takes into itself. This is conquest without celebration. The Greek cities lose autonomy, but retain influence. Their gods are honoured, their stories retold, their art fills Roman homes and public spaces. Rome does not erase Greece, it displays it, and in doing so it changes. Roman identity begins to stretch beyond endurance and discipline. New values seep in quietly, debate softens command. Reflection tempers action. The Republic learns to admire what it has subdued. This admiration is not equality. Rome rules, Greece obeys, but the silence of Greece's fall echoes differently than Carthage's destruction. It suggests that Rome's dominance does not always require cruelty. That power can also be exercised through incorporation of prestige rather than elimination of threat. Yet this, too, carries a cost. Greek luxury unsettles Roman severity. Wealth from the East deepens inequality at home. New ideas challenge old customs. The Republic, once grounded in practicality, grows more self-aware, more theatrical, more complex. The Senate debates philosophy alongside policy. Young nobles quote Greek thinkers while governing Roman provinces. The city begins to see itself not just as survivor or ruler, but as heir to civilization itself. This belief is intoxicating. Rome starts to think of its expansion not merely as conquest, but as stewardship, that it rules because it preserves, that its dominance is justified by its ability to carry forward what others can no longer defend. Greece becomes proof. The world watches. Some are reassured by Rome's restraint, others are unsettled by its confidence. The Republic does not just conquer, it defines what is worth remembering. Back in Rome, triumphs grow grander. Spoils of art and intellect flood the city. The old austerity softens. Public life becomes more elaborate. Ambition gains new language, less about survival, more about legacy. The Republic grows powerful in new ways. But Greece's fall also marks a quiet end. The age of rivals is over. Carthage is gone. Greece is absorbed. No civilization remains nearby that Rome must fear or respect as equal. The Mediterranean world tilts decisively toward one centre. Rome stands unchallenged, not just militarily but culturally. This solitude feels triumphant. It is also dangerous. Without equals, Rome loses mirrors. There is no one left to reflect its excesses back at it. No rival to impose restraint. The Republic now answers only to itself, and its memory of fear grows distant. Greece falls in silence because it has already spoken. Its words now live inside Rome. And Rome, carrying both the discipline of Italy and the thought of Greece, steps forward into a future larger than its institutions were ever meant to contain. The victories bring abundance. Ships arrive heavy with grain and treasure. Processions wind through Rome carrying art taken from distant cities, metals torn from conquered earth, symbols of triumph displayed for public reassurance. The Republic looks prosperous, confident, rewarded for its endurance. But abundance does not settle evenly. Gold pools where power already lives. Estates expand quietly beyond the city, swallowing smaller farms that cannot compete with wealth flowing from conquest. What once belonged to citizens who worked their own land now belongs to men who rarely touch soil at all. The countryside changes first. Fields once tended by families grow silent. In their place come slaves, captured in war, bought in markets, transported like tools. They work without claim, without future, without voice. Their labour is cheaper than loyalty. Their presence transforms production, efficiency, expectation. Rome feeds itself differently now. The city grows richer and emptier of its own people. Veterans return from campaigns to find their land gone, their debts unforgiving. Some drift toward the city, crowding narrow streets, living on grain distributions, meant to prevent unrest rather than restore dignity. Citizenship still exists, but it feels thinner, stretched across lives with little stake in the Republic's future. The Senate debates prosperity with satisfaction. Trade expands. Markets thrive. Rome becomes a hub not just of power, but of consumption. Luxury once frowned upon begins to feel inevitable. Greek tutors, foreign goods, ornate homes, symbols of success, replace habits of restraint. The Republic begins to resemble what it conquered. Slavery underwrites this transformation. The scale is new. Where once slaves were rare and domestic, now they are agricultural, industrial, invisible in their number. Rome's economy adjusts around their presence. Wealth multiplies faster than obligation. Inequality deepens quietly. This creates tension the Republic is not prepared to address. The old balance, citizens who fight, vote and farm, no longer holds. The legions still require manpower, but those who serve return to fewer opportunities. Political participation remains theoretical for many whose daily survival leaves little room for influence. Rome has grown powerful beyond its social structure. At the same time, gold reshapes politics. Elections grow louder, more theatrical. Bribes move subtly. Public generosity becomes a tool for private ambition. Men compete not just in service but in spectacle, promising grain, games, relief, while securing loyalty that bypasses institutions. The Republic notices, but hesitates. Its laws were designed for scarcity, not surplus. Its traditions reward restraint, but success now demands display. Rome's identity fractures between what it believes itself to be and what it has become. The slaves notice first. They resist in quiet ways, slow work, stolen moments, whispered plans. Occasionally, resistance erupts into open revolt, reminding Rome that those who are denied stake do not disappear. They wait. The state responds with force, not reflection. Rebellions are crushed. Punishments are severe. Order is restored, but understanding is not. Rome treats symptoms while ignoring cause. Gold continues to flow. The city grows denser, louder, more unequal. The forum fills with argument. The Senate struggles to speak for a population that no longer shares common experience. Laws pass, but they lag behind reality. Rome begins to feel divided within itself, not between citizens and enemies, but between wealth and labour, centre and periphery, memory and present. The Republic has solved the problem of external threat. It has not solved the problem of success. The old fear that once united Rome fades. In its place emerges competition, not for survival, but for advantage. Ambition sharpens. Loyalty narrows. Politics becomes personal. The city still functions, but it no longer feels whole. Slaves, gold and conquest have created a republic too large for its own design. Rome's strength now threatens to unbalance it more effectively than any enemy ever did. The question no one yet dares to ask begins to form in silence. Can a city built on endurance survive abundance? Rome has not yet answered. The strain does not announce itself with noise. It appears in routine, subtle, persistent, easy to ignore. The Republic still holds elections, magistrates still rotate, laws are debated, passed, enforced. From a distance, Rome looks functional. Up close, it feels brittle. The old balance that once defined Roman life, citizen, farmer, soldier, has loosened. Many citizens no longer own land. Many soldiers return to nothing. Many voters live crowded in the city, dependent on distributions they did not need a generation earlier. The Republic adapts outwardly, but not inwardly. Wealth concentrates quietly. Influence follows it. The Senate remains powerful, but increasingly distant from those it claims to represent. Debate turns procedural. Urgency fades into habit. Rome governs an empire with institutions built for a city. This mismatch begins to show. Ambition finds new paths. If the system cannot deliver stability, individuals promise to. Popular figures rise by speaking directly to the crowd rather than through tradition. They offer reform not as process, but as personal commitment. The Republic notices and resists. It clings to precedent. It trusts delay. It assumes time will soften conflict. These instincts once preserved Rome. Now they deepen frustration. Public life grows sharper. Accusations replace argument. Obstruction becomes routine. Political violence, once unthinkable within the city, begins to surface at its edges. Not yet civil war, but no longer peace. The language of virtue fills speeches. Old values are invoked constantly. Discipline, restraint, honour. But they are invoked more than practised. The repetition feels defensive, as if Rome is trying to remind itself of who it believes it still is. This tension breeds cynicism. Citizens begin to suspect that laws serve some more than others. That justice bends with influence. That participation matters less than proximity to power. Trust erodes slowly, without spectacle. The Republic becomes louder, but less effective. Reform is proposed, blocked, reshaped, delayed. Each failure deepens resentment. Each compromise satisfies no one fully. Rome's strength, its capacity for disagreement without collapse, begins to falter under constant pressure. The city has grown too complex for its own mechanisms. Military success accelerates the problem. Generals return from distant provinces with loyalty earned in hardship. Soldiers remember who led them, not which laws authorised command. Authority shifts subtly from institutions to individuals. Rome has seen this before. It once feared kings. Now it fears something less visible, but just as dangerous. The Senate debates power, while power accumulates elsewhere. The people grow impatient with procedures that no longer seem to produce results. Political identity hardens into camps. Rome begins to fracture along lines it does not fully understand. The Republic tries to hold. Emergency measures are taken. Laws tightened. Traditions reinforced. But these actions feel reactive rather than guiding. Rome treats instability as interruption, not transformation. The cracks widen. Not enough to shatter the state, yet, but enough to change how it sounds when it moves. The Republic begins to creak under its own weight. There is no single villain here. No moment when everything goes wrong. Only a city whose success has outpaced its ability to govern itself fairly. A Republic stretched between memory and reality, unsure which it should obey. Rome has not failed, but it is no longer whole. The habits that once ensured survival now delay necessary change. The fear of kings now prevents adaptation. The Republic, built to avoid domination, struggles to respond to concentration of power that arises naturally from empire. The people feel this instinctively. They are not asking for revolution, they are asking for relief, for land, for dignity, for voices that matter. The Republic hears them, but does not yet know how to answer without undoing itself. The silence between response and need grows heavy. Rome stands at a threshold it does not recognise. Behind it lies the Republic it remembers, resilient, balanced, cautious. Ahead lies something undefined, shaped by ambition, loyalty and force. The cracks do not yet destroy the structure, but they mark where it will break. They come forward not as conquerors, but as caretakers. The brothers stand within a Republic already uneasy, its cracks visible to those willing to look. They are born into privilege, educated in tradition, trained to respect Rome's past, yet they cannot ignore what lies before them. The city they love no longer works as it once did. The land is the beginning of their concern. Fields that once sustained citizens now lie in the hands of a few. Estates stretch beyond memory, worked by slaves who owe nothing to Rome. Veterans return from war with honour, but no livelihood. The Republic praises sacrifice, then forgets it. The brothers speak carefully at first. They do not condemn the Senate. They do not attack tradition. They frame reform as restoration. Rome, they argue, has strayed from itself. What they propose is not change, but return. One brother acts. He uses the authority of office to push through land reform, redistributing public land meant for citizens but long held privately. The proposal is lawful, measured, and deeply unsettling. It threatens wealth accumulated quietly, legally, but without scrutiny. The resistance is immediate, not loud, strategic. Obstruction replaces debate. Custom is invoked as shield. The brother's intentions are questioned. His loyalty is doubted. Reform is reframed as ambition. The people listen anyway. Crowds gather. Voices rise. For the first time in years, the Republic feels responsive to those who live outside its marble chambers. The brother becomes symbol as much as statesman, a man willing to confront imbalance without violence. That makes him dangerous. The Senate does not move as one, but its fear aligns. If one man can bypass tradition to enact reform, others might follow. Authority feels threatened not by the proposal, but by the precedent. Violence enters politics again, not openly, not officially, but decisively. The brother is killed amid chaos, beaten by fellow citizens, struck down under the pretense of restoring order. His body is discarded without honour, his reforms unravel quickly. Rome is stunned, not by the death, but by what it reveals. The Republic has crossed a line it cannot redraw. Political disagreement has ended in blood. The old assumption that Rome resolves its conflicts through law has been broken. Years pass. The second brother steps forward, shaped by memory and restraint. He has seen what idealism costs. He moves more carefully, builds broader coalitions, addresses not just land but grain, courts, representation. His reforms aim not to challenge power directly, but to surround it. Rome listens again. Hope flickers. The Senate grows tense. What was once anomaly now feels pattern. Reform returns, not as isolated voice, but as sustained pressure. The Republic's structures strain under demands they were never designed to absorb. Again, opposition hardens. Again, accusations of ambition rise. Again, the language of tradition is used to justify resistance. And again, violence waits just beneath the surface. The second brother's end is quieter, but no less final. Surrounded, abandoned, he chooses death over capture. The Republic breathes out, relieved and ashamed all at once. The reforms collapse. The message is clear. Change is dangerous. Challenge is fatal. Rome mourns briefly. Then it moves on. The brothers are remembered as agitators or martyrs, depending on who tells the story. Their ideas linger without protection. The problems they named remain unresolved. But something irreversible has happened. The Republic has proven that it will kill to preserve itself. That fear of change outweighs fear of injustice. That violence is now a political tool, not an accident. Future leaders will remember this. They will learn that reform without force is fragile. That appealing to law alone is insufficient. That the Republic's greatest weakness is its inability to adapt without bloodshed. The brothers tried to fix Rome. They did not fail because they were wrong. They failed because the Republic could no longer change gently. Their deaths mark the end of something fragile and important, the belief that Rome's internal conflicts could still be resolved without destroying those who named them. The city continues, but it does so with a new understanding. That power, once threatened, does not negotiate, it strikes. After the brothers fall, something lingers in the air. Not outrage, not grief, permission. Rome does not erupt immediately. The Republic continues to function, almost deliberately so, as if routine might undo what has been done. Elections are held, laws are passed. Magistrates take office beneath familiar symbols. From the outside, nothing appears broken. Inside, the boundary has shifted. The deaths of the reformers are absorbed into precedent. Violence is no longer an unthinkable failure of order. It is a method that has worked. A problem was removed. Stability, however fragile, was restored. The lesson is not debated aloud, but it is learned. Politics grows sharper. Rival factions no longer trust procedure to protect them. They begin to bring their own protection. Armed supporters appear near assemblies. Votes are influenced by presence rather than persuasion. The streets become extensions of the Senate floor. Rome has seen blood before. What is new is where it spills. Public spaces that once held argument now hold threat. The forum feels tense even in daylight. Words are chosen carefully, not for clarity, but for survival. The Republic has not abandoned law, but it has begun to supplement it. Fear becomes a tool. Leaders speak of tradition while quietly assembling followings willing to intimidate. Crowds are stirred, not informed. Loyalty shifts from institutions to individuals who promise protection or reward. Rome's political life becomes theatrical, volatile, unpredictable. This instability favours a certain kind of man, those comfortable with force, those accustomed to command. Those who understand that order can be imposed as well as negotiated. Military success begins to translate more directly into political influence. Soldiers remember generals who paid them, protected them, led them through hardship. The Senate's authority feels distant compared to the loyalty earned in camps and battlefields. Rome's fear of kings has not disappeared. It has simply lost clarity. The Republic still resists monarchy in name, but it increasingly accepts personal power in practice, as long as it is disguised as necessity. Exceptional men justify exceptional measures. Emergencies become frequent. Authority stretches. Violence accelerates this process. Once used, it invites imitation. Retaliation follows. Each faction believes it is defending the Republic from the other. Each justifies force as prevention. Rome's political culture hardens into mutual suspicion. Trust erodes. Legal outcomes feel provisional, reversible by pressure. Citizens begin to believe that safety lies not in law, but in alignment. Choosing the wrong side feels dangerous. Neutrality becomes impossible. The Republic fractures into camps that speak different versions of Rome's future. One speaks of order through strength, another of reform through pressure. Both rely increasingly on force to make their vision real. Street clashes become common. Armed gangs move openly. Elections are disrupted. Assassination ceases to shock. Rome grows accustomed to instability as background noise. The Senate condemns violence repeatedly. Its words grow thinner each time. Institutions designed to mediate conflict now struggle to contain it. Laws exist, but enforcement depends on power that is no longer centralised. The Republic's careful balance, shared authority, limited terms, mutual restraint, cannot survive when restraint itself is abandoned. Rome begins to live in cycles of crisis. Short periods of calm give way to bursts of unrest. Each crisis demands extraordinary response. Each response weakens precedent further. The Republic relies more and more on individuals to restore order temporarily. Temporary solutions accumulate. They do not resolve the underlying problem. The people feel the change acutely. Safety in the city becomes uncertain. Justice feels selective. Participation feels risky. Some withdraw from public life. Others attach themselves fiercely to leaders who promise stability, regardless of method. Rome has crossed into a new phase. Politics is no longer primarily about governance. It is about survival within power struggles. Winning matters more than legitimacy. Control matters more than consensus. The Republic still exists, but it no longer feels inevitable. The memory of law, of shared rule, of restraint remains, but it is now contested, fragile, easily overridden by urgency. Violence has entered politics not as accident, but as expectation, and once expectation sets in, reversal becomes difficult. Rome stands at the edge of transformation. The old Republic, built on fear of kings and trust in law, struggles to contain the forces it has unleashed. The new Rome, shaped by ambition, loyalty and force, has not yet taken clear form. But it is coming, and when it arrives, it will not ask permission. The army changes before Rome admits it has. At first the shift feels practical, another adjustment to necessity, another adaptation in a long history of survival. Wars last longer now. Campaigns stretch across years, across seas. Soldiers serve far from home, under the same commander, through hunger, fear and repetition. Bonds form not through law, but through shared endurance. The Republic does not notice when loyalty moves. Once, a soldier fought for Rome. Now he fights for the man who leads him. This change does not begin in rebellion. It begins in reform. A general recognises what the Senate does not. that the old system no longer works. Citizens without land cannot afford to equip themselves. Veterans return with nothing but scars. The army, once temporary, must become permanent to survive Rome's ambitions. So the state steps back, and the general steps in. He recruits the poor, he arms them, he pays them, he promises land when service ends. What Rome cannot provide consistently, he offers personally. The army becomes not just employment, but identity. The soldiers accept. They have little to lose. Training hardens into loyalty. Victory binds them tighter. The general stands between them and uncertainty. He advocates for them in Rome, speaks their names, secures their reward. In return, they follow him without question. This is efficient. It is also transformative. The Republic's authority over its own legions weakens quietly. Orders from the Senate feel abstract compared to commands spoken in the field. The general's word carries weight because it is immediate, and because it is backed by care, not procedure. Rome has created something it once feared, an army that belongs to a man. The Senate debates the implications cautiously, reluctantly. Tradition is invoked. Precedent is cited. But the legions remain loyal to those who feed and protect them. The Republic still commands in name, but obedience now passes through personality. Power concentrates without crown or title. The people watch this shift with mixed feeling. Some see danger, others see relief. The state has failed to provide stability. If a strong leader can, perhaps that is enough. Rome has already accepted extraordinary authority in times of crisis. The problem is that crisis never ends. Generals grow ambitious, not necessarily out of ego but out of necessity. To secure rewards for their soldiers, they must maintain influence. To maintain influence, they must win. Victory becomes currency. Loyalty becomes leverage. The Republic is no longer the sole source of legitimacy. Men with armies now negotiate with the state as equals. This changes politics irrevocably. The Senate fears what it cannot control. Laws are proposed to limit command duration, to recall generals before loyalty deepens. But enforcement depends on the very forces now bound to individuals. Rome hesitates. To act is to risk confrontation. To delay is to allow the problem to deepen. The Republic chooses delay. It has chosen this before. The soldiers do not debate legality, they debate trust. They have marched under one man's authority, eaten from his stores, survived because of his decisions. Rome feels distant, the general feels real. When orders conflict, the choice is no longer abstract. This loyalty is not ideological, it is human. Rome once feared kings because kings commanded obedience without restraint. Now it has created something subtler, leaders who command devotion through reward and protection. The result is more resilient and more dangerous. The Republic begins to feel fragile. Institutions strain under the weight of personalities too powerful to ignore. Political disputes increasingly hinge on military backing. Decisions once made through debate now carry implicit threat. Rome has not yet fallen into civil war, but the conditions are forming. The army, once Rome's shield, now reshapes its politics. The legions do not seek power themselves, they follow where loyalty leads them, and loyalty now has a face. This transformation feels irreversible. The Republic still exists, laws still pass, magistrates still rotate. But beneath the surface, power has shifted from office to individual. Authority no longer flows only from tradition, but from command. Rome stands at another threshold. It has survived kings, invasions, rivals across the sea. Now it must survive its own success, embodied in men who can promise what the state no longer reliably delivers. The soldiers stand ready. The question is no longer whether Rome will change. It is who will change it first. The first march feels impossible until it happens. Roman soldiers moved toward Rome not as defenders, but as instruments of command. Their shields face inward. Their discipline, once shaped against foreign threat, now advances through familiar roads. Citizens watch in disbelief as legions cross boundaries that once defined the Republic's deepest fear. No enemy stands at the gates, only Romans. The general leading them insists it is necessary. Order must be restored. Enemies of the state must be subdued. The language is familiar, even comforting. Rome has always accepted extraordinary action in times of crisis. This is called a crisis. The city yields, not because it agrees, but because it cannot resist its own army. The streets fall quiet, institutions freeze. Law, which once commanded obedience, now waits to see which force will enforce it. Rome has turned inward. What follows is not chaos but calculation. Lists are drawn. Names circulate. Political rivals are identified as threats to stability. Confiscation becomes punishment. Exile becomes mercy. Then the killings begin. They are not frenzied. They are organised. Rewards are offered for loyalty proven through violence. The Republic does not collapse. It cooperates. Senators debate under guard. Courts function selectively. Fear sharpens compliance. Rome has crossed into something new. The violence is justified as purification, as necessary removal of corruption, as temporary. The language remains procedural even as blood fills public spaces. Order is maintained, not restored. The people learn quickly. Silence is safety. Memory is dangerous. Survival depends on knowing when not to speak. The Republic's public life contracts into obedience. Participation becomes risk. The general eventually steps aside. He claims he has saved Rome, that the excesses were unfortunate, but required. Power is returned, in theory, to institutions. The legions withdraw. The city breathes again, carefully, but the damage remains. Rome has learned that force can be used domestically, and that it works. Precedent has been set more powerfully than any law. The Republic's fear of kings now feels naive compared to its fear of instability. Trust is gone. Political competition resumes, but it is poisoned. No one believes rivals will accept defeat peacefully. No one believes restraint will be rewarded. Violence becomes contingency rather than aberration. The Republic tries to resume normal life. Elections are held. Magistrates rotate. But every action is now shadowed by the memory of soldiers in the streets. Authority feels provisional, dependent on unseen loyalties. The army watches. Generals study what has been done and what was permitted. They learn that Rome will tolerate extraordinary power if it promises order. They learn that institutions will bend before legions. They learn that the city can be entered without immediate collapse. Rome has taught its own lesson. The people adapt. Some cling harder to tradition, hoping ritual will protect what remains. Others seek patrons strong enough to shield them from uncertainty. Loyalty becomes personal. Ideals become negotiable. The Republic stands, but it is altered. Its greatest taboo has been broken. Arms have been raised against the city itself. Blood has been spilled not as accident but as policy. Rome can no longer pretend that its political conflicts are purely civil. The transformation is subtle. Life continues. Markets open. Temples receive offerings. But beneath the surface, fear has become permanent architecture. The Republic governs through tension rather than trust. Rome has turned on itself and survived. That survival carries consequence. From this moment on, every political struggle contains the possibility of force. Every powerful leader is suspected of preparing it. Every reform is weighed not just for justice, but for whether it might provoke violence. The Republic becomes cautious and brittle. It has endured invasion, conquest, terror. Now it must endure its own reflection. The enemy it once feared beyond its borders has emerged within its own habits. Rome does not yet fall. but it has discovered that it can wound itself deeply and continue. That knowledge will shape everything that follows. The Republic still speaks its language. Elections are announced, offices are filled, laws are proposed, debated, recorded. The forms remain intact, carefully maintained, as if preservation itself might prevent collapse. To an outsider, Rome still looks like itself. To those who live within it, something essential has thinned. Power no longer moves where it is supposed to. It drifts instead, gathering around men whose influence cannot be measured by office alone. The Senate debates, but its words often arrive too late. Decisions are shaped elsewhere, on the edges of legality, in private agreements, in the promise of force held just out of sight. Rome has not abandoned the Republic. It has hollowed it. The people feel this first. Voting continues, but outcomes feel predetermined by wealth, intimidation or loyalty bought long before ballots are cast. Participation becomes ritual rather than agency. Many attend assemblies not to speak, but to watch which way the wind is turning. The Senate grows cautious. Members measure every word. Silence becomes strategy. Survival depends on alignment, not principle. The body meant to guide the Republic now reacts to it. Following momentum, it no longer controls. Extraordinary commands linger longer than intended. Laws meant for emergencies remain useful beyond them. Authority stretches without formal declaration. Rome adapts to this erosion gradually, convincing itself that nothing fundamental has changed. After all, the names remain. Consuls still take office. Tribunes still speak, courts still convene. The Republic exists in title, in memory, in ceremony. But its spirit has shifted. The fear that once guarded Rome against kings now prevents it from confronting concentration of power in subtler forms. Rome resists monarchy so fiercely that it fails to recognise something worse, unchecked influence without responsibility. The people adjust. They seek patrons rather than protections. They attach themselves to men, not laws. Loyalty becomes currency. Safety becomes negotiable. Public life turns transactional. Rome becomes a city of followers. Generals return from provinces with wealth, soldiers and confidence. They speak with the authority of experience, not procedure. The Senate listens carefully, knowing that resistance carries consequences it cannot enforce. Politics grows theatrical. Speeches are crafted to inflame rather than persuade. Crowds are mobilised as leverage. Violence waits in the wings, unnecessary until it suddenly is. The Republic's remaining strength lies not in consensus, but in avoidance, avoiding confrontation, avoiding final decisions, avoiding responsibility. This avoidance feels like prudence. It is decay. Rome no longer resolves its conflicts, it postpones them. Each postponement makes resolution harder. Each compromise narrows the space for peaceful disagreement. The city lives under constant tension. Not panic, not despair, just an unspoken understanding that stability depends on restraint that may not hold. The Republic survives because no one has yet pushed far enough to break it completely. But many are trying. The old virtues, duty, restraint, service, are invoked endlessly. Their repetition is a sign of weakness. Rome no longer assumes them, it advertises them. This gap between belief and practice grows wider each year. The Republic becomes a performance of itself. Citizens still speak of liberty, but they mean protection. They speak of law, but they mean enforcement. They speak of tradition, but they mean delay. Rome has entered a dangerous calm. The violence of earlier years has not disappeared. It has been absorbed into expectation. Everyone knows it may return. Everyone plans accordingly. The Republic functions, but it does not inspire. It governs, but it does not lead. The name remains because the alternative has not yet been fully articulated. Rome fears monarchy, but it no longer believes deeply in shared rule. It lives between forms, sustained by habit rather than conviction. This is not collapse. It is suspension. The Republican name only endures because no one is ready to declare its end. Too much depends on pretending it still exists. Too many benefit from ambiguity. But ambiguity cannot last forever. Power continues to concentrate. Loyalty continues to narrow. The city drifts toward a future it claims to resist. Rome has not yet chosen a master, but it has made room for one. The agreement is never spoken aloud in public. It forms quietly, through glances, favours, shared resentments. Rome does not witness its creation as an event. There is no ceremony, no announcement, no law passed to mark the moment. Power simply rearranges itself behind the Republic's familiar face. 3 men stand at its centre. Each is formidable alone. Together they are unavoidable. One commands armies and loyalty earned through discipline. One carries unmatched prestige, victories remembered, authority accepted by habit. One controls wealth so vast it bends politics without raising a voice. None can dominate Rome outright. Each fears being crushed by the others, so they choose balance. Not balance for the Republic, but for themselves. They agree to support one another's ambitions, to block rivals, to share influence without formal title. The arrangement has no name, because naming it would invite scrutiny. It exists outside the law while wearing legality like a cloak. Rome watches the effects before it understands the cause. Elections begin to feel predetermined. Offices fall into predictable hands. Opposition falters not through debate, but through isolation. The Senate senses the shift, but cannot confront it directly. The power now shaping Rome does not sit in one chamber. It moves. Each man draws strength from a different source. Together, they form something more complete than any institution the Republic still recognises. The state's mechanisms continue to operate, but their outcomes increasingly serve private alignment rather than public deliberation. This is not dictatorship, it is coordination. The Republic is not overthrown, it is bypassed. The people respond with confusion rather than resistance. Stability returns of a sort. The streets grow quieter. Political violence recedes. Decisions, though controlled, arrive with consistency. Rome feels governed again. Many accept this. After years of chaos, order feels like relief, even if its source is unclear. The Republic has not delivered peace. These men seem to. The danger lies in how natural it feels. No laws are rewritten. No titles abolished. The triumvirate, though not called such yet, operates through existing forms, bending them gently, persistently. Power flows around obstacles rather than breaking them. Each man gains what he wants. Military commands are extended. Laws are passed or blocked. Wealth multiplies. Prestige grows. Rivals find themselves marginalised, legally and socially. The Republic's resistance weakens without dramatic confrontation, but the balance is fragile. The agreement depends on trust without foundation. Each man knows the others are ambitious, capable, dangerous. Cooperation holds only as long as interests align. Every success sharpens suspicion. Every delay breeds resentment. Rome becomes hostage to their harmony. The Senate debates beneath this arrangement, aware but constrained. Tribunes speak cautiously. The people sense that politics now happens elsewhere, in places they cannot enter or influence. The Republic feels distant from itself. The 3 men present their control as service. They speak of restoring order, protecting tradition, preserving stability. Each claims loyalty to Rome above personal ambition. Rome listens, because the alternative is renewed chaos. This is how power consolidates in a republic that fears kings, not through coronation, but through necessity, not through overthrow, but through cooperation among those too powerful to restrain. The arrangement works. For a while, peace holds, expansion continues, the city breathes more easily, but beneath the calm, tension builds. The Republic's fate now depends on personal relationships rather than public law. When trust frays, the state will feel it immediately. Rome has survived many threats by dividing power. Now division itself has become concentrated. 3 men hold what once belonged to many. The Republic is still alive, but it is no longer steering itself. It moves where these men allow it to move, stops where they agree it should stop. The institutions remain, but initiative has shifted elsewhere. Rome stands stable, powerful, quiet. And quietly it waits for the moment when this balance, so carefully maintained, can no longer hold. He does not begin as inevitable. At first, he is simply restless. Rome knows men like him, ambitious, eloquent, burdened by debt and expectation. He moves easily through the city's social layers, charming where force would fail, remembering names, favours, insults. He understands something essential about Rome, that attention is power, and memory is currency. But Rome is crowded with ambitious men. What sets him apart is patience. He accepts a command far from the city, in lands still unsettled, still resistant. To many it feels like exile disguised as opportunity. To him it feels like distance, the one thing Rome can no longer deny him. Gaul waits. The land is vast, fragmented, unfamiliar. Tribes shift allegiance easily, forests close in, rivers resist crossing. There is no single enemy to defeat, only a series of conflicts that demand constant movement, constant decision. Here, far from the Senate's hesitation, command becomes absolute. He learns quickly what power feels like when it is not shared. Orders are obeyed without debate. Victory depends on speed, clarity, decisiveness. The legions respond to certainty, not caution. Under his command they move relentlessly. Gaul becomes a classroom. Each campaign teaches him how to adapt force to circumstance. When intimidation works, he uses it. When mercy works better, he displays it publicly. He understands the value of spectacle, not cruelty for its own sake, but example. Resistance is broken not just through defeat, but through inevitability. The soldiers notice. They march farther, fight harder, endure more. He speaks to them directly, shares danger visibly, rewards loyalty consistently. He remembers their names, their wounds, their service. Rome feels distant. He feels present. The conquest stretches on. Victory follows victory, each one expanding his reputation beyond what Rome can comfortably contain. Reports reach the city, carefully written, measured, persuasive. He controls the narrative as tightly as the battlefield. Rome hears of triumph without seeing its cost. Gaul bleeds quietly into Roman possession. The scale of it is staggering. Land secured, enemies subdued, wealth gathered, slaves taken. The Republic benefits immensely, but control over that benefit begins to slip. In Rome, unease grows. The Senate debates the meaning of success it cannot direct. His achievements bring glory to the state, but loyalty to the man. The balance that once held among powerful figures begins to strain. Admiration curdles into suspicion. He understands this too. Distance has taught him how fragile Rome's politics are, how easily legality becomes weapon, how gratitude fades. He knows that returning without leverage would be dangerous. So he continues. Each year extends command. Each victory deepens loyalty. His army becomes not just experienced, but personal. The men see him as source of reward, protection, future. Their identity fuses with his. This is not rebellion. Not yet. It is preparation. In Gaul he learns that conquest is not merely the taking of land, it is the shaping of perception. He presents himself as Rome's servant while becoming indispensable to its success. The Republic depends on him even as it fears him. The contradiction tightens. Back in Rome, rivals manoeuvre. Laws are proposed to limit command, to recall him, to break the bond forming beyond oversight. The language is procedural, but the intent is clear. Control him or remove him. He reads these signals from afar, and he learns one final lesson in Gaul, that hesitation is weakness. That enemies exploit pause. That momentum, once surrendered, rarely returns. By the time the campaign's slow, he is no longer just a general. He is a figure Rome must reckon with. The Republic has given him distance, time, and authority. In return, it has received expansion, and a challenge it no longer knows how to manage. He stands at the edge of the known world, legions behind him, reputation ahead of him. Rome waits uneasily, uncertain whether to welcome him home or bar the gates. He has learned how to conquer land. Soon he will decide whether what he has learned can be applied elsewhere. The river is unremarkable. It does not roar or widen dramatically. It moves quietly through low ground, shallow enough to cross without ceremony. On any other day it would barely earn attention. Yet on this night it carries the full weight of Rome's fear. Law has drawn a line here. No general may cross this boundary with an army. Beyond it lies the city. Beyond it lies home. The rule exists to protect the Republic from exactly this moment, from soldiers loyal to one man, standing too close to power. He stands at the bank and waits. Behind him, the legions rest in the dark, unaware of how close they are to becoming traitors by definition alone. Ahead lies uncertainty sharpened into choice. There is no misunderstanding about what crossing means. This is not negotiation. It is defiance. Messages have already been exchanged. The Senate demands surrender of command. Guarantees are vague. Protection is promised in language that offers little comfort. Rivals wait in Rome, prepared to act the moment he returns without his army. He understands the position clearly. To obey is to risk erasure. To resist is to become the enemy of the state. The Republic has left him no middle ground. The river reflects torchlight, broken and trembling. Cold air settles around armour and leather. The soldiers trust him without question, though they do not yet know what is being decided for them. Loyalty, once earned, does not hesitate. This is the moment Rome has feared for generations. Not the rise of a king, but the refusal of a man to step back into vulnerability. The Republic's safeguards rely on obedience to tradition. They do not account for someone willing to accept the consequences of breaking it. He steps forward. The crossing is quiet. There is no battle cry, no declaration meant for history. The decision does not require performance. It requires acceptance. The die is cast, not as drama, but as resignation. With that step, the Republic's laws lose their final defence, the assumption they will be honoured. Power shifts from abstract rule to physical presence. Rome becomes reachable not through debate, but through march. News travels faster than the army. Panic spreads through the city, uneven and disorganised. Some senators flee, others scramble to organise defence. Old alliances dissolve under pressure. Rome's confidence in its institutions collapses almost instantly. The Republic discovers how thin its authority has become. Cities open their gates without resistance. Garrisons step aside. The name alone carries weight enough to clear paths. Years of success have prepared the way more effectively than any proclamation. The march is steady, controlled. He does not rush. There is no need. Rome has already begun to yield psychologically. Resistance would require belief, and belief has been eroded by years of instability. Opposition gathers under another general, another symbol of the Republic's old strength. The coming conflict feels inevitable, but strangely muted. This is not war for conquest, it is war for definition. What is Rome now? The battles that follow are decisive but not theatrical. Discipline meets discipline. Loyalty meets loyalty. Rome's armies face one another across fields that once defined unity. The Republic fractures along personal lines. He advances carefully, offering mercy where possible, speed where necessary. He understands that the city must be taken intact, not burned, not punished, but preserved as proof of legitimacy. Rome falls not with fire, but with exhaustion. When he enters the city, there is no celebration, only relief, fear, calculation. The streets are quiet. The forum waits. The Senate reconvenes under altered conditions, uncertain how to speak to power that has arrived without invitation. The Republic still exists, but it no longer commands. The Rubicon has been crossed, not just by an army, but by history itself. The boundary that protected Rome from itself has failed. The city must now confront the consequences of survival achieved at the cost of its own rules. Nothing can be undone. The river continues to flow, indifferent as ever, carrying away the illusion that Rome could forever balance power without confronting it. The Republic stands, but altered beyond recognition, and Rome begins, at last, to live with the reality it feared most. That order can be restored by breaking the law meant to preserve it. The war does not feel like war at first. There are no banners raised in the city, no declaration carved into stone. Rome tells itself this is temporary, an emergency, a correction, a return to order once balance is restored. The Republic has used force before. It believes it can contain it again. It is wrong. Two armies now exist for one state, each claiming legitimacy, each invoking Rome's name as justification. One fights for tradition, the other for inevitability. Between them lies not foreign land, but the Republic's remaining coherence. The conflict spreads outward. Italy holds its breath as legions move through towns that once supplied them together. Allies hesitate, measuring which side represents the future rather than the past. Loyalty fractures along personal lines. The idea of Rome splinters into competing interpretations. This is not a war of ideals, it is a war of exhaustion. Battles are fought with discipline stripped of joy. Soldiers face men trained the same way, speaking the same language, carrying the same symbols. Victory feels hollow even when achieved. Defeat feels final. The Republic's authority dissolves quietly. The Senate follows whichever army is closest. Laws are passed, then ignored. Command shifts with momentum. Rome's institutions survive only by attaching themselves to power wherever it rests. The decisive battles take place far from the city. Fields in distant provinces bear the weight of Rome's future. Engagements are brutal but efficient. One side presses relentlessly, understanding that speed matters more than persuasion. The other retreats, reorganises, hopes for fatigue that never comes. The end approaches not with collapse, but with inevitability. The opposing general, once Rome's symbol of legitimacy, falls. Resistance scatters. The war concludes not with reconciliation, but with silence. The Republic has no voice left strong enough to speak for itself. When the victor returns to Rome, the city does not celebrate. It waits. The streets feel narrower. The buildings unchanged, but the meaning altered. The forum stands as it always has, yet something vital has drained from it. Debate feels unnecessary now. Decisions arrive fully formed. He offers mercy widely. This is not weakness, it is calculation. Rome must survive intact. Its people must believe continuity remains possible. Executions are limited, confiscations controlled. The appearance of restraint matters, but restraint is not restoration. The Republic is not rebuilt, it is bypassed. Offices continue to exist, but they follow rather than lead. Authority is centralised without proclamation. The state begins to orbit one figure, not by decree, but by habit. Rome accepts this because it is tired. Years of uncertainty have eroded appetite for resistance. Stability feels precious. Peace feels earned. The people want quiet more than principle. The Republic's ideals feel distant compared to the reality of full granaries and open streets. This is how the Civil War ends. Not with triumph, not with reconciliation, but with acceptance. Rome has survived its final internal war, but at the cost of choice. The structures designed to prevent domination have been worn down by the very conflicts they sought to contain. The Republic still exists in form. In substance, it has yielded. The legions stand down, but they do not dissolve. Loyalty remains personal. The general becomes something Rome has not named yet, more than magistrate, less than king, but closer to permanence than tradition allows. The war has resolved the question Rome avoided for generations. Shared rule can no longer contain empire. The city breathes again, cautiously. Markets reopen fully. Roads clear. The future feels less uncertain, but narrower. Rome has traded flexibility for stability, choice for order. This is not the end of conflict. It is the end of illusion. The Republic believed it could survive any threat by dividing power. The Civil War proves that division, once internalised by armies, becomes fatal. Rome's final civil war does not destroy the city, it transforms it. The silence that follows is deep, unfamiliar, almost peaceful. Rome has lived so long with tension that calm feels unreal. But beneath the calm, a truth settles quietly into place. The Republic is finished, not because it was defeated by enemies, but because it could no longer survive its own success. The title is old, but its meaning has changed. Rome has known dictators before, men appointed in crisis, granted absolute authority for a fixed time, then expected to step aside. The office was a tool, not a destination. Power borrowed, not possessed. This time is different. The city does not ask for rescue. It asks for certainty. After years of war against itself, Rome is exhausted. Order feels fragile. Peace feels temporary. The people want something that will last longer than a term, stronger than a promise. They want the struggle to stop. So power settles where it already lives. He accepts authority not with spectacle, but with inevitability. The Senate votes. The assemblies confirm. Each gesture is legal, procedural, familiar. Rome convinces itself that this is still the Republic speaking. Dictator for life. The phrase lands heavily even as it is normalised. The word dictator carries memory. The addition of permanence changes everything. What was once emergency becomes condition. The city reacts unevenly. Some celebrate. Stability is returned. Grain flows. Debts are eased. Veterans are rewarded. Roads are repaired. The machinery of the state moves smoothly again, directed by one will instead of many competing ones. Others watch in silence. They remember oaths sworn against kings. They remember ancestors who expelled crowns from Rome. They feel something slipping away that cannot be reclaimed easily, but they cannot name an alternative that feels safe. He governs actively. Reforms come quickly. Calendars are adjusted. Laws clarified. Colonies founded. Citizenship expanded. The administration becomes efficient, almost modern in its reach. Rome functions better than it has in decades. This is what makes resistance difficult. The dictator does not rule through terror, he rules through competence. He listens, calculates, decides. The state feels coherent again. The Republic's failures are quietly corrected without debate. Power becomes productive, yet beneath this order lies tension. Tradition strains under permanence. Honours accumulate. Statues multiply. Symbols once resisted are accepted one by one. He refuses a crown publicly, but accepts gestures that approach it closely enough to blur distinction. Rome watches itself change. The Senate still meets, but it follows. Magistrates still hold office, but their authority is borrowed. The people still vote, but outcomes feel predetermined by approval rather than choice. The Republic survives as memory and costume. Opposition does not vanish. It retreats inward. Former defenders of the old order grow uneasy, not because chaos has returned, but because it has not. The dictator's success makes him unavoidable. This is Rome's dilemma. To resist him is to risk reopening wounds barely healed. To accept him fully is to admit that the Republic has ended. Most choose silence, convincing themselves that forms still matter, but some cannot. They gather quietly, men shaped by tradition, by pride in ancestral memory. They speak of liberty not as convenience, but as inheritance. They fear not tyranny alone, but precedent. What is accepted once cannot be refused later. Their concern is not personal, it is structural. They do not doubt his ability. They doubt what Rome becomes by depending on it. They see how power concentrates naturally around success, how permanence reshapes obedience into habit. The dictator does not hide. He walks Rome openly, speaks publicly, acts without guards where possible. He believes visibility proves legitimacy. That confidence will disarm fear. In some ways it does. In others it sharpens resolve. Rome stands balanced between gratitude and anxiety. The city has never been governed so effectively, and never felt so uncertain about what it is becoming. Peace has returned, but at a cost that cannot be calculated yet. The Republic has not been abolished. It has been suspended indefinitely. Dictator for life is not a crown. But it is closer than Rome has ever allowed itself to stand. The city tells itself that this is exception, not transformation. That the future will correct what the present requires. That Rome can borrow permanence without being reshaped by it. History rarely agrees. The man at the centre of this moment believes he is saving Rome. Many agree with him. Others fear that Rome is being taught to need saving by one hand alone. The tension tightens quietly, like a drawn blade kept hidden beneath a robe. And Rome waits, for either permanence to settle into tradition, or for tradition to strike back. The morning begins without omen. Rome wakes as it always does, vendors arranging goods, footsteps echoing through colonnades, sunlight touching marble that has witnessed centuries of argument. The city feels steady, even calm. Too calm, perhaps, for a republic that has learned to mistrust silence. The Senate convenes. The dictator enters without armour, without escort worthy of fear. He believes himself secure, not because enemies are gone, but because Rome appears reconciled. Power has become routine. Opposition has grown quiet. The crisis seems resolved. That belief is shared by many, and rejected by a few. They sit among colleagues, cloaked in familiarity, faces composed. These men are not outsiders. They are Rome's memory, descendants of families who once expelled kings, who built careers on the promise that no single war would ever dominate the state again. They have watched restraint turn into permanence. They have told themselves to wait, to trust, to accept necessity. But necessity has stretched too far. The Senate chamber closes around them. The doors shut. Voices settle. Procedure begins. It feels ordinary enough to pass unnoticed until it is not. The first blow is awkward, not dramatic, not clean. A hand moves too quickly. A blade flashes, uncertain, hesitant. Confusion ripples outward before understanding arrives. The dictator turns, startled more than afraid. Then the chamber erupts. Daggers rise and fall in close quarters. Senators surge forward not as mob, but as men committed beyond retreat. Each strike feels less like violence than declaration. Words are unnecessary now. The choice has already been made. He does not fight back. Surrounded, wounded, he falters. Blood darkens the floor where law once ruled. Faces he recognises stand above him. Men he trusted, men he spared, men he elevated. Betrayal feels too simple a word for what unfolds. This is not personal. It is ideological. The final blows come quickly. Silence follows, heavy and absolute. The body lies still beneath the symbols of the Republic. The most powerful man in Rome dies where debate once shaped history. For a moment, nothing happens. The conspirators stand frozen, unsure what comes next. They have removed a man, but not the reality he embodied. The Republic does not rise in applause. The people do not flood the streets in celebration. Rome does not respond as expected. Outside, confusion spreads, rumours collide. Fear returns instantly. Shops close. Citizens retreat indoors. No speeches announce liberation. No authority steps forward to restore order. The assassins realise too late what they have done. They have destroyed certainty without restoring the Republic's foundations. Power, once centralised, does not dissolve simply because its holder falls. It scatters, dangerously. The Senate attempts to reclaim authority. It speaks of liberty, of tradition restored, of tyranny ended. The words echo hollowly. The people remember recent peace more vividly than distant ideals. The army remains loyal to memory, not abstraction. Rome does not thank its liberators. It fears them. The city fractures again, faster this time, with less illusion. Factions form overnight. Old rivalries awaken. The vacuum left by the dictator's death pulls ambition toward it like gravity. Blood on marble does not restore balance. It exposes absence. The assassination proves one thing clearly. Rome can still kill its leaders. It proves nothing about how Rome will govern itself afterward. The Republic's defenders have acted decisively, but without a plan for what follows. This is the tragedy of the moment. The dagger removes the man, not the conditions that made him inevitable. The fear of monarchy has struck down its symbol, but has not addressed the hunger for stability that allowed it to rise. Rome stands stunned. The Senate chamber is cleaned, the body removed. Ritual resumes where possible, but the sense of violation lingers. Something sacred, not just a man, but a fragile compromise, has been shattered. The conspirators retreat into justification. They tell themselves they have saved the Republic, that history will understand, that Rome will thank them in time. Rome does not speak, it waits. And in that waiting, ambition stirs again, stronger, sharper, less patient. The daggers have ended a life, but they have also signalled something irreversible. If power can be taken by murder, it can be taken again. The Senate has struck. Now Rome must live with the consequences. The word spreads faster than truth. Freedom, they say. The tyrant is dead. The Republic breathes again. Rome hears these words in fragments, carried through alleys and porticos, whispered behind closed doors. But words alone cannot stabilise a city trained by decades of crisis. What follows the assassination is not clarity, but motion without direction. The city wakes uneasy. No single authority speaks with conviction. The Senate meets, debates, issues proclamations. The language is ceremonial, careful, hopeful. Yet outside the chamber, power no longer listens politely to tradition. The streets are restless. Loyalty fractures immediately. The people ask a simple question no one can answer. Who rules now? Those who struck the blow imagine the answer is obvious. The Republic restored, law revived, balance reclaimed. They step into public spaces expecting gratitude, perhaps even reverence. They find silence instead. Rome remembers peace more clearly than liberty. The years under singular rule brought order, food, predictability. The Republic before it brought debate, delay, and blood. The people do not rush to embrace ideals that failed them once already. The army waits. Its loyalty does not dissolve with one death. Soldiers remain bound by memory, reward, expectation. They look for leadership not in speeches, but in presence. The Republic offers principles. Others offer direction. Chaos begins quietly. Factions form around names rather than laws. Each claims legitimacy. Each invokes Rome's safety as justification. The assassination has removed a centre, but not the need for one. The conspirators hesitate. They had planned an ending, not a beginning. Their unity fades quickly as reality intrudes. Disagreement fractures resolve. Fear replaces confidence. They retreat into defence rather than leadership. Rome notices. Crowds gather, not to celebrate, but to watch. Violence flickers at the edges of the city again. Armed men patrol unofficially. The sense of order that once held returns briefly, then shatters. Freedom feels abstract. Chaos feels immediate. The Senate attempts compromise, reaching out to powerful figures it once feared. Amnesty is offered. Authority is negotiated rather than asserted. Each concession signals weakness rather than reconciliation. Rome slides. What the assassins misunderstood is simple. The Republic did not fall because one man seized power. It fell because its structures could no longer contain empire, ambition, and fear simultaneously. Killing the man did not solve the problem. It exposed it. The city becomes a place of competing claims. Each leader promises restoration. Each accuses the others of betrayal. The Republic's language is everywhere, invoked constantly, trusted by no one fully. The people retreat inward. Safety becomes private. Loyalty becomes transactional. Many stop caring who governs, as long as someone does. The appetite for debate has been replaced by exhaustion. Rome has reached a dangerous moment. Freedom, unanchored by structure, becomes volatility. Chaos, once feared, now feels inevitable. The Republic stands in name, but no longer commands belief. The assassination has forced a choice Rome avoided for generations. Shared rule or enforced order. The city hesitates, torn between memory and desire. The old fear of kings still echoes, but it competes with a deeper fear now, that of endless instability. Power does not wait for consensus. It gathers where opportunity allows. Rome does not yet see who will emerge, but it senses the shape of what is coming. Someone will claim authority, not as tyrant, but as saviour. Not as king, but as restorer. Freedom has opened the door. Chaos has stepped through. The Republic lingers in the space between, fragile and exposed, uncertain whether it can still govern itself, or whether it will once again surrender choice in exchange for peace. The city listens to its own heartbeat, uneven and loud. The future does not feel liberated. It feels undecided. The violence no longer arrives as shock. It arrives as memory. Rome has lived too long with the sound of shouting in public spaces, with doors barred at night, with rumours moving faster than truth. The city has learned how quickly order can dissolve, how easily neighbours become enemies, how fragile tomorrow feels when power is contested. This knowledge settles heavily, not as rage, not as fear, as fatigue. The streets still fill each morning. Merchants open stalls, magistrates pass through the forum. Ritual continues, because Rome has always survived by continuing. But beneath routine lies weariness so deep it no longer asks questions. People are tired of choosing sides. They are tired of learning new names for the same struggle. Tired of watching leaders promise restoration and deliver only another season of funerals. Tired of hearing that one more sacrifice will finally secure peace. Rome has sacrificed enough. Families count losses quietly now, without ceremony. They have learned that grief attracts attention, and attention invites danger. Better to endure privately. Better to survive than to speak. The Republic still exists, but it feels distant, like an old story told too often to comfort. Its words are familiar, but they no longer soothe. Liberty, law, shared rule, these once felt protective. Now they feel fragile, easily torn when ambition rises. Rome does not reject its past. It simply no longer believes it can live inside it. The army feels the change first. Soldiers have marched under too many banners bearing Roman names. They have fought men who trained the same way, prayed to the same gods, spoke the same language. The distinction between defence and civil war has blurred beyond recognition. They want an end. Not to service, not to discipline, to uncertainty. Commanders sense this hunger for finality. The legions respond more readily to clarity than to debate. Orders followed without hesitation feel like relief compared to endless justification. The Senate understands this mood but cannot control it. Its authority has been eroded not by treason but by reliance. Too often it surrendered responsibility to strong hands in moments of crisis. Too often those moments became permanent. Now the Senate speaks cautiously, aware that words alone cannot command loyalty. Rome has reached a dangerous calm, not peace, but pause. In this pause, people begin to think differently about power. They do not ask who deserves it, they ask who can hold it without spilling more blood. The measure of legitimacy shifts quietly, from tradition to outcome. The old fear of kings still lingers, but it has been dulled by experience. Kings belong to memory. Civil war belongs to life. When forced to choose between remembered tyranny and present chaos, Rome's preference changes. This is not betrayal of the Republic. It is exhaustion with it. Rome wants a single horizon again. One authority that ends argument rather than prolonging it. One presence that absorbs conflict instead of multiplying it. Not a tyrant who demands worship, but a ruler who ends the cycle. Peace becomes the highest virtue. Not justice, not liberty. Peace. This desire reshapes the city's instincts. Resistance feels irresponsible. Dissent feels dangerous. People stop asking whether concentration of power is right, and start asking whether it will finally stop the killing. Rome is ready to be convinced. Not by force, but by calm. Not by threats, but by reassurance. Not by revolution, but by quiet inevitability. This is how empires are accepted, not seized. The city's weariness becomes its weakness. The longing for rest opened space for authority to settle naturally, without proclamation. Rome does not kneel. It leans. And in leaning, it changes shape. The Republic has not been destroyed. It has been outgrown by its own suffering. The ideals that once demanded constant vigilance now feel like burdens carried too long. Rome does not cry out for a saviour. It sighs. And that sigh carries more weight than any shout. Because a city that is tired of blood will accept almost anything that promises to stop it. He does not arrive as conqueror. That is the first thing Rome notices. After years of generals who marched loudly, who announced themselves with banners and demands, this figure moves differently. He speaks softly. He waits. He presents himself not as solution, but as caretaker, someone young enough to adapt, cautious enough to listen. Rome watches carefully. He inherits a name heavy with consequence, a legacy stained with blood and brilliance. But he does not lean on it openly. He allows others to invoke it for him. Memory becomes his ally, not his weapon. What he understands, instinctively, is Rome's mood. The city does not want another hero. It wants an end. He offers no sweeping proclamations, no radical reforms. Instead, he restores what appears broken, piece by piece. Grain distributions resume reliably. Veterans are settled quietly. Taxes are regularised. Disorder recedes without drama. Rome relaxes. This calm feels earned, not imposed. And that distinction matters. Power gathers around him not because he demands it, but because others retreat. Rivals exhaust themselves arguing over forms and titles while he focuses on function. The Senate debates legitimacy, he manages reality, he is careful with appearances. Authority is shared, on paper. Offices continue to rotate. Elections still occur. The Republic's language remains intact, spoken more frequently than ever. He insists on it. This insistence disarms resistance. Rome wants to believe that nothing fundamental has changed. That this is restoration, not transformation. He gives them every reason to accept that belief. Behind the scenes, control consolidates. Military loyalty is secured without spectacle. Command is organised, disciplined, centralised, but always described as temporary, necessary, protective. Power is never claimed outright. It is accepted gradually. He learns from Rome's mistakes. Where others rushed, he delays. Where others provoked, he reassures. Where others ruled loudly, he governs quietly. The city begins to trust him not because it understands him, but because it feels safer with him present. He takes no crown. He refuses it publicly, emphatically. The gesture echoes through Rome's memory. Kings are rejected. Tradition is honoured. The Republic breathes easier. And yet, authority continues to flow toward him. Titles accumulate slowly. Honours granted reluctantly, then routinely. Each one framed as gratitude rather than submission. Rome convinces itself that it is choosing him, again and again. This is his greatest strength. He allows Rome to believe it remains sovereign. The Senate speaks with renewed confidence, unaware that its freedom now depends on his restraint. Laws are passed that formalise what already exists. The Republic codifies its own transformation without admitting it. Peace settles. Not the tense peace of stalemate, but the steady peace of predictability. Roads are safe. Trade resumes fully. The legions no longer march against each other. Children grow up without knowing the sound of civil war. Rome feels younger again. The people celebrate modestly. Not with triumphs, but with relief. Stability becomes normal. Stability becomes expected. The memory of chaos recedes quickly when life improves. This is how consent is built. He does not erase the Republic. He preserves it by redefining its centre. Power is now anchored in one place, one person, one presence that absorbs conflict before it spreads. Rome has not crowned a king. It has accepted a guardian. The word empire is not spoken yet. It is unnecessary. What matters is that Rome has found a way to live without tearing itself apart. The cost of this peace is subtle. Liberty narrows quietly. Debate softens. Opposition becomes symbolic. But for now, few object. The wounds are still too fresh. The memory of blood too close. He understands this perfectly. The rise of Augustus is not marked by conquest, but by consensus shaped through exhaustion. Rome does not fall into empire, it drifts, and in that drift it finds something it has not known in generations, a future that feels stable enough to imagine. Nothing announces the change. There is no coronation, no breaking of ancient law, no moment when Rome wakes and realises it has crossed a final boundary. The city looks the same. The Forum still fills. The Senate still debates. Magistrates still take office beneath familiar symbols. And yet, something fundamental has shifted. Power no longer argues. It resides. Augustus does not dismantle the Republic. He preserves it carefully, almost reverently. Its language is spoken more often than before. Its rituals are performed with renewed precision. The appearance of shared rule becomes essential, not as deception, but as reassurance. Rome wants continuity. He gives it continuity so complete that transformation feels like preservation. Authority is divided neatly across offices, yet all lines lead quietly back to one source. Military command, financial oversight, religious authority, each exists separately, but none operate independently. The structure appears balanced. The centre is simply invisible. This is not empire as Rome once imagined it. There are no crowns, no proclamations of supremacy. The word king remains taboo. Augustus understands Rome's fear too well to provoke it directly. Instead, he gives the city what it believes it wants: order without humiliation. The Senate speaks freely, but it no longer decides freely. Debate continues, but outcomes rarely surprise. Laws align smoothly with expectation. Opposition is permitted, but carefully contained. Disagreement exists, but it does not threaten direction. Rome accepts this because it feels safer. The memory of chaos is still close. People remember what debate without restraint led to. The calm now feels earned. Augustus does not silence voices. He surrounds them with stability until silence feels unnecessary. This is the genius of the disguise. Empire is not imposed, it is normalised. The provinces feel the change more clearly than Rome itself. Administration becomes consistent, taxation predictable, law uniform. Governors answer to a central authority that no longer shifts with each election. For the first time, Rome feels present everywhere at once. Distance shrinks. Roads carry not just soldiers, but order. Courts enforce Roman law far from the city's hills. Local customs are tolerated as long as loyalty is maintained. Resistance feels impractical rather than heroic. The empire works. And because it works, it is accepted. Back in Rome, Augustus cultivates restraint. He lives modestly by imperial standards. He avoids excess ceremony. He allows others to hold visible offices while guiding outcomes behind them. He never claims total power. He accumulates responsibility. Each role is justified as service. Each extension of authority is framed as burden. Rome respects burden. The city tells itself that this arrangement is temporary, that Augustus merely holds things together until the Republic heals fully. But healing never quite finishes, and no one wishes to reopen old wounds to test whether it has. Time does the rest. Children grow up knowing only this Rome. Peaceful, ordered, quietly directed. They learn the names of magistrates, but they feel the presence of one figure more than all others. Stability becomes expectation. The Republic's old chaos feels distant, almost mythic. Empire has settled in without resistance. The disguise works because it aligns with Rome's self-image. The city does not believe it has abandoned liberty. It believes it has refined it. That freedom now exists within boundaries strong enough to protect it from itself. This belief is powerful. It allows Rome to rule vast lands without constant force. It allows subjects to imagine themselves protected rather than dominated. It allows Augustus to govern without appearing to govern, but the cost is quiet and cumulative. Decision-making narrows. Initiative flows upward. The Republic's flexibility fades as permanence sets in. Rome has traded unpredictability for endurance. Few complain. Peace is persuasive. The empire in disguise does not feel like loss, it feels like relief. And because it arrives without spectacle, Without violence, without rupture, Rome does not resist it. The city continues to speak the language of the Republic, while living the reality of empire. The transformation is complete before anyone names it. Rome has not crowned a king, it has done something far more Roman. It has made empire feel inevitable. Peace arrives so quietly that Rome almost mistrusts it. There is no single treaty that announces it, no enemy kneeling in dust, no triumphant cry that echoes through the forum. Instead, the world simply grows calmer. Roads remain open, borders hold, armies stay in their camps. Seasons pass without emergency. This absence of crisis feels unfamiliar. Rome has lived so long in reaction, responding to threats, suppressing revolt, surviving its own instability, that stillness feels unnatural. Yet the stillness persists. Days lengthen without fear. Nights pass without alarm. The empire breathes. This peace is not fragile. It is maintained deliberately, through presence rather than spectacle. Legions stand at the edges of the world, visible enough to discourage defiance, restrained enough to avoid provocation. Power does not rush forward. It waits. The provinces feel the change first. Where once governors rotated unpredictably, now administration is consistent. Taxes arrive on time. Courts function without interruption. Local elites learn how to work within Rome's system rather than resist it. Life becomes predictable in a way it has never been before. Predictability becomes Rome's gift. Trade flourishes along roads that stretch farther than memory. Merchants travel without escorts. Goods move freely. Grain, oil, wine, ideas. Cities grow where legions once marched. Harbours fill with traffic that does not fear interruption. The empire feels connected. Rome understands what this peace requires. Not conquest, but maintenance. Not glory, but management. The spectacle of triumph fades in importance. What matters now is continuity. Augustus governs less like a conqueror and more like a steward. The city itself transforms. Monuments rise not to celebrate victory, but to embody permanence. Stone replaces urgency. Architecture speaks of confidence rather than defiance. Rome begins to imagine itself as eternal, not because it cannot fall, but because it has learned how not to collapse. The people adapt quickly. Children grow up without knowing civil war. They assume safety is normal. They expect law to function. Authority feels distant, but reliable. The memory of bloodshed recedes into stories told by elders who sound increasingly unreal. Peace becomes identity. This is the Pax Romana, not the absence of violence everywhere, but the containment of it. Conflict still exists, but it is pushed outward, absorbed at the margins before it can spread. The empire is not gentle, it is stable. Stability proves persuasive. Cities that once resisted Rome now compete for its favour. Citizenship expands gradually, carefully. Roman law becomes a framework others rely on. Order replaces autonomy as the greater good. Rome does not need to demand loyalty. It is rewarded with it. Augustus remains careful. He does not celebrate himself excessively. He understands that peace must feel collective, not imposed. He speaks of restoration rather than transformation, of harmony rather than control. The Republic's language still frames imperial reality. This restraint preserves acceptance. The army remains disciplined, professional, distant from politics. Soldiers defend borders rather than influence elections. Loyalty is redirected from individuals back toward structure, quietly, intentionally. Rome remembers its lessons. The peace holds because it addresses exhaustion without humiliating pride. It allows Rome to feel powerful without feeling threatened. It gives the world a rhythm that does not require constant vigilance. Yet beneath the calm, power has not softened. The Pax Romana depends on readiness. The legions are never disbanded. Force remains visible at the edges. The peace exists because rebellion feels futile, not because injustice has vanished. Rome understands this balance. It does not claim perfection. It claims endurance. For generations, this peace will define Roman memory. Roads will outlast emperors. Cities will flourish under law rather than sword. The empire will feel like a single organism, vast and coherent. But peace carries its own irony. It is easier to accept authority when life is comfortable, harder to question when stability feels natural. The very success of the Pax Romana dulls resistance and narrows imagination. Rome becomes used to being obeyed. The empire does not notice this shift yet. It is still enjoying the silence after centuries of noise, still learning how different the world feels when tomorrow is predictable. The Pax Romana stretches outward, year after year, shaping generations who will never know another Rome. Peace becomes Rome's greatest achievement. It is also its most fragile inheritance. Peace has a cost Rome does not yet calculate. The empire now moves by habit. Administration flows. Borders hold. Roads remain open. The machinery built under careful restraint continues to turn even as the hand that guided it fades. Rome has learned to live under one centre of gravity, and now must learn what happens when that centre changes. The first transition is cautious. Authority passes without open violence, wrapped in ceremony and reassurance. The forms remain intact. The Senate confirms. The army salutes. The people watch closely, measuring continuity rather than character. This is how Rome survives succession, not by faith in the individual, but by faith in the role. Yet the role itself is undefined. The emperor is not a king. He is not merely a magistrate. He exists in a space between, protected by tradition, empowered by necessity, restrained only by expectation. This ambiguity is Rome's compromise with itself. And compromise invites performance. Each new emperor learns quickly that power must be worn carefully. Appear too harsh, and fear returns. Appear too weak, and authority dissolves. The balance is maintained through image, through masks. Some wear the mask well. They speak modestly. They honour the Senate. They rule through delegation and restraint. Their power feels distant, but dependable. Rome flourishes quietly beneath them, content to let stability continue without reflection. Others struggle. They misunderstand the silence of peace as approval. They mistake reverence for affection. They forget that Rome accepts authority conditionally, so long as it feels protected, not humiliated. The mask slips. Excess creeps in. Public generosity becomes spectacle. Authority demands recognition rather than offering reassurance. The people grow uneasy, not because laws change, but because tone does. Rome notices tone. The city has learned to read power instinctively after centuries of survival. When emperors speak too loudly, too personally, too absolutely, anxiety returns. The memory of blood is never far. To compensate, emperors rely on image. Statues multiply. Titles accumulate. Divinity is hinted at, then formalised. Worship becomes loyalty expressed safely. To honour the emperor is to honour peace itself. This belief spreads unevenly. Some accept it easily, grateful for stability. Others remember Rome's older instincts, uneasy with reverence directed toward a living man. But resistance remains quiet. The empire functions. Life improves. Dissent feels impractical. Masks become essential. Behind them, personalities vary wildly. Some emperors govern diligently, exhausted by responsibility. Others retreat into indulgence, leaving administration to trusted hands. A few turn suspicious, haunted by the awareness that power rests on consent that could evaporate. The mask hides uncertainty as much as intent. Rome adapts again. The Senate becomes more ceremonial. Real governance shifts further into imperial households, advisors, freedmen. Decision-making narrows, but efficiency improves. The empire continues to work even as its centre becomes increasingly personal. This is the paradox. Rome's greatest achievement, stability, depends on individuals increasingly unrestrained by institutions. The mask protects Rome from this truth by softening its impact. When emperors perform competence, Rome accepts them. When they perform divinity, Rome tolerates it. When they perform cruelty, Rome grows afraid, but often too late. Violence does not vanish under empire, it concentrates. Power no longer fractures across factions. It erupts suddenly, unpredictably, when restraint fails. Assassination replaces civil war. Succession becomes uncertain again, briefly, before order reasserts itself. The people endure these moments quietly. They have learned that turbulence passes faster now, that the empire repairs itself. That one emperor's excess does not undo decades of peace. This endurance is dangerous. It teaches Rome to survive poor rulers as long as structure remains. It lowers expectations. It shifts hope from participation to patience. Masks multiply. Each emperor wears one suited to the moment. Protector, father, god, judge. The empire accepts the performance as long as the roads remain safe and the grain arrives. Rome no longer asks what power is, it asks whether power works. The Pax Romana continues, but its texture changes. Stability now depends less on institutions and more on the temperament of individuals. The system holds because it has been simplified, centralised, personalised, disguised. Rome feels eternal. But eternity built on masks is fragile. Because when the mask shatters completely, when image can no longer contain reality, the empire will feel the shock all at once. For now, though, Rome watches its emperors carefully, reading their gestures, listening to tone, hoping the performance continues. Peace remains. And peace, after all that has come before, is still enough. Rome has always understood the language of the sacred. Long before empire, before kings were expelled and republics imagined, the city learned to negotiate with unseen forces. Gods were not distant ideals. They were presences, felt in harvest and drought, victory and ruin. Religion in Rome was never about belief alone. It was about order. Now, order has a face. At first, divinity comes softly, after death. An emperor who kept the peace, who fed the city, who ruled without tearing Rome apart, is remembered with reverence. Honours are voted, temples raised. The language is careful, not worship of a man, but gratitude for stability embodied. This feels safe. The living ruler allows it because it calms the city. The Senate approves because it preserves dignity. The people accept because it gives meaning to peace. A dead emperor becomes a god, not because he demanded it, but because Rome needs symbols that endure longer than flesh. But symbols evolve. Soon, the distance between death and divinity shortens. Reverence seeps into daily life. Statues are not merely memorials, they are reminders. Coins carry faces crowned with eternity. The empire learns to see continuity as sacred. The emperor becomes more than administrator. He becomes anchor. This transformation is not sudden. It happens by accumulation, gesture layered upon gesture, honour upon honour. Rituals develop. Oaths are sworn by the emperor's spirit. Loyalty acquires spiritual weight. To question authority now feels like impiety. Rome does not abandon its old gods. It absorbs the emperor among them. This inclusion changes everything quietly. Worship of the emperor is not about belief in his divinity as miracle. It is about acknowledgement of his role as guarantor of order. The empire sanctifies stability. In distant provinces, the effect is immediate. Local traditions merge easily with imperial ritual. To honour the emperor is to honour peace, law, and Rome itself. Temples rise not in defiance of old faiths, but alongside them. The emperor's presence becomes universal without being intimate. Rome learns a powerful lesson. Worship is loyalty made visible. At home, discomfort lingers longer. The city remembers kings. It remembers oaths sworn against singular rule. But the emperor is careful. He does not demand worship in Rome itself as aggressively as elsewhere. The city is allowed its hesitation. Even so, the sacred boundary erodes. When emperors are honoured as gods, obedience gains a moral dimension. Resistance is no longer just political, it is sacrilegious. The language of faith shields authority from critique. This is not tyranny. It is insulation. The emperor remains human in practice, aging, ill, uncertain. But the office grows untouchable. The distinction between man and role blurs. Faults become personal failings rather than systemic flaws. Rome accepts this because it works. The empire feels unified. The provinces feel included in a shared ritual. Loyalty is simplified. Authority gains permanence beyond the lifespan of any one ruler. Yet divinity reshapes expectation. If the emperor is godlike, failure feels unnatural. Disappointment grows sharper. Suspicion rises more quickly. The sacred mask that protects power also traps it within idealized image. Some emperors retreat behind it. Others lean into it. Excess emerges not as madness, but as miscalculation. When reverence is mistaken for devotion, rulers push too far. When silence is mistaken for consent, cruelty returns. Rome endures these moments, but they leave scars. The imperial cult does not prevent collapse, it delays confrontation. It offers a language that smooths obedience while narrowing accountability. The empire grows spiritually cohesive and politically brittle at the same time. Still, for generations, this system holds. The emperor as god becomes Rome's quiet innovation, a way to rule vast lands without constant force, to bind identity to order, to make peace feel sacred rather than imposed. The old gods remain, but they feel distant. The emperor is present. He watches roads, armies, courts. His image stands in every city. His spirit is invoked with every oath. The empire breathes under a single sanctified authority. Rome believes it has solved the problem of power, but sanctified power is difficult to correct. When emperors become gods, Rome gains unity, but loses a measure of humility. The city has learned to sacralize stability, even when stability begins to demand obedience without question. For now, the empire rests within this belief. Peace holds. Faith follows power, and Rome, having given its rulers a place among the divine, waits to see whether divinity will protect them from the human limits they still carry. The night glows before it screams. At first it is only light, flickering, uncertain, mistaken for celebration. Then the smell arrives, sharp and unmistakable. Wood, oil, cloth. Fire has found a path through Rome's narrow veins, and it does not hesitate. The city burns. Flames race along rooftops, leap streets, climb walls as if guided by intention. Wind feeds them, panic multiplies them. Rome's dense quarters, built for proximity, not escape, become corridors of heat and confusion. People run with what they can carry, then drop it when breath fails. Temples glow like torches. Homes collapse inward. Night turns orange. Authority vanishes in smoke. The fire lasts longer than anyone expects. Days pass. Ash falls like snow. The sound of destruction becomes constant, then distant, then strangely quiet. When it finally subsides, large portions of Rome are gone. reduced to silence, shadow, memory. The people emerge changed. Grief is immediate, but suspicion follows quickly. Fires have visited Rome before, but never like this. Too much is lost. Too much feels unanswered. The city looks for meaning in ruin, and it looks upward. The emperor remains. He returns to a wounded capital and takes command, not with apology, but with performance. Aid is distributed. Shelter arranged. Reconstruction promised. The gestures are public, deliberate, visible. Yet whispers move faster than grain. Some say the fire was allowed, others that it was ordered. Stories spread of spectacle, of music, of detachment, of pleasure amid destruction. Truth dissolves into rumour, but rumour has weight when fear is present. Rome does not need certainty to feel unease. The emperor responds with theatre. Blame is redirected. Accusations sharpen against those already distrusted, already different. Punishment becomes public, ritualised, excessive. Spectacle replaces explanation. The city is given images to consume instead of answers. Fear becomes policy. Executions are staged as warnings. Crowds gather not out of cruelty, but curiosity and relief. Better someone else be guilty. Better order assert itself visibly. The empire has always understood the power of display. Rome watches itself harden. The fire has done more than destroy buildings. It has exposed the fragile line between stability and terror. The emperor's divinity now feels less protective and more distant, wrapped in ceremony that cannot extinguish doubt. Reconstruction begins quickly. Streets widen. Materials change. Rome rises more orderly than before. The new city feels planned, controlled, rational. Stone replaces wood. Regulation replaces improvisation. Safety becomes architecture. Yet memory lingers. The people walk through neighbourhoods that no longer exist, navigating by absence. They remember where walls once stood, where voices once echoed. The city is cleaner and emptier. Spectacle fills the void. Games grow larger. Punishments grow harsher. Distraction becomes governance. The emperor's image dominates public life more insistently now, as if visibility might compensate for trust. Rome accepts this with mixed feeling. Some are grateful for rebuilding, others resent the cost. Many say nothing. Silence feels safer than accusation. The empire still functions. Grain arrives. Law holds. The fire becomes another story absorbed into Rome's long memory. But something has shifted. Fear, once reserved for enemies at the edge of the world, has moved inward. The city learns that disaster can be used as instrument, that suffering can be shaped into loyalty or obedience through spectacle. This lesson will not be forgotten. The emperor survives the fire politically, but not unchanged. The mask he wears grows heavier. Divinity no longer softens authority, it amplifies it. Distance between ruler and ruled widens. Rome continues. It always does. Yet the fire remains present in the city's imagination, not just as disaster, but as revelation. It shows how quickly order can vanish, how easily fear can be redirected, how spectacle can replace truth. Ash settles into cracks. New stone rises above it. Life resumes with practiced resilience. But beneath the rebuilt streets, Rome remembers the glow of that night and how power responded when the city burned. The silence after power breaks is unmistakable. Rome feels it before it understands it. There is no proclamation, no formal ending. Authority simply loosens, like a hand releasing its grip without warning. The emperor is gone, and with him, the illusion that order flows naturally from a single presence. The empire pauses. In the city, routines continue for a moment out of habit. Courts open. Guards take their posts. Messengers wait for instructions that do not arrive. The machinery still exists, but the voice that guided it has vanished. Rome has lived through this before, but never like this. In the past, uncertainty meant rivalry, conspiracy, ambition gathering in shadow. Now it means something more dangerous: multiplicity. Too many claimants, too many armies, too many centres of gravity pulling the empire in different directions at once. The legions decide first, not through ideology, but proximity. Each army looks to its commander, not to Rome. Loyalty, long trained to attach itself to individuals, activates automatically. The empire fractures along marching routes and supply lines. An emperor is declared in one place, another is proclaimed elsewhere. News travels unevenly. Oaths are sworn, broken, sworn again. Each declaration claims legitimacy. None feel complete. Rome watches power slip beyond its reach. The Senate attempts relevance. It meets, debates, issues calls for unity. Its words echo with old confidence, but carry little weight now. Authority without enforcement sounds like memory, not command. The Senate waits to see which force will arrive first. The city grows anxious. No one wants another civil war, yet everyone prepares for one. Doors close earlier, conversations lower. Rome does not riot, it braces. The people know how fragile peace is when succession fails. The empire, vast and interconnected, strains under uncertainty. Provinces hesitate. Governors wait for clarity. Taxes stall. Borders feel less certain. Not because enemies advance, but because Rome hesitates. The absence of a master reveals how much of the empire's calm depended on presence rather than structure. Violence follows quickly, but not everywhere. Battles erupt between claimants, sharp and decisive, then fade. The empire does not collapse. It lurches. Power concentrates, dissolves, reforms. Each victory feels temporary. Each defeat reshuffles allegiance. Rome feels distant from the struggle shaping its fate. This is the great inversion. Once, the city was the centre from which authority radiated. Now, authority circles it without settling. Emperors are made far from the forum. Rome becomes prize rather than source. The people sense this humiliation instinctively. They have lived through centuries of ascent, watching the city shape the world. Now the world shapes Rome's future without asking. The empire continues, but its heart no longer commands its limbs. Eventually, order reasserts itself, not through consensus, but exhaustion. Rival claimants fall or fade. One figure remains standing, not necessarily the most capable, but the last. The legions align behind him. The provinces accept. The Senate confirms what has already happened. The empire exhales. But the relief is thin. This succession leaves scars. It teaches Rome that stability depends too heavily on individual survival. That peace can unravel in months. That sanctified power, once removed, exposes fragility beneath ritual. The people endure this lesson quietly. They do not revolt. They do not celebrate restoration loudly. They accept the new ruler cautiously, aware that the cycle could repeat. Trust does not return easily once broken. The empire without a master reveals a truth long disguised. Rome is no longer held together by shared belief alone. It is held together by momentum, habit, and fear of what follows collapse. Authority exists, but it is brittle. The mask of eternity slips. Rome remains immense, disciplined, impressive, but the certainty that once surrounded imperial power has thinned. Succession now feels dangerous rather than sacred. The city adapts, as it always has. It lowers expectations. It survives transitions. It learns to live with instability folded into order. The empire continues not because it is invulnerable, but because it is resilient enough to endure even the absence of its own centre. Rome stands again with a master. But it remembers the moment it did not, and that memory will never fully fade. The empire stretches farther than any Roman once imagined it could. From misted islands at the edge of the northern seas to deserts where the air itself feels ancient, Rome's presence is unmistakable. Roads run straight through landscapes that resist straightness. Forts stand where maps once ended. The world feels measured now, divided into distances Rome can calculate and control. This is Rome at its widest breadth. The borders are not quiet, but they are firm. Legions hold the lines with disciplined patience. They do not rush forward blindly. Expansion now feels deliberate, almost cautious. The Empire has learned the cost of haste. It prefers containment to conquest, stability to spectacle, yet the reach is undeniable. Messages travel faster than ever before. Orders issued in one place ripple outward across continents. Law follows the roads, spoken in many accents but recognised everywhere. A traveller can move for months and still feel Rome's presence, in milestones, in markets, in the familiar weight of authority. The city itself feels distant from this enormity. Rome is no longer the only centre that matters. Power exists across provinces, in governors' residences, in legionary camps, in administrative hubs built far from the Tiber. The empire is no longer an extension of the city. The city is now one part of the empire. This realization is subtle and unsettling. The emperor governs from a position of inherited strength rather than constant vigilance. The system works well enough that personal brilliance feels unnecessary. Administration replaces inspiration. Management replaces ambition. The empire is efficient. At its greatest reach, Rome appears confident, orderly, unchallenged. Enemies exist beyond the borders, but they feel distant, contained. The sense of urgency that once drove expansion has faded into maintenance. This is a dangerous comfort. Because reach requires attention. The farther Rome extends, the more fragile its cohesion becomes. Communication takes time. Local realities diverge. Governors rule with increasing autonomy. The empire functions because most choose to cooperate, not because force is always present. Rome relies on habit now. The people within the empire experience this moment differently. For many, life has never been more predictable. Crops move safely. Trade thrives. Law offers consistency across vast spaces. Identity becomes layered, local and Roman at once. Citizenship spreads carefully, absorbing elites, binding loyalty. The empire feels inclusive, but inclusion comes with distance. Rome's decisions feel abstract to those far from the city. Authority is respected, but rarely loved. The emperor becomes a symbol more than a presence. Loyalty becomes institutional rather than personal. This distance allows peace to hold. It also allows dissatisfaction to grow quietly, unnoticed. At the edges, pressure builds. Borders are tested by peoples who do not share Rome's patience for order. They move differently, organise differently, fight differently. Rome responds with discipline and engineering, building walls, fortifications, systems meant to make the vast manageable. The empire does not yet feel threatened. It feels prepared. Rome believes it has reached equilibrium, large enough to dominate, stable enough to endure, organised enough to adapt. This belief becomes part of its identity. The empire begins to see itself not as temporary achievement, but as natural state. Eternity feels plausible. The city celebrates this moment cautiously. Triumphs are less frequent. Administration is praised more than conquest. The emperor's role is to preserve what exists rather than seek what lies beyond. Rome has become conservative in its greatness. This restraint is wise. It is also revealing. The empire has reached its greatest reach, not through endless appetite, but through recognition of limits. Rome understands, finally, that growth without consolidation breeds collapse. And yet, consolidation creates new challenges. The system that governs this vastness depends on trust in continuity, trust that future emperors will be competent, that borders will hold, that prosperity will continue. The empire's success rests on assumptions rather than urgency. Assumptions are fragile. For now, though, the empire stands whole. Roads gleam in sunlight, cities hum with trade, law moves quietly, efficiently. Rome feels less like a conquering force and more like a permanent framework for the world. At its greatest reach, the empire looks serene. But serenity is not strength, it is balance, and balance requires constant, careful adjustment. Rome has achieved what few ever will, dominance without immediate challenge. The question that lingers beneath this moment of breadth is simple and unspoken. How long can something so vast remain coherent without changing its nature? The empire does not answer. It continues. He inherits power without hunger for it. That, too, is immediately felt. The empire now rests in practised calm, accustomed to rulers who manage rather than conquer. Yet this emperor carries something unfamiliar into the role. Not ambition sharpened by survival, not desire disguised as duty, but reflection. He pauses where others acted. He considers where others commanded. Rome watches with curiosity. The throne has been many things: prize, burden, mask, weapon. Now it becomes a place of thought. The emperor writes not proclamations, but private words meant to discipline his own mind. He reminds himself of impermanence, of restraint, of the limits of control. This does not weaken authority, it reshapes it. The empire continues to function with precision. Administration holds. Borders are defended. Law remains consistent. But beneath this order runs a quieter current, a ruler aware that power cannot solve every human problem, and that certainty is an illusion even at the centre of the world. He governs with seriousness, not severity, but gravity. Decisions are made with reluctance rather than confidence. War is accepted when unavoidable, never celebrated. Victory is treated as responsibility rather than glory. Rome senses the difference. The emperor does not perform divinity. He tolerates it because the system demands it, but he does not lean into reverence. He remains visibly human, aging, weary, thoughtful. His presence reassures without dazzling. This restraint steadies the empire. For a time, the philosopher-emperor understands something Rome often forgets, that endurance depends on discipline, not domination. He emphasizes duty over desire, service over excess. He believes the empire must govern itself internally as carefully as it governs others. But philosophy does not halt pressure. The borders strain constantly. Distant peoples press against Rome's edges, drawn by wealth, repelled by order. Defence becomes a permanent condition. The emperor spends long years away from the city, managing threats that never fully recede. The empire remains vast, but its maintenance grows heavier. Rome feels this weight indirectly. Taxes rise subtly. Recruitment becomes more demanding. The peace of earlier generations requires constant reinforcement. The emperor absorbs this burden personally, refusing extravagance, sharing hardship with soldiers, living among them. This earns respect. It does not solve everything. The philosopher knows the empire is not eternal, not because it will collapse suddenly, but because all human constructions erode. He writes to remind himself that glory fades, that control is temporary, that fate does not negotiate. These reflections do not weaken him, they steady him. Rome benefits from this steadiness. The city remains calm. Institutions function. Succession feels manageable. The empire appears balanced between strength and humility. This balance is rare and fragile. The philosopher-emperor's rule represents a peak of self-awareness within power. The empire governs not just through force, but through conscious restraint. Rome feels almost wise, yet wisdom does not reproduce itself easily. The emperor's thoughts are private, his discipline is personal. The system around him continues to depend on character as much as structure. Rome enjoys the fruits of his restraint without guaranteeing its continuation. He knows this. He worries about legacy, not in monuments but in habits. He hopes example might shape the future more than law. He understands the limits of hope. The empire continues to move forward under him, stable, defended, intact. But beneath the calm, new tensions gather. The population shifts. Economies strain. The borders never rest. Rome's greatness has not disappeared. It has aged. The philosopher on the throne governs at a moment when the empire is still strong, but no longer expanding with confidence. Maintenance replaces ambition. Defence replaces conquest. Reflection replaces certainty. This is Rome at its most self-aware, and perhaps its most vulnerable. Because self-awareness cannot prevent change, it can only soften its arrival. When this emperor's reign ends, Rome will remember him as a model, proof that power and restraint can coexist. But models do not enforce themselves. They inspire briefly, then fade into memory. The empire will continue, but something essential will be lost with him, the sense that Rome understands itself. The philosopher knows this. He writes anyway, because even if the empire cannot be saved forever, the mind can still be disciplined. Order can still exist within impermanence. Dignity can still guide power, even as time erodes its foundations. Rome rests under his rule, calm, reflective, aging gracefully, but history does not pause for wisdom. It only waits. The change is gradual enough to be denied. At first, the borders merely feel restless. Reports arrive of movement beyond the lines, tribes shifting, alliances forming and dissolving, pressures building in places Rome has long considered distant. None of this is new. The empire has always lived with tension at its edges. What is new is persistence. The pressure does not ease. It returns each season, heavier than before. The frontiers demand constant attention now, not occasional response. Forts remain manned year-round. Soldiers no longer expect long intervals of peace between alarms. Rome notices the difference quietly. The empire has grown used to control through presence. Roads, walls, patrols, these once felt sufficient. Now they slow movement rather than stopping it. Groups cross borders not as raiders seeking quick gain, but as families carrying lives with them. They are not invading, they are arriving. This distinction matters, and Rome struggles to understand it. The empire's defences were built to repel enemies, not to absorb populations. The law knows how to punish trespass, how to negotiate surrender, how to incorporate elites. It does not know how to manage mass movement driven by hunger, climate, and pressure far beyond Roman sight. The borders stretch, not physically, but conceptually. Governors report strain. Supplies thin. Garrisons request reinforcements that arrive slowly or not at all. Rome's responses feel delayed, cautious, sometimes contradictory. Orders issued in 1 year no longer apply cleanly the next. The empire has become too large to react quickly. This is the first true consequence of its size. Communication takes time. Decisions travel slower than movement. Local commanders begin to improvise, sometimes wisely, sometimes disastrously. Authority fragments into necessity. Rome senses loss of rhythm. The legions still fight with discipline, but their victories feel temporary. Push one group back, and another appears elsewhere. The border becomes less a line and more a zone of constant friction. The people within the empire feel it too. Taxes rise to support defence. Recruitment deepens. Young men leave farms for service that feels endless. The peace their grandparents knew becomes story rather than expectation. Rome has not fallen, but it no longer feels impermeable. The empire's confidence begins to thin, Not collapse, but doubt. For centuries, Rome defined the boundary between order and chaos. Now that boundary blurs. Roman law still holds within the cities, but beyond them, the world no longer waits politely. The problem is not weakness, it is scale. Rome must defend too much, everywhere, all the time. The empire's strength, once concentrated, now disperses across vast distances. Every frontier demands resources. Every defence limits flexibility. The emperor responds with reforms. Command structures are adjusted. Borders fortified further. Mobile units repositioned. These measures slow collapse but do not restore dominance. They manage pressure rather than eliminate it. Rome adapts, but always one step behind. The empire's enemies are not unified, not coordinated, not even consistent. This makes them harder to defeat. There is no single war to win, no decisive battle to end the threat. The pressure is environmental, historical, inevitable. Rome is no longer choosing its conflicts. It is responding to them. The city does not panic. It has survived worse. But something fundamental has shifted in how Rome understands itself. The empire once expanded outward, shaping the world to its order. Now the world presses inward, testing the limits of that order. The borders no longer feel like edges of control. They feel like membranes, flexible, strained, vulnerable. Rome continues to function. Administration holds. Cities thrive. Culture persists. But the assumption of invulnerability fades. The empire enters a phase of defence rather than projection. This affects identity. Rome has long defined itself through dominance. Now it must redefine itself through endurance. The difference is subtle but profound. Survival replaces confidence as the guiding instinct. The people do not revolt. They endure. And endurance, once Rome's greatest strength, now becomes its defining challenge. Holding together becomes harder than conquering ever was. The empire remains immense, disciplined, formidable. But when borders no longer hold effortlessly, Rome begins to glimpse a future it has not imagined. A world where order must negotiate rather than command. The pressure continues. And Rome, for the first time in generations, feels the weight of the world pressing back. The empire does not collapse under attack, it stretches. Rome's problem is no longer invasion or rebellion alone, but distance. Distance between decision and consequence, between order and execution. The empire has grown beyond the speed of its own voice. Messages travel for weeks, sometimes months. By the time instructions arrive, circumstances have changed. Governors act first and explain later. Command becomes improvisation dressed as obedience. This is not defiance, it is necessity. Rome once ruled by presence, now it rules by approximation. The emperor sits at the centre of a world too wide to see clearly. Maps flatten complexity. Reports summarise reality. Numbers replace faces. Authority remains absolute in theory, but diluted in practice. The empire begins to govern in layers. Local officials gain power not through ambition, but through proximity. They know their regions better than Rome ever could. Their decisions shape daily life more than distant edicts. Loyalty remains, but it becomes conditional, pragmatic, shaped by outcomes rather than ideology. Rome depends on delegation. Delegation erodes unity. The Senate still exists, but its relevance fades further. It debates problems whose solutions lie beyond its reach. Its laws apply unevenly. Its authority feels symbolic rather than directive. Rome is no longer one machine. It is many systems loosely connected. Taxation illustrates the strain. Collection varies by region. Some areas comply fully. Others delay, negotiate, resist quietly. The empire adjusts expectations downward, accepting inefficiency as the price of survival. Perfection is no longer possible. Adequacy becomes success. The army feels this fragmentation acutely. Legions stationed far from Rome develop regional identities. They protect borders, manage settlements, enforce law where civil authority thins. Soldiers interact more with local populations than with the city they serve. Rome becomes an idea more than a place. This idea still carries weight, but less precision. Loyalty persists, but it is layered, to commander, to province, to empire. Unity holds, because breaking it seems worse than tolerating dilution. Administration grows heavier. Bureaucracy multiplies to manage complexity. Offices proliferate. Paper replaces presence. Authority moves through chains long enough to weaken accountability. Corruption becomes harder to trace, easier to hide. Rome responds with reform. Offices are divided. Responsibilities clarified. Territories reorganised. These measures improve control temporarily, but they also acknowledge a truth the empire resists admitting. It can no longer be governed as a single body. The empire is too big, not for strength, but for intimacy. Rome once ruled by knowing its citizens. Now it governs populations too vast to imagine. Law becomes standardised to compensate for distance. Flexibility decreases. Justice becomes consistent and impersonal. The people feel this impersonality. Decisions arrive without explanation. Authority feels distant. Compliance becomes habit rather than loyalty. The empire still provides order, but less meaning. This shift is subtle. Cities remain vibrant. Trade continues. Culture persists. Rome does not look like it is failing. But the relationship between ruler and ruled has changed fundamentally. Rome no longer persuades. It administers. This administrative empire is resilient but brittle. It absorbs shock through structure rather than cohesion. When systems function, it thrives. When they fail, recovery is slow. The emperor works endlessly to manage this scale. He delegates further, trusting layers of authority to maintain order. Power disperses, not through rebellion, but through necessity. Rome becomes a network rather than a centre. The borders continue to press. Local crises multiply. Each demands attention. Each draws resources. The empire's attention scatters across too many fronts. Strategic clarity fades into reactive governance. Rome survives, but differently. It no longer feels unified by shared purpose. It is held together by inertia, by the cost of separation, by the memory of what unity once provided. The empire has grown into something unprecedented. And unprecedented things lack precedent for correction. Too big to govern does not mean impossible to rule. It means impossible to rule personally. Rome's fate now depends less on vision and more on management, less on greatness and more on endurance. The empire adjusts expectations accordingly. This adjustment keeps it alive. It also changes its soul. Rome continues, vast, complex, resilient. But the distance between its heart and its limbs grows wider each year, and distance, once it becomes permanent, reshapes everything it touches. Power loses its weight when it moves too quickly. Rome feels this instability before it can name it. The empire still stands, still vast, still disciplined, but the centre no longer holds steady. Authority changes hands so rapidly that legitimacy cannot settle. Emperors appear, command briefly, and vanish before memory can form around them. The throne becomes transient, not a destination, but a risk. Each new ruler inherits not confidence, but suspicion. The empire no longer asks who should rule, it asks how long the next one will survive. Loyalty becomes cautious. Oaths are sworn with restraint. Trust is delayed. Rome has entered an age of acceleration. Emperors rise through force rather than consensus. Armies proclaim leaders in distant provinces, elevating commanders who promise reward, security, attention. The Senate confirms what it cannot prevent. Rome receives rulers it did not choose. Their reigns are brief. Some rule for months, others for weeks, a few for days. Their authority ends not through policy, but through violence, assassination, mutiny, betrayal. The imperial title becomes dangerous rather than stabilizing. The army decides most outcomes now. Legions, stretched across the empire, act independently. Each watches the others carefully. Loyalty flows toward opportunity. Commanders learn that survival depends on speed. Strike before rivals gather strength. This dynamic poisons unity. Rome's armies, once its greatest strength, now compete for influence. Their conflicts are swift and brutal, contained where possible, but destructive nonetheless. Civil war becomes frequent, compressed into short, violent bursts. The people endure quietly. They have learned to wait out emperors rather than invest in them. Public enthusiasm fades into indifference. The empire continues to function because daily life must, but belief in permanence dissolves. Rome becomes numb. Administration suffers under constant change. Policies reverse abruptly. Reforms begin, then end with their sponsor's death. Continuity fragments. Governors hesitate, unsure which authority will last long enough to obey. The economy strains. Coinage reflects instability. Trade hesitates. Investment shrinks. People protect what they have rather than imagine growth. The empire survives, but without confidence. Rome's old fears return, not fear of kings, but fear of meaninglessness. When power becomes disposable, authority loses dignity. The imperial office, once sacred, now feels cursed. To claim, it is to invite death. This erodes reverence. The imperial cult weakens. Worship feels hollow when gods die overnight. Ritual cannot stabilize chaos that repeats too often. Faith turns inward, private, detached from state. Rome senses decline, but not collapse. The empire still fields armies. Cities still stand. Law still exists. What fades is the assumption that tomorrow will resemble today. Time feels unstable. History accelerates. The crisis feeds itself. Short reigns encourage bold seizure. Bold seizure invites resistance. Resistance produces more short reigns. Violence becomes routine, expected, almost procedural. Rome adapts again. It lowers expectations. It stops seeking greatness in rulers. It looks instead for anyone who can hold power long enough to restore rhythm. Stability becomes the rarest currency. This is the age's quiet tragedy. Not suffering alone, but the loss of continuity. Rome no longer tells a single story about itself. Each emperor begins a new one and dies before finishing a sentence. The empire becomes reactive. Defence suffers. Borders weaken. Administration slows. Resources drain into internal conflict rather than shared purpose. Rome does not fall, but it bleeds time. The people survive by narrowing focus. Family over state. Local over imperial. Immediate over eternal. Loyalty contracts. Identity fragments. Rome becomes less a shared project and more a background condition. Still, the empire endures, because collapse requires coordination, and Rome has lost the ability to move together, even in failure. Fragmentation paradoxically preserves the whole. No single disaster ends everything. Emperors rise and die overnight, but Rome remains. Weakened, stretched, alive. This era teaches a brutal lesson. Power without legitimacy is fast and fragile. Authority without time cannot heal wounds. The empire needs continuity, but it no longer knows how to create it. Rome waits again, for someone who can slow time. The decision is framed as survival, not surrender, not failure, survival. The empire has grown too vast, too strained, too unstable to be held by a single hand. Crisis has taught Rome what ambition would not admit. Unity without flexibility has become a liability. Power must change shape or break. So Rome divides itself. At first this division feels administrative rather than existential. Responsibilities are split, regions are grouped. Authority is shared between centres meant to cooperate rather than compete. The language remains careful, almost hopeful. This is not an end, it is an adjustment. The empire learns to speak in plural. One ruler cannot be everywhere, one capital cannot hear every plea. By dividing command, Rome hopes to restore speed, responsiveness, clarity. Each half will defend its borders, manage its resources, stabilise its own crises. In theory, nothing is lost. In practice, something fundamental shifts. The empire now has two rhythms. In the east, cities are older, denser, richer in trade and memory. Administration flows smoothly through established networks. Culture leans toward continuity, ceremony, complexity. Power feels rooted. In the west, distances are wider, borders more exposed. Resources stretch thinner. Defence consumes attention. Authority feels heavier, more urgent, more fragile. The split reveals imbalance. Rome has always known it governed different worlds under one name. Now that difference becomes structural. Cooperation remains official, but competition grows quietly. Each half learns to survive on its own terms. This independence is practical. It is also transformative. Laws diverge slightly. Priorities shift. Command styles differ. What was once regional character becomes political identity. The empire does not fracture, but it no longer moves as one body. Rome, the city, feels the change deeply. It is no longer unquestionably central. Power flows around it now, not always through it. Decisions that shape the empire are made elsewhere, by rulers whose presence Rome cannot command. The city adapts with practiced dignity. It has survived demotion before. The people accept division because it brings relief. Border crises stabilise temporarily. Succession slows. Authority lasts longer. Emperors rule years instead of months. Stability returns, unevenly. But division carries cost. Unity becomes negotiated rather than assumed. Trust weakens. Coordination falters. When threats arise that require collective response, hesitation appears. Each half calculates its own risk first. Rome's enemies notice. Pressure returns along the borders. Not immediately catastrophic, but persistent. The empire responds as two entities now, not one. Victories come slower. Losses feel heavier. The east begins to feel durable. The west begins to feel exposed. This is not yet collapse. But it is divergence. Culturally, the split deepens. Language, custom, administration drift. The shared Roman identity remains, but it stretches thinner each generation. What it means to be Roman depends increasingly on where one lives. Rome has divided itself to survive. And it has survived at a cost. The idea of a single indivisible empire begins to fade, not from rebellion, but from adaptation. The empire's strength now lies in compartmentalization rather than cohesion. This keeps it alive. It also ensures that when collapse comes, it will not be simultaneous. The East grows confident in its endurance. The West struggles to maintain momentum. Resources flow unevenly. Attention follows stability. Rome begins to sense which half of itself is aging faster. The division becomes normal. Children grow up knowing two courts, two rulers, two centres of power. The idea of reunion feels abstract, unnecessary, even risky. Separation has brought peace of a kind, but peace built on separation alters loyalty. Rome no longer commands universal obedience. It negotiates it. The empire persists, but as a partnership rather than a singular will. This change is subtle enough to be mistaken for strength, yet beneath it lies an irreversible truth. Rome has admitted it cannot remain whole. The empire that once absorbed the world now must divide itself to endure it. The solution that saves it also transforms it beyond recognition. Rome continues, but it does so as something new. And once an empire learns to live divided, it never entirely remembers how to be whole again. The god arrives without thunder. There are no temples raised overnight, no armies marching beneath sacred banners, no emperor proclaiming revelation. The presence enters Rome quietly, almost invisibly, carried by voices rather than force, by memory rather than ritual. At first, Rome barely notices. The empire has always absorbed gods. Conquered lands bring their divinities with them. Local spirits folded into Roman practice, given Latin names, allotted festivals. Faith, like culture, has always been negotiable. Rome assumes this will be no different. It is different. This god does not ask for inclusion. He asks for devotion. The belief spreads along roads and ports, through households and workshops, among the poor, the enslaved, the displaced, those who feel the empire most sharply and benefit from it least. It moves through conversation, through shared meals, through whispered hope. This god speaks of humility, of suffering not as failure, but as meaning, of power expressed through sacrifice rather than dominance, of a kingdom not measured in land or law, but in conscience. Rome struggles to categorize this. The empire understands ritual, hierarchy, obligation. This faith resists them. It refuses to honor the emperor as divine. It declines public sacrifice. It claims loyalty beyond the state, beyond tradition, beyond fear. At first this feels insignificant, a curiosity, a superstition, another cult among many, but it does not fade. Instead, it deepens. Communities form that do not depend on class or citizenship. Slaves speak alongside freeborn. Women hold authority in gatherings that ignore Rome's hierarchies. Identity shifts inward toward belief rather than status. Rome senses unease. This faith does not rebel openly. It does not plot. It does not march. But it withdraws allegiance from Rome's sacred centre. To worship one god exclusively is to refuse the empire's symbolic unity. That refusal matters. The state responds unevenly. Some officials ignore it. Others persecute sporadically, hoping fear will dissolve commitment. Punishment is public, intended as warning. The empire has always used spectacle to enforce order. This time it backfires. Martyrdom does not terrify, it persuades. The willingness to die without resistance unsettles Rome's logic of power. The empire understands fear. It does not understand faith that makes fear irrelevant. The belief spreads quietly, stubbornly. Rome's old gods feel distant now, tied to rituals that promise stability, but no longer explain suffering. The empire's authority feels vast but impersonal. This new god offers intimacy, a sense of being seen by something beyond law and command. In a world of fragmentation, this unity feels radical. The empire grows suspicious, not because the faith threatens armies, but because it reshapes loyalty. Citizens who once defined themselves through Rome begin to define themselves through belief. Identity detaches from state. Rome has survived rival gods before. It has not survived rivals to its meaning. Over time, the faith moves upward, not through revolution, but through inevitability. Soldiers convert. Officials hesitate. Even emperors notice. The god who arrived without thunder now stands within the halls of power, not proclaimed yet, but impossible to ignore. This moment is not conversion, it is tension. The empire feels its spiritual foundation shift beneath it. The imperial cult weakens as worship becomes private rather than public. Loyalty becomes internal rather than ritualized. Rome begins to change in ways law cannot regulate. The old question returns in a new form. What binds an empire together? For centuries, The answer was power sanctified by tradition. Now another answer circulates quietly, belief sanctified by sacrifice. These two cannot fully coexist. The empire does not fall because of this god, but it is no longer the same empire afterward. Rome has welcomed a force it cannot fully control. A god who does not bless borders. A faith that does not depend on Rome's survival to endure. The new god enters Rome not as conqueror, but as presence. And presence, once accepted, is difficult to remove. The city continues, laws intact, armies stationed, emperors ruling. But beneath the marble and ceremony, something irreversible has taken root. Rome has gained a soul it did not design. The empire stands at a crossroads it does not recognise. Power still functions. Armies still march. Laws are still issued in Rome's name. Yet beneath this continuity lies uncertainty, spiritual, political, existential. The old gods no longer bind as they once did. The new faith spreads without permission. The empire's unity feels increasingly theoretical. Into this moment steps a man shaped by instability. Constantine has known civil war, shifting loyalties, fragile authority. He understands that power alone cannot hold an empire together anymore. Force can suppress rebellion, but it cannot restore belief. He watches Rome carefully. The empire is tired, not only of blood, but of ambiguity. Too many truths compete. Too many loyalties overlap. Constantine senses that the old balance between sacred tradition and imperial authority has fractured beyond repair. So he makes a choice that feels reckless to some, visionary to others. Before a decisive battle, he turns toward the new god. Not fully, not blindly, but deliberately. He adopts a symbol unfamiliar to Rome's legions, marks it on shields, carries it into war. Victory follows, or is remembered to have followed. Memory matters more than certainty now. Constantine understands this. He does not claim the god has replaced the empire. He claims the god has chosen it. This distinction changes everything. Christianity is no longer merely tolerated, it is favoured, not imposed yet, but protected, elevated, allowed to grow openly. Persecution ends not with apology, but with indifference. The faith steps into daylight. Rome is stunned. The empire that once sanctified its rulers now aligns itself with the God who sanctifies suffering. The contradiction feels profound. Yet Constantine does not present it as rupture. He presents it as healing. One God, one empire, one authority. The simplicity appeals to a world exhausted by division. Constantine does not abandon Rome's structures. He reshapes their meaning. The emperor remains supreme, but now as instrument rather than object of divinity. Authority flows downward from a higher source, legitimizing power while limiting it symbolically. This is the gamble. By aligning with Christianity, Constantine hopes to restore unity not through fear, but through shared belief. A single faith might succeed where law and arms have begun to fail. The empire hesitates, then follows. Churches rise alongside temples. Bishops gain influence once reserved for magistrates. Moral authority enters governance quietly. Disputes once settled by decree are now debated in councils. Rome becomes something new. Not yet Christian empire, not yet pagan, but transformed. Constantine moves the centre of power as well. He establishes a new capital in the east, closer to wealth, trade and stability. Rome, the ancient city, remained symbolic but no longer decisive. Authority shifts toward a city designed for endurance rather than memory. This decision feels pragmatic. It is also symbolic. The empire is turning its gaze eastward, toward continuity rather than legacy. The old Rome recedes into reverence. The new Rome looks forward. Christianity spreads faster now, not because it is forced, but because it is safe. Belief no longer requires secrecy. Faith organises itself openly, structurally, hierarchically. The Church mirrors the empire even as it reshapes it. Constantine does not live to see the outcome. He only sees the beginning. His gamble stabilises the empire temporarily. Civil war recedes. Authority consolidates. The new faith provides language for unity, sacrifice, and endurance, concepts Rome understands deeply. But the cost is complexity. Christianity brings moral tension into power. Questions of conscience emerge where obedience once sufficed. The empire gains a soul, but also doubt. The old gods fade slowly, not destroyed, but outgrown. The world Constantine leaves behind is neither Roman nor Christian in the old sense. It is a fusion, imperial structure, carrying a faith that transcends it. Rome survives again, but survival now depends on belief as much as force. Constantine's gamble succeeds in the short term. In the long term it changes the meaning of empire forever. The ruler no longer claims to be divine, he claims to serve the divine. And Rome, having once ruled the world through power alone, begins to rule through something far less predictable: faith. They do not fall, they recede. Rome's ancient gods, once loud with sacrifice and omen, do not vanish in fire or decree. Their temples remain standing. Their names still echo in poetry and habit. Festivals continue, though with less urgency, less faith that the gods are listening closely. The change is quiet. For centuries these gods explained the world. They offered meaning to storm and harvest, victory and plague. They were woven into law, family and time itself. Rome did not merely worship them, it organised reality around them. Now, reality has shifted. Christianity does not arrive as conqueror of temples. It arrives as interpreter of suffering. It offers an answer Rome's old gods never promised: salvation beyond circumstance, meaning beyond empire. Hope that does not depend on Rome's survival. This difference matters. The old gods were transactional, sacrifice for favour, ritual for protection. Their power was visible in success. When Rome triumphed, the gods were praised. When Rome struggled, the gods were questioned. The new faith reverses this logic. Suffering becomes proof, not failure. Loss becomes purpose, not punishment. Power is no longer the measure of truth. This reshapes how Romans understand the world and themselves. The transition is uneven. In rural areas, old practices linger longer. Gods of field and forest remain familiar companions. In cities, where administration and faith intersect more directly, Christianity grows faster. Bishops replace priests as community anchors. Moral authority shifts from ritual to teaching. Rome adapts. Imperial favour accelerates the change. Laws no longer protect traditional worship with the same intensity. Funding flows elsewhere. Temples lose caretakers. Sacrifices become rare, not forbidden at first, simply irrelevant. The old gods grow distant. Statues stand without offerings. Altars gather dust. Myths are retold as stories rather than truths. What once structured time now decorates memory. Rome does not rage against this loss, it absorbs it. The city has always been practical with belief. When gods no longer answer the questions people ask, people stop asking those gods. Christianity speaks to a world Rome recognises now, a world of fragility, transition, uncertainty. The empire itself has aged. It no longer promises endless expansion or invincibility. Borders strain, authority fragments. The old gods, tied to Rome's power, fade as that power becomes conditional. Christianity offers continuity where empire cannot. This unsettles Rome's elites. The new faith challenges hierarchy subtly. It speaks of equality before God while operating within imperial structure. It respects authority, yet limits its moral reach. Obedience becomes ethical rather than absolute. Rome feels tension, but not rebellion. The empire survives because Christianity adapts as much as it transforms. Bishops cooperate with governors. Doctrine aligns with order. The church grows into the empire's shape even as it changes its meaning. The old gods retreat further. Some are reinterpreted as allegory. Others become folklore. Their rituals survive as cultural memory rather than sacred obligation. Rome's calendar changes quietly. Festivals rebranded, time restructured. This is not erasure. It is replacement through irrelevance. The gods who once demanded sacrifice now feel silent beside a god who listens. The sacred shifts inward, from public ritual to personal conviction. Rome's identity changes accordingly. Citizens begin to define themselves less by ancestry and more by belief. Community reorganises around churches rather than temples. Moral debates enter public life in new ways. The empire becomes Christian not by force, but by habit. By the time laws are passed restricting old worship, the old worship has already thinned. Resistance is rare, isolated, nostalgic rather than political. The old gods fade because few are willing to defend them fully. Rome moves on. Yet something is lost. The old gods were local, specific, rooted in place. They tied people to land, city, ritual. Christianity universalizes faith. It loosens attachment to Rome as centre of meaning. The empire gains moral cohesion. It loses spiritual locality. This trade will matter later. For now, the fading feels gentle. The old gods do not scream as they leave. They watch from marble and memory as Rome reshapes itself again. The city that once ruled through divine favour now bows to a god that does not belong to any city. Rome survives this transformation, but it is no longer sacred because it is powerful. It is powerful because it believes. And belief, once it replaces tradition, does not fade quietly again. The city still stands. Its walls rise where they always have. Its streets carry footsteps. Its markets echo with trade. Its temples, some repurposed, some abandoned, still cast shadows at dusk. From a distance, Rome looks unchanged. Up close, it feels unfamiliar. The people who govern the empire no longer come from the city itself. Power flows through Rome, but it does not originate there. Generals command, who have never lived within its hills. Administrators arrive from distant provinces, fluent in Latin, but shaped elsewhere. Rome remains the symbol. It is no longer the source. This change does not arrive with announcement or revolt. It unfolds gradually, almost politely. The empire has expanded citizenship over centuries. What once defined Roman as ancestry or place now defines it as status, service, loyalty. Rome has succeeded too well at assimilation. Those who rule the empire are Roman in law but not in memory. Their roots lie along frontiers, in provincial capitals, in military camps far from the forum. Their understanding of Rome is functional rather than emotional. The city becomes ceremonial. Decisions are made elsewhere. Campaigns launched without Rome's input. Laws drafted in capitals designed for efficiency rather than tradition. Rome receives outcomes rather than shaping them. The Senate still meets, but its authority has thinned into ritual. Membership is honorary more than directive. Speeches carry weight only insofar as they align with power already decided. Rome has been displaced gently. The army reflects this shift most clearly. Legions are commanded increasingly by men of frontier origin, hardened by constant defence, shaped by negotiation with non-Roman peoples. Their loyalty is practical, their sense of identity is imperial rather than civic. They defend Rome, but they do not belong to it. This distinction matters. The empire once drew strength from Rome's cultural gravity. Now it draws strength from necessity. Defence replaces pride. Command replaces tradition. The people of Rome sense the change instinctively. They feel less essential. Their city remains revered, but not consulted. Resources flow in irregularly. Attention drifts. Rome becomes one city among many, distinguished, symbolic, but no longer decisive. Life continues. Christianity deepens its presence. Bishops wield influence once reserved for magistrates. Charity replaces civic obligation. Community reorganises around faith rather than state. Rome adapts. It always has. But adaptation now feels like accommodation rather than leadership. The empire's identity has migrated outward. What it means to be Roman now includes people who have never seen the city. Rome becomes an idea detached from geography, a legacy administered by others. This is Rome without Romans, not empty, but transformed. The city's population reflects the change. Foreign accents fill streets once dominated by local families. Trade brings new customs. Old aristocratic houses fade or convert influence into religious authority. Rome becomes quieter, not poorer, but less central. This shift has consequences. When crises arise, Rome waits rather than acts. When emperors fall, Rome is informed rather than involved. The city's role is reactive, not directive. Yet Rome does not disappear. It persists as memory, as symbol, as sacred geography. Pilgrims arrive. Councils convene. The past lends authority even as the present bypasses it. Rome becomes timeless. And in becoming timeless, it loses immediacy. The empire now functions without the city's active participation. Its systems are broader, more abstract. Loyalty attaches to structures, faith, commanders, not to Rome as lived place. This makes the empire resilient in one sense. It also makes it vulnerable. Because when Rome ceases to feel essential, defending it becomes optional. The city's protection relies increasingly on habit rather than urgency. Rome does not yet realise this. It still assumes its symbolic weight will protect it. That reverence will substitute for defence. That memory can replace force. History rarely allows this substitution for long. For now, Rome exists, quiet, dignified, increasingly detached from the empire that still bears its name. The city that once shaped the world now watches it move without asking. Rome without Romans is not a ruin, it is a transition. And transitions rarely reveal their consequences immediately. The ending arrives without spectacle. No trumpet sounds from the hills. No banners are torn down in the forum. The sky above Rome does not darken in warning. What happens instead is quieter than expectation, almost courteous, an ending shaped by fatigue rather than defeat. By now, the Western Empire is running on memory. Its authority exists more on parchment than in practice, more in habit than in force. Emperors are named, acknowledged, replaced, but none command the gravity once associated with the title. Power has already drifted into other hands, generals, kings, administrators. Men who rule not because Rome appointed them, but because circumstances demanded it. The emperor is little more than a symbol. Young, sheltered, distant from the realities shaping the world around him. He occupies a palace that feels ceremonial, surrounded by rituals that no longer enforce obedience. His presence reassures tradition, but it does not direct events. Rome understands this. The city has seen authority hollow before. It knows when power has become costume. The emperor remains, but Rome does not lean on him. It has learned to endure without expecting leadership from the centre. Beyond the city, the empire has already changed shape. Territories once governed directly now answer to local rulers. Armies defend regions rather than ideals. Borders hold not because Rome commands them, but because negotiated arrangements maintain them. The empire survives in fragments, coordinated loosely, ruled pragmatically. This is not chaos, it is adaptation. The men who hold real power in the West are not invaders in the old sense. They do not seek to burn Rome or erase its memory. They rule in its name, borrow its laws, preserve its structures where useful. They govern because someone must. The distinction is subtle but decisive. Rome is no longer conquered, it is succeeded. The final moment comes without violence. The emperor is summoned and relieved of his role, not executed, not exiled dramatically, simply removed from a position that no longer serves a purpose. His insignia is sent east, to the court that still claims uninterrupted imperial continuity. The West will not appoint another. The title ends because it has become unnecessary. Rome does not protest. There are no riots, no declarations of loyalty betrayed. The city receives the news as it has learned to receive all such news, with quiet acceptance. Daily life continues. Disputes are settled. Faith gathers people more reliably than state authority ever could. This is the strange calm of the end. 476 does not feel like catastrophe, it feels administrative. The Western Empire has already dissolved into local realities. Removing the emperor formalises what has existed for decades. Rome adapts because it has been adapting all along. The Eastern Empire continues to call itself Roman. Its laws persist. Its ceremonies endure. Its emperors still rule with confidence. Rome, the city, remains sacred to memory, but no longer essential to governance. This separation feels final, but not tragic. The city has survived worse transitions. Kings were expelled. Republics collapsed. Emperors rose and fell. Rome has learned that forms change more often than identity. Now identity migrates. Roman law lives on in courts far from the city. Roman language survives in administration and worship. Roman memory becomes foundation rather than command. The empire ends, but Roman ness does not. The last emperor in the West fades quickly. His name is not sung. His story is not mourned. History barely pauses to record his removal. He is remembered not as a failure, but as an afterimage, proof that the role had outlived its function. Rome watches this happen without surprise. It has known for some time that the world no longer turns around it. The city remains inhabited, revered, layered with meaning, but it no longer expects to rule. What replaces empire is not emptiness. It is transformation. New kingdoms rise that claim Rome's inheritance. The church absorbs civic authority. Law evolves, adapts, survives. Roads remain, walls stand, memory persists. Rome becomes a source rather than a centre. This is the true ending of the Western Empire, not collapse, not conquest, but release. Power moves on. Rome stays behind, holding the weight of centuries without insisting on control. The last emperor leaves quietly. The question arrives long after the moment has passed. Rome is no longer issuing commands. No emperor rules in the West. The legions have thinned, the borders reshaped, the old institutions softened into memory. And yet, life continues. Roads are still walked. Laws are still cited. Prayers still rise beneath arches built centuries earlier. So what, exactly, has fallen? Rome does not look like a ruin to those living among its remains. It looks altered, diminished perhaps, but not erased. The city still feeds itself. Communities still gather. Authority still exists, though it wears different names. The world has not gone dark. This is what makes the question difficult. For those who lived through the transition, There was no single night when Rome ceased to exist. There was no collective realization, no final breath. Change arrived as adjustment layered upon adjustment, until the old shape could no longer be recalled precisely. Rome did not collapse, it transformed beyond recognition. The empire's political structures faded, but its habits endured. Roman law continued to shape justice. Roman language carried administration and worship. Roman roads directed trade and movement. Even those who ruled in Rome's place governed through Roman ideas. Power survived by changing hands. Meaning survived by changing form. If Rome fell, it did so without violence proportionate to its scale. There was no final enemy worthy of the empire's long struggle. Instead, time itself proved decisive. Time, pressure, adaptation, fatigue. Rome did not lose a war, it outlived itself. The idea of Rome proved more durable than its institutions. Long after emperors vanished from the West, people still called themselves Roman. Long after borders dissolved, Roman identity remained useful, respected, invoked. This persistence confuses the notion of collapse. An empire that truly falls leaves emptiness behind. Rome left inheritance. Its fall, if it can be called that, was uneven. The East continued for centuries, refining Roman governance, preserving law, ritual, and memory. The West fragmented, but not into chaos, into continuity of another kind. Kingdoms rose that spoke Rome's language of authority. Churches inherited Rome's moral centre. Law codes borrowed Roman structure. Even rebellion defined itself in relation to what Rome had been. Rome became a reference point rather than a ruler. This is not failure, it is diffusion. The city itself changed accordingly. Rome no longer commanded armies, but it commanded reverence. It no longer governed territory, but it governed memory. Pilgrims replaced legions, councils replaced decrees. Rome became quieter. In that quiet, it gained longevity. The question of Rome's fall often reveals more about the one asking than about Rome itself. Those who expect collapse look for catastrophe. Those who study continuity find transformation. Rome offers both, depending on where one stands. History resists clean endings. Rome especially. The empire's disappearance did not erase inequality, violence, ambition, or order. These simply reorganised themselves under new names. The world Rome shaped continued to turn within structures Rome built. This is Rome's final irony. Its greatest strength, adaptation, made its ending invisible. By absorbing change rather than resisting it, Rome ensured that no single moment could end it decisively. Rome did not fall like a tower, it sank like a shoreline, gradually, imperceptibly, until one day the land was different, and yet traces remain everywhere, in law, in language, in city planning, in faith, in the idea that order can span vast spaces and outlast individuals. Rome's story does not end with loss. It ends with dispersal. The empire ceased to exist as a political unit. Rome ceased to rule the West. But Rome did not cease to matter. It moved forward in fragments, embedded in the foundations of what followed. To ask whether Rome really fell is to misunderstand what Rome became. Empires that fall vanish. Rome endured by becoming something else. And in that endurance, it escaped the finality most powers never do. Rome is no longer alive in the way it once was. But it is not dead either. It lingers, in systems, in memory, in the quiet assumption that order, once built, leaves marks that time cannot fully erase. That is Rome's last victory. Rome no longer commands armies across the world, but its voice still speaks. It speaks quietly, through rules written long ago, through habits of judgment that outlived emperors, through ideas so deeply embedded that later ages forget they were ever chosen. Rome's laws do not march, they remain. When political power fades, law often dissolves with it. Not here. Rome treated law not as decree, but as structure. It was meant to endure beyond the moment, beyond the ruler, beyond crisis. Even when emperors ruled absolutely, law remained the language through which power justified itself. This mattered. Because justification outlasts authority. Roman law was not perfect, nor gentle. It favoured order over compassion, clarity over flexibility. But it was consistent. It believed that society could be shaped through written rules rather than personal will. This belief survived the empire. As the West fragmented, kings ruled territories without Roman administration, but they ruled Roman people. To govern them, they borrowed Roman law. To legitimise authority, they adopted Roman legal forms. Conquest did not erase Rome's system, it depended on it. Courts continued to cite Roman principles long after Rome stopped enforcing them. Contracts were written in Roman terms. Property was understood through Roman categories. Authority relied on Roman precedent. Law became Rome's second empire. Unlike borders, it did not require defence. Unlike armies, it did not demand payment. It spread because it worked, because it provided predictability in unstable times. Where force fractured, law connected. The church absorbed it first. Christian authorities, organising communities across collapsing political landscapes, needed structure. Roman law offered it. Canon law grew in conversation with Roman tradition, borrowing its logic, its categories, its insistence on procedure. Faith and law intertwined. Later, emerging states rediscovered Roman law deliberately. They studied it, copied it, revived it, not because they wished to restore Rome, but because they needed something stable, something coherent, something tested by centuries. Roman law became memory formalised. Its influence reached far beyond Rome's imagination. It shaped how later societies understood citizenship, obligation, authority and rights. Even when adapted, even when altered, its skeleton remained recognisable. This persistence reveals something essential about Rome. The empire's greatest conquest was not territory, it was thought. Rome taught the future how to organise power without relying solely on force, how to bind people through shared expectation rather than constant coercion, how to make authority feel impersonal enough to survive individuals. This impersonal quality was its strength. It allowed law to survive the fall of rulers. It allowed justice to be imagined as system rather than favour. It allowed governance to exist beyond charisma. Rome understood something rare, that power must explain itself to endure. Its laws explained power. They defined who could act, how and why. They limited authority even as they empowered it. They created frameworks that later societies could inhabit, modify, inherit. Rome's laws did not freeze history. They guided it. Centuries passed. Languages changed. Borders shifted. But Roman legal thinking remained embedded in how societies resolved conflict and distributed authority. Even those who rejected Rome politically absorbed it intellectually. This is why Rome never truly vanished. Its law became a lens through which later civilizations viewed order. It shaped contracts, governance, citizenship, punishment, inheritance. It defined what it meant to belong to a state, rather than merely live under a ruler. Rome ruled the future quietly, not through empire, through structure, and structure is harder to overthrow than armies. This legacy carries irony. The same legal rigour that stabilised Rome also made it rigid. Law preserved order, but sometimes at the cost of adaptation. Rome's fall reminds us that systems endure only when they evolve. Yet even this lesson survives. Later societies learn not just Rome's law, but Rome's mistakes. They inherit caution alongside structure. memory alongside method. Rome's laws rule the future not because they are imposed, but because they are remembered, studied, reimagined. They are Rome's longest shadow, and in that shadow, Rome continues to shape the world, not as conqueror, not as empire, but as framework, a civilization that learned how to rule time itself. They were not built to be remembered. Rome's roads were meant for movement, for soldiers marching at dawn, for messengers carrying orders sealed in wax, for carts heavy with grain and stone. They were tools, not monuments. Stone laid with purpose, measured carefully, aligned with distance rather than beauty. And yet, they endure. Long after emperors vanished and borders shifted, the roads remained. They cut through forests that forgot who cleared them, crossed rivers that outlived the names given to them, connected cities that no longer shared allegiance. The world kept walking on Rome's intentions. A Roman road does not wander. It moves forward with confidence, indifferent to terrain. Hills are cut, valleys bridged, obstacles confronted rather than avoided. The road assumes that the world can be shaped and proceeds accordingly. This belief is unmistakably Roman. To build a road is to declare permanence. It says, we will be here long enough for this to matter. Rome did not merely conquer land, it stitched it together. Distance became manageable. Space became organised. The empire moved at the speed of its roads. Along them travelled not just armies, but law, language, trade, and habit. A road was a promise that Rome could reach you, and that you could reach Rome. This mutual accessibility bound the empire more effectively than force alone. When political authority weakened, the roads did not vanish. They continued to carry people, goods and memory. Merchants followed them, pilgrims traced them. New kingdoms inherited them without needing to rebuild what already worked. The road outlived the empire. In places, modern paths still follow their lines, not out of nostalgia, but practicality. Rome chose routes well. The logic of movement remains persuasive centuries later. The land has not changed its needs. This persistence reveals something essential. Rome understood infrastructure as destiny. Roads were not symbols of power, they were instruments of it. They allowed rapid response, consistent governance, and economic integration. They made empire possible without constant conquest. When Rome fell politically, its infrastructure continued to shape reality. Cities rose where roads intersected. Trade followed familiar paths. Communication remained patterned by ancient decisions. The past quietly guided the future. Rome's roads also changed how people understood distance. Journeys became predictable. Time became measurable. Space lost its mystery. The world shrank, not in size, but in accessibility. This psychological shift mattered as much as any law. People began to imagine continuity across regions. That imagination did not die with the empire. Even when roads crumbled, their roots remained embedded in collective memory. Travellers knew where paths should be, even when stones were missing. The idea of connection survived physical decay. This is Rome's physical legacy. Not ruins admired at rest, but movement sustained across time. The roads also carry irony. They enabled control, but also escape. They allowed armies to march, but also invaders to advance. Infrastructure, once built, serves whoever arrives next. Rome's strength became inheritance for others. Yet Rome accepted this risk, because the alternative, fragmentation, isolation, disconnection, was worse. The empire preferred continuity over exclusivity. It built systems meant to be used, not guarded forever. This generosity of structure ensured Rome's influence would survive its authority. The roads did not care who ruled. They cared that someone moved. As centuries passed, the roads witnessed change without commentary. Kingdoms rose. Faiths shifted. Languages evolved. The stones remained indifferent, carrying each new era forward without choosing sides. Rome's presence became embedded in motion itself. To walk a Roman road is to follow a decision made long ago, a decision about direction, effort, and belief in future use. It is to participate unknowingly in Rome's longest conversation with time. These roads still lead somewhere, not always to Rome, but to continuity. To the understanding that infrastructure shapes history more quietly than conquest. That paths, once laid, guide generations who never asked for them. Rome's roads do not demand reverence. They offer passage. And in offering it, they remind the world that some forms of power are most enduring when they stop insisting on being seen. Rome no longer rules, yet it refuses to leave. Its presence lingers not as memory alone, but as instinct embedded in how power is imagined, how order is justified, how collapse is feared. Rome survives not because it is remembered, but because it is unconsciously repeated. This is the haunting. Rome was never just a place. It was a method. A way of organising force, belief and time into something that felt permanent. Even now, long after its banners fell, that method remains persuasive. We still measure greatness the way Rome taught us to. Scale matters. Duration matters. Infrastructure matters. Authority matters most when it appears inevitable rather than imposed. Rome perfected this illusion and left it behind like a blueprint. Every empire that followed has felt Rome watching. Some tried to imitate its breadth, others its law, others its claim to destiny. Few admitted the imitation openly, yet the comparison lingered unspoken. To rule widely is to invite Rome into the room. Rome haunts us because it achieved something rare. It made power feel normal. For centuries, Rome turned domination into routine. Roads replaced conquest. Law replaced fear. Citizenship replaced annihilation. Violence never vanished, but it became structured, regulated, absorbed into order. This normalisation is unsettling. Because once power feels ordinary, it becomes difficult to question. Rome did not just conquer. It taught the world how to live inside conquest without constant resistance. That lesson never faded. Rome also haunts us because of how it ended. Not with apocalypse, but with accommodation. Not with fire, but with silence. Rome did not shatter into myth. It thinned into continuity. Its decline offers no comfort of finality, no moral resolution. It simply changed shape. This denies us closure. We expect empires to fall loudly so we can believe ourselves different. Rome's quiet endurance suggests otherwise, that power rarely disappears, only migrates. That thought lingers uncomfortably. Rome's ghosts are not its emperors, they are its assumptions. That order is worth the cost, that stability justifies obedience, that peace, achieved through dominance, is still peace. These ideas survived Rome because they are useful, and because they are dangerous. Rome showed how easily survival becomes control, and how control, once accepted, reshapes identity. People stopped being citizens of a city and became inhabitants of a system. That shift echoes through every large structure that followed. Rome haunts us because it blurred the line between protection and domination so effectively. Even resistance learned Rome's language. Rebels demanded rights using Roman law. New faiths adopted Roman administration. Kingdoms ruled through Roman categories. Rome trained its successors to think like Rome. That is the deepest inheritance. Rome also lingers because of its confidence. It believed itself eternal, not arrogantly, but structurally. It built as if tomorrow mattered. It governed as if time could be managed. That belief created wonders and blind spots. Rome teaches that endurance can conceal decay, that success can delay reckoning, that systems can function long after meaning erodes. These lessons feel uncomfortably relevant because they are. Rome haunts us not as warning alone, but as temptation. The temptation to trade participation for stability, to accept concentration of power in exchange for peace, to believe that complexity can be ruled indefinitely through structure. Rome nearly proved it could. Nearly. And that nearness is what unsettles us. Had Rome collapsed dramatically, it would comfort us. Had it vanished completely, it would feel distant. Instead it lingers, half familiar, half alive, woven into foundations we still walk on. Rome does not accuse, it observes. Its ruins do not speak of failure, they speak of ambition carried further than foresight, of success heavy enough to reshape the world, and then exhaust itself maintaining that shape. Rome haunts us because it reminds us that no power believes it is temporary, that every system imagines itself necessary, that endurance often feels like virtue until it becomes inertia. And yet, Rome also offers something quieter. Proof that ideas can outlive force, that structure can survive collapse, that continuity is possible without dominance. Rome's shadow is long because it contains both caution and possibility. It warns, but it also endures. That is why Rome still haunts us, not because it fell, but because, in so many ways, it never entirely did. Rome does not conclude, it loosens. By now the city is no longer an empire, no longer a capital of command, no longer the centre from which the world is measured. And yet, it remains present, layered into thought, into structure, into the quiet assumptions that shape how power imagines itself. Rome becomes story, not a single story, but many, told differently depending on where one stands. To some it is warning, to others, foundation. To many it is simply there, unquestioned, inherited, embedded. This is how Rome finally survives. Not as ruler, not as ruin, but as narrative without closure. Its stones remain, but they are no longer the point. What endures is the pattern, rise through necessity, expand through discipline, stabilise through law, endure through adaptation, fade through success. Rome taught the world that dominance can become system, and system can become habit. That power, once normalised, stops feeling extraordinary. That empires rarely fall because they are defeated, they fall because they become too complex to remain coherent. This understanding lingers. Rome's story continues wherever roads organise movement, wherever law claims neutrality, wherever authority presents itself as inevitable rather than chosen. These are Roman instincts, long detached from Roman identity. Rome is present whenever order feels older than consent. It is present whenever survival justifies control, whenever peace is maintained not through agreement, but through exhaustion. Whenever people accept systems because alternatives feel worse. Rome does not judge these moments, it echoes in them. The city itself becomes almost incidental. Rome, the place, holds memory gently, ruins visited, arches admired, streets walked without command. The city rests, no longer responsible for the weight once placed upon it. Rome, the idea, continues working. It moves through institutions that outlive founders, through bureaucracies that forget why they were created, through structures that prioritise continuity over meaning, through beliefs that stability is the highest virtue. This is neither praise nor condemnation, it is inheritance. Rome also leaves something quieter behind, proof that endurance does not require perfection, that systems can adapt, fracture, recombine, and still shape the future. That collapse is rarely an ending, more often a redistribution. Rome did not vanish, it dissolved into successors. Some carried its law, some carried its roads, some carried its ambition, some carried its mistakes. All carried fragments. And fragments over time become foundations for new stories that believe themselves original. This is Rome's final transformation. From subject of history into structure beneath it, when people ask where Rome went, the answer is uncomfortable. It went everywhere. Into governance, into faith, into architecture, into the language of order itself. Rome is present whenever power imagines itself eternal, and whenever it forgets that it is not. The story has no ending, because Rome never required one. It was never meant to resolve cleanly. It was meant to function, to organise life long enough for something else to emerge. That something else always did. Rome's greatest legacy is not its duration, but its continuity through change. It proves that civilizations do not die the way people do. They disperse, reappear, argue with themselves across centuries. Rome still argues with itself now. In law and liberty, in order and resistance, in memory and reinvention. The city rests beside a river that still flows, indifferent to names, patient with time. The Tiber carries silt from centuries of decisions, none final, all contributing. Rome becomes what it always was beneath the grandeur, a beginning that refuses to stop beginning. A story told not to conclude, but to persist. And so Rome does not end here. It fades into the background of every system that believes it will last forever, quietly waiting, as it always has, for history to prove otherwise. Rome does not end. It loosens its grip and allows the world to carry it forward. By now the city has shed nearly every role it once held. It no longer commands legions or redraws borders. Its decrees no longer travel faster than rumour. Marble stands where authority once moved, and silence fills spaces once loud with argument. Yet Rome remains present, not as ruler, not as ruin, but as residue. It lingers in habits, in the expectation that law should outlast the ruler who enforces it, in the belief that order can be built, repaired, inherited, in the quiet assumption that the world, however vast, can be organised. Rome taught these things without intending to. It did not set out to be eternal. It set out to survive one season, then another. Each solution hardened into system. Each system invited expansion. Each expansion demanded maintenance. Over time, survival became structure, and structure became identity. This is how Rome learned to endure, and how it learned to fade. The city that once shaped the world now rests beside its river, layered with centuries that do not compete for dominance. The Tiber continues its slow movement, unconcerned with names or eras. It has seen Rome as village, as capital, as memory. It will see whatever comes next. Empires are often judged by how they fall. Rome resists that judgment. It offers no single lesson, no final moral. Its story is not a warning neatly contained, nor a triumph to be repeated without cost. Rome is too contradictory for clarity. It ruled through violence and law, inclusion and exclusion, pragmatism and belief. It stabilised the world and strained it. It endured longer than expected and changed more than intended. What remains is not certainty, but pattern. Power accumulates. Order demands obedience. Stability invites complacency. Success carries the seeds of its own burden. Rome lived these truths without fully understanding them. It adjusted when it could, resisted when it feared, absorbed change when resistance failed. In doing so, it avoided sudden annihilation, but accepted slow transformation. This is Rome's quiet genius. It did not insist on being unchanged. It allowed itself to become something else. When emperors vanished, law persisted. When borders dissolved, roads remained. When gods faded, belief adapted. When the city lost command, memory took its place. Rome became infrastructure, visible and invisible, physical and conceptual. That transformation is why Rome feels unfinished. It exists wherever people still build for permanence, wherever systems promise stability, wherever authority presents itself as natural rather than chosen. Rome is present not as past, but as instinct, and instinct rarely announces itself. Rome does not ask to be admired. It does not require defence. It continues through use, through repetition, through habit, through the quiet inheritance of ideas that once solved urgent problems. Some of those ideas still serve, some no longer do. Rome offers no guidance on which to keep. That choice belongs to those who walk its roads now, whether they recognise them or not. The city itself no longer claims ownership of its legacy. It has released it into the world, where it has been reshaped countless times, sometimes with care, sometimes with indifference. Rome's influence survives not because it is protected, but because it is useful, and usefulness is a powerful form of memory. This is why Rome still feels present in moments of ambition and in moments of doubt. In the confidence that systems can hold, and in the suspicion that they might not, Rome lives in the tension between order and change, permanence and decay. It never resolved that tension. It lived inside it. The story of Rome does not conclude, because it was never meant to conclude. It was meant to function, to adapt, to endure long enough for the world around it to change shape. That world did, many times. Rome changed with it until it became indistinguishable from the structures it left behind. At that point, it no longer needed to exist as empire or city or authority. It had become atmosphere, something felt rather than seen. Rome now belongs to time rather than to history. It moves slowly, almost imperceptibly, through centuries that do not remember its beginnings clearly. It influences without directing, persists without insisting. This is not immortality, it is diffusion, the kind that leaves traces everywhere and ownership nowhere. As the story fades, there is no final image to hold on to. No burning city, no closing decree, only continuation of roads walked, laws referenced, ideas assumed. Rome does not ask to be followed. It has already been absorbed. And so the telling slows. The voice softens. The city recedes into the background where it has always been strongest. Rome becomes what it always was beneath the ambition and noise. A response to uncertainty. A structure against fear. A story humans told themselves so they could stay. The river keeps moving. The land remains unsettled. And somewhere in that quiet, Rome waits, not to return, but to be recognised again, in whatever form the future gives it.